tell Nadine to watch her back. She's writing a big, shiny bestseller, and the bastard made a point of mentioning it. I can't see her as a target, but you'd feel better if you contacted her. Why not a target? Both victims have been service providers. Some would even consider them a kind of servant. Maybe, yeah, maybe. But I'm going to tell her not to do anything stupid. Then, damn it all over again, she's going to push me for a one-on-one on this, try to wheedle more out of me on the investigation. Friendship's complex and layered. It's a pain in the ass. But she pushed away from the table and walked to her desk to contact her friend. She was pumped, Rourke thought as he lingered over his wine. Pumped and ready. It was more than the sleep, the meal, though God knew she needed both. It was the mission. She saw it now, and maybe that's what Sinead had meant by Eve's gift. She could see and feel both her victims and their killers. He rose now, walked to her murder board. He could hear her arguing with Nadine over making an appearance on Now to discuss the case, over giving a straight interview for Channel 75, but he paid little attention. That, too, was a kind of game, he supposed. They each played their parts, pushed their agendas, and respected each other's skill. A fine trick between two hard-headed, strong-willed women who believed absolutely in their duty to their profession. When Eve broke transmission, muttered, "Coffee," he said, "I'll have some as well." He waited until she came out, handed him a cup. "They look through you." "What?" "People. Some people with this level of social and monetary privilege. Those who can have whatever they wish whenever they wish it, and have chosen not to care, or simply haven't the base in them to care about those who can't. They don't see you, the ones sweating out a day's pay to meet the rent, or those begging on a street corner with empty bellies. They don't see those who provide the services they use as they're no more than droids in the world of that tunnel vision privilege. I'll wager they don't know the names, much less the situations, of those who work for them outside their admins or PAs, and then only the names. You see, you know, and you could probably buy and sell both of them." He shook his head. "It's a different matter, not only in that base, but in the background. I've been the one looked through. It was one of the things I determined to change. And I've killed. There's a weight in that for most of us. I can see, I think, how they might kill without that weight. Because the victims aren't people to them. They're like a chair or a pair of shoes, just something they buy. They pay for the kill. That keeps coming around for me. They bought them, then owned them. And it's a new thrill, the killing." He could, now that she'd opened the window to it, see them sitting in their fine homes over fine brandy, discussing that new thrill. "It's fresh and fascinating," he went on. "When you can have anything you like, there can be little that feels fresh and fascinating." "Do you feel that way?" "Not a bit." He smiled a little as he turned to her. "But in my way, it's the business itself, the angles, the strategies, the possibilities that are fresh and fascinating. And I have you. Who do they have? As you said, they keep nothing on display that connects them to family, to a loved one. It's one of the things I'm going to look at. Their exes, their family connections, the people they hang with. What do they do with their leisure time? They don't play polo or squash, but I had it right on golf. You'd made me curious," he said when she frowned at him. "So I looked into it a bit. They both belong to the Oceanic Yacht Club, quite exclusive, as you'd expect, and have participated or sponsored quite a number of races and events. They both enjoy baccarat, high stakes. They each own majority shares in racehorses, which often compete. Compete, she repeated, another pattern. When not in New York, tending to their company's HQs, or, in my opinion, after a bit of digging, sitting in as the symbolic head, they tend to follow the seasons and trends. They sail, they ski, they gamble, attend parties and premieres. Together? Often, but not always. They do have separate interests as well. Dudley enjoys tennis, playing, and attending the important matches. Moriarty prefers chess. Non-team sports. So it seems. They compete with each other in several areas. That's part of their dynamic. Separately, they go for activities where you compete head-to-head rather than suit up with a team. She nodded. It's good data. Now I need to get more. Do you want in on that? I have a little time I can squeeze in. He traced a fingertip along the dent in her chin. For a price. Nothing's free. There's my motto. What can I do for you, Lieutenant? You could go back further. See if these two went to school together at any point, or have any relatives in common. Basically, I'd like to pin down when they met, how, that sort of thing. Easy enough. And keep it on the straight line. You do know how to spoil my fun. That may cost you double. You can start with the dishes, he said, and strolled away. She scowled, but she couldn't bitch since he'd put the meal together. I bet these guys don't expect their bed partners to dump stupid dishes in the machine, she called out. Darling, you're so much more to me than a bed partner. Yeah, she grumbled, but gathered up the dishes, dumped them into the machine. She sat, input all the information Rourke had given her, added various elements of her own into the file. Computer, run a probability on Dudley and Moriarty killing both victims while working as competitors and or partners, considering these acts part of a game or sport. Acknowledged. Working. Yeah, take your time. Chew it over. Computer, simultaneous tasking. Background check on former spouses and cohabs of Dudley and Moriarty. Addition, she thought quickly, search and find any official announcements of engagements for either subject. Run background check. Secondary task acknowledged. Working. Computer, relay the data on previous search regarding military service for ancestors of both subjects. Screen 1 display. Acknowledged. Data on screen 1. She sat back, began to scan, and thanked God she'd limited the search to between 1945 and 1965, as there were dozens of names in each family. She sipped coffee as she read, and found another pattern. Computer, separate commissioned officers, major and above, from current list. Display that data, screen 2. Acknowledged. Working. Primary task complete. Probability is 54.2 that subjects Dudley and Moriarty killed both victims as competitors or partners as a game or sport. Not bad, but no cheers from the crowd. She studied the remaining names on screen 1. Only 5. Okay. Computer, run a full background on the individuals on screen 1. Highlight military service. While it worked, she rose to update her board, to circle it, to consider it until the computer announced her secondary task complete. She studied the composites Feeney had sent her from the partial image on the amusement security. Could be Dudley, she mused, sporting a fake goatee and long brown hair. Could be Uric. Could be an army of other men, which is just what the defense team would point out. The shoe was a better bet, but she'd have the composites as weight. She'd have them to help tip those scales if she needed them, and when she was ready. She ordered the names on screen 2 saved and removed, and replaced with the new data. One ex-wife each, she noted, and each from prestigious, wealthy families. Same circle again. Barely 2 years for Dudley, shy of 3 for Moriarty. Just over 2 years prior to his marriage to one Annalie Babington, Dudley's engagement to a Felicity Van Witt had been announced, and its dissolution announcement had come some 7 months later. I thought that was my job. Huh? She glanced back, mind elsewhere, as Rourke came in. The relations. This is something else. What? Felicity Van Witt, engaged to Dudley for slightly more than half a year, is first cousin to Patrice DeLauter. He nodded toward the screen. Moriarty's ex-wife. Fucker. When I can, and only with you, darling. Not you. But she laughed. DeLauter married Moriarty right after Dudley and the cousin broke it off. Moriarty would have been 26, Dudley 25. They met through the women. I want to talk to the women. Hold on, she snapped when the computer interrupted with another completed task. She took a breath, cleared her head again. On screen. Pacing, she read the data on each name. See this one? Joseph Dudley, good old Joe. Great-uncle to our current Dudley. Joe gets tossed out of Harvard, drops out of Princeton, gets a couple knocks for drunk and disorderly. Then he joins the regular army as a grunt. He's the only private, regular army of the bunch, and he's the closest relation. Not a cousin 6 times removed or whatever it is, but the great-granddaddy's brother. He served during the Korean War, Rourke added. Earned a Purple Heart. I bet he had a bayonet. I bet you my ass he did. I already have your ass. Or intend to. Cute. I raised that bet with Joe bringing that bayonet home as a memento, where it ended up being passed down to Winnie. Difficult to prove. We'll see about that. But even if I can't, it's another strong probable. We're loaded with them. By the way, they didn't attend the same schools. But the fiancé and the ex-wife, the cousins, both attended Smith, as did a female cousin of Dudley's at the same time. Okay, so they go back. They go back, ran in the same pack, at least in their 20s, and they're still running in the same pack. Both had marriages that failed. Neither had offspring, and both remain unmarried and unpartnered. Lots of common ground. Like minds? Competitive. She blew out a breath. Murderous. That's a different matter. Look at the fiancée. She's married now, married for 11 years, 2 kids. Lives in Greenwich, that makes it easy. Worked as a psychologist until the first kid. Professional mother status until last year. The youngest would have started school. She's the one I want to talk to first. Tomorrow. They're not going to hold off the next round too long. Not too long. She sat, went back to work. Chapter 13. Eve woke in the quiet, in the stillness, and for an instant thought the waking a dream. But she knew the arms around her, the legs tangled with hers. She knew the scent of him, and drifted into it as her mind waded through the thinning fog of sleep. She barely remembered going to bed. He'd carried her, as he often did when she conked out over her work. Reams of data, she thought, and nothing solid in that fluid stream to push the investigation beyond theory. She'd run it all again, picked at it, and through it, re-angled it. Connections to connections always meant something, so they'd conduct more interviews. Swim in the stream long enough, she told herself, you'd wrap up against something solid. You're thinking too loud. She opened her eyes, looked at Rourke. It was rare to wake with him on a workday, as he habitually rose well before she did. She often thought he conducted more business in the hours just before and after dawn than most did in a full day. Did they live their work, or work their lives? And boy, her brain wasn't ready to tackle that kind of question at this hour. Better just to know whichever it was, or maybe it was both, they did okay with it. In the normal course of things, by the time she got up, he'd be checking the stock and other financial reports on screen, drinking coffee, fully dressed in one of his 6 million perfectly fitted suits. And why did men wear suits, she wondered. How and why had it worked out so men wore suits and women wore dresses, unless you were talking about trannies? Who decided these things? And how come everybody just went along, so guys said, sure, I'll wear suits and tie a colorful noose around my neck, and women said, no problem, I'll wear this thing that leaves my legs bare, then stick these shoes with stilts on the back on my feet? That was something to think about, she decided. But some other time, because right now it was nice to wake this way, all warm and soft and naked together as they had on vacation. Still too loud, he murmured. Mute your brain. It made her smile, the slurry voice, the before-coffee irritability. That was usually her job. She tried to judge the time by the soft gray light sliding through the sky window. Tried to calculate how much sleep they'd managed to catch. He opened his eyes. Like a blue bolt of lightning, she thought, in the soft gray. Not going to shut up, are you then? The hell with the time, she decided. If he was still in bed, it was pretty damn early. I guess I could think about something else. She stroked a hand down his flank, watching his eyes as she glided it up again between their tangled legs. Since you're up anyway. It's funny, isn't it, how a guy's dick wakes up before he does? Why is that? It doesn't like to miss an opportunity. Such as now, he added, when she guided him inside her. Nice. She sighed, and when she began to move, it was just as slow and easy. Soft, sweet, this aspect of his cop. His warrior never failed to dazzle him. His mind and body woke to her, roused to her in a long, quiet rise while day took its first breath in the sky above them. Her whiskey-colored eyes intoxicated, but more, in them was the light he'd yearned for all of his life. She was his daybreak, his sunrise after the long, hard shadows of night. Wanting more, needing more, he shifted to bring her under him, pressed his lips to the curve of her neck, and with the taste broke his fast with her. She sighed again, but longer, deeper, with a catch in her throat as pleasure saturated every pore. Her mind emptied so all those circling thoughts drifted away under the blissful hum of sensation. That steady beat that was heart and blood and breath belonged to them in this still and hazy moment before dawn. With it there were no questions, no cases, no sorrows, no regrets. She gave herself to it, and him, let herself open on that slow ride. When her breath quickened, when it all coalesced inside her, burgeoning on that thin line between need and release, she framed his face in her hands. She wanted his face in her eyes when the line dissolved. For a long, lovely moment, the world slid away, so the morning shimmered to life with quiet joy. With the jump start to the day, she didn't feel guilty about loitering over a breakfast of berries and a bagel. While the morning reports scrolled on screen, she indulged in a second cup of coffee. 96. She nodded toward the forecast. And look at that humiture. The city'll be a steam bath. I like steam. She bit into her bagel as the cat watched her with hope and resentment. And we'll be out of the city for a while anyway. Connecticut, she reminded him. I spent a lot of time getting the skinny on Dudley's former fiancé and his ex-wife and Moriarty's ex. Nobody knows you like an ex, and generally, nobody's happier to share the crappier sides of you. Then I'd better keep you. Be a fool not to. Neither of them's been able, or maybe it's willing, to maintain a serious long-term relationship, except, the way it looks, with each other. She plucked a fat black raspberry out of the bowl. That's telling. I burn my eyes reading society squibs, articles, gossip shit. They've dated a lot of the same women, and that's interesting too. Another kind of competition, maybe. She scooped up more berries. And another thing I found interesting. There's all these little bits about one or both of them being at some bullfight in Spain, some big premiere in Hollywood, or skiing the Matterhorn or whatever. Doing the shiny spots when other people in that strata do the shiny spots. Would we be doing that if I wasn't such a bitch about it? Absolutely. Pass me that coffee, bitch. She snorted out a laugh. Remember your crappier side, Ace, and my knowledge thereof. Anyway, what was interesting was none of the exes were in any of the shiny spots at the same time as they were. Not once that I could find a mention of. They still occupy that same strata, and the ex-wives in particular run the same kind of loop, but they never seem to hit the same spot at the same time. Running with that, I scraped a little more off. Ex-Moriarty has a second ex, but they do. Hit the same spot at the same time, often. I want to get her to tell me why that is. She paused. Did you know there are all kinds of write-ups and little features on us, on our vacation? Rourke pointed a finger at Galahad, who'd begun his crouch toward the berries. The cat turned his head toward the screen, as if suddenly enraptured by the financial news. I expect there would be. Doesn't that bother you? No, it's just what is. He watched her drink some of the orange juice he'd fortified with a vitamin supplement. And none of those who write up that sort of thing have any idea I'm sitting here having breakfast with my bitch of a wife after some very pleasant morning sex. She shifted her gaze. The cat knows. He'll keep his mouth shut if he knows what's good for him. We have home. He touched a hand briefly to hers. Outside of it, privacy isn't as important or as possible. I get that, mostly. Some of these people, and I think these two are in that type, they seek out that kind of attention. They want to read about what they were wearing when they had pizza in some trattoria in Florence. Apparently, she'd been wearing cropped celadon pants and a white sleeveless float. She shrugged that off. They like attention, she continued. I think that plays into why they chose this sort of murder game, with the attention-getting elements. They like hearing the media buzz about it. Another reason they may have timed it so it favored the odds of you being called in as primary. Maybe. She downed the rest of the juice, having no idea how much that pleased him. I need to get going. I'm going to swing by and pick Peabody up at her place, save some time. Will you spread the word about Saturday, or should I? Saturday? Your gathering of friends? She stayed blank another moment. Oh, right. I'll do it. He pulled out a memo cube. A reminder. He took her chin, drew her over for a kiss. Try not to come home with any more slices or holes. She trailed a finger down his side, where he'd had a slice of his own. Same goes. She used the time she poked along in traffic to send emails for what Rourke called the gathering of friends, got it off her plate, and promptly forgot about it. Attention, she thought. Her killers enjoyed it. Considered it their due? Possibly. A different matter than the killer who sought attention because on some level he wanted to be caught, wanted to be stopped, even punished. If it was, as her line of theory followed, some sort of contest or competition between them, getting caught wasn't an issue. Winning was. Or if not winning, the competition itself. Competitions had rules, she concluded. Had to have some sort of structure, and in order to win, someone else had to lose. How many more rounds of play, she wondered. Was there an endgame? Questions circled in her mind as she stopped at a light, idly watched pedestrians cross. Ordinary people, she mused, off to their ordinary day. Breakfast meetings, shops to open, marketing to deal with, jobs waiting to be done. People with a direction to keep, chores to be done, lists in their heads, duties to perform. Most people, most ordinary people, ran by the clock. Work, school, family, appointments, schedules. What did these two run by? They weren't ordinary people, but two men born into the top level of privilege, men who could have whatever they wanted whenever they wanted it, and ordinary people served it up for them, ran on their schedule, even their whim. Power and privilege. Rourke had both. And, yeah, she thought, maybe part of the reason he was who and what he was due to the fact he'd grown up hard and grown up hungry. But that wasn't the sum of it. She thought of him and Brian Kelly, that long, strong connection, affection, trust. Brian owned and ran a successful pub in Dublin, and Rourke owned and ran half the damn world. But when they came together, as they had at the park, at a murder scene, at a family farm, they were simply friends. Equals. It was more than what you had, even more than how you'd come by it. It was what you did with it, and with yourself. Power and privilege, she thought again. Just another excuse for being an asshole. 2 blocks from Peabody's, Eve tagged her partner. 5 minutes. Get your ass down. She cut transmission without waiting for a response. When she pulled up, double parking while other vehicles objected bitterly, she scanned the building where she'd once lived. Ordinary again. A squat tower like so many others in a city jammed with people who needed space to eat, sleep, live. A hive, she thought, honeycombed with those spaces, those people, all living on top of each other. Now she lived in a home far from ordinary, one Rourke had built through ambition, need, style, wealth, and which she was still faintly embarrassed to admit was a mansion. Maybe she wasn't exactly the same woman she'd been when she'd lived in the hive, and maybe she'd come to understand that she was better for it, but the core remained, didn't it? She still did what she did, still did the job, lived the life. Maybe you just were what you were, she considered. Evolving, sure, changing as your life changed, but that core was still the core. She watched Peabody come out, her dark hair pulled up and back in a short, bouncy tail, a thin, loose jacket swinging at her hips, short, summer-pink gel boots on her feet. A long stretch from the square helmet of hair, the buffed and polished uniform she'd worn when Eve had taken her on as aide. Changes, and Eve admitted she wasn't always comfortable with change. But pink shoes or not, Peabody was a cop right to the bone. "Money doesn't make you an asshole," Eve said when Peabody opened the door. It just makes you an asshole with money. Okay. And people who kill for thrills, they always had the thirst for it, the predilection for it. Just maybe not the stones. Peabody wiggled her butt to settle in. And you think we're going to see that about Dudley when we talk to the ex-fiancé? Cop to the bone, Eve thought again. I'm going to be pretty damn surprised if we don't. From the background I ran, she seems like the solid type. Volunteers as a counselor at the local youth center, and he coaches softball. They belong to the country club, and she chairs a committee here and there. Feels like sort of the usual bits for that social and financial lifestyle. Ordinary people, Eve thought again, with money. She'd have been a lot higher on the ladder if she'd married Dudley. Peabody shrugged. But she's not exactly scraping bottom. Anyway, with what you dug up last night, she's connected to Dudley and Moriarty with the cousin thing, the college pal thing. Makes you wonder, if we're right about these two, how far back they've been into the nasty. That kind of partnership requires absolute trust, or stupidity. I don't think they're stupid, or not completely stupid. Eve considered. And that kind of trust has to build over some time. Because if one of them cracks, it all cracks. If one talks, they both go down. And still, if it's competition, one has to lose. Losing would be not making the kill, or getting caught, or screwing up. I can't turn it any other way. Maybe neither one of them believes he can lose. Somebody has to. Yeah, but when McNabb and I play, for instance, I'm always sort of shocked and pissed off if I lose. I go in knowing I'm gonna win. Every time. It's the same with him. I think because we're pretty well matched in the games we get into, and separately, we usually destroy whoever else we're playing against. It's a thought. Eve squeezed it a little harder. It's a good thought, she decided. They're arrogant bastards. Maybe the concept of losing isn't on the table. She rolled it around in her mind, let it bump against the other elements. The killings are planned. They're orchestrated, and so far we know 2 were orchestrated back to back. There's no impulse about it. Someone plots and plans and basically choreographs murder. There's something in there that wants the kill. You can hide it, spruce it up with coats of polish, but that something's gonna eke through off and on. Peabody nodded. Especially with or around someone who's close enough to see it, so they, you could say, recognized each other. Recognition. Wasn't that the same term she'd come to when considering her long friendship with Mavis? Yeah, I would say recognition's a factor. What we need is to find other people who recognize them. We need to build on that until we have enough to bring them in, sweat them some, or enough to get a search. Because they have to be communicating after a kill. There's no way either of them would or could wait until the media hits to confirm the round. On my fork, I haven't found any connection between the Vicks and Sweeter Foster, between the Vicks and Moriarty or Dudley, or any combination thereof, except for the known company connections. Might still be there, something more subtle, or something that just doesn't show. Connecticut was different, Eve mused. The space people could claim for their own purposes spread, with lots of green, lots of trees, gardens manicured as luxuriously as any society matron after a salon session. Vehicles showed off their style and shine on paved driveways, and as those private spaces increased in size, she caught glimpses of red clay tennis courts, the Caribbean blue of swimming pools, the dark circles of helipads. What do people do out here? Whatever they want, was Peabody's opinion. What I mean is you can't walk anywhere. There's no deli on the corner, no handy glide cart, no buzz, no movement. Just houses. I guess that's why people live out here or move out here. They don't want the buzz. They want the quiet and the space. You get to have both, Peabody pointed out. Using the navigation on her wrist unit, Eve turned into a driveway that circled to a house on a small rise. Van Witt had gone for a modified U shape, with the center two-story leg connecting the long single-story juts in a mix of stone and wood and glass. Flowers were cheerful and plentiful, trees tall and shady. She angled where the drive widened into a small lot and pulled in beside a spiffy little topless number in stoplight red. It's pretty. Peabody looked around as they walked to the main door. Probably a nice place to raise kids with all this room. Low crime area, good schools. You thinking of moving? No, I want the buzz too. But I can see how people aspire to places like this. A woman in cropped pants and a tucked white shirt answered the bell. May I help you? Felicity Van Witt. Eve held up her badge. Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody, NYPSD. We'd like to speak with her. The children. The woman's hand rushed up to slap against her heart. It has nothing to do with the children. Oh, they're on a field trip in New York today with their youth club. I thought... Sorry. Dr. Van Witt is in session. Can you tell me what this is about? Who are you? Anna Munson. I'm the house manager. We'll need to speak with Dr. Van Witt directly. She should be done in about 10 minutes. Still, she hesitated. I'm sorry. I don't want to be rude, but we're not used to having the police at the door. There's no trouble, Eve told her. We're hoping the doctor can give us some insight regarding an investigation. I see. Clearly she didn't, but she stepped back. If you don't mind waiting, I'll let the doctor know you're here as soon as she's out of session. The house was as pretty and spacious inside as out. Managed, Eve supposed, very well by Anna. Flowers looked to have come straight from the gardens and had been arranged without fuss. Anna showed them to a sitting area with views of those gardens and a pretty little house that served a sparkling swimming pool. Can I get you something cold to drink? I was just thinking about iced coffee. Eve couldn't understand why anybody wanted to screw good coffee up with ice, and shook her head. No, thanks. I'd love some, if you're making it anyway. Anna smiled at Peabody. It gives me an excuse to have some. Please, sit down. Be comfortable. I'll only be... Did you say Lieutenant Dallas? Eve Dallas? That's right. In the book? The Icove investigation? I read it last week. Oh, it's so exciting. Horrible, she added quickly, but I couldn't put the book down. Dallas and Peabody. Imagine that. Dr. Van Witt's reading it now. She'll be thrilled to meet you. Great, Eve said, and left it at that. She didn't roll her shoulders to shift off the discomfort until Anna hurried out. How long do you figure that's going to happen? Ooh, the Icove book. Crap. I don't know. I think it's pretty frosty. And you've got to admit, it changes attitudes. She was polite, but suspicious. Now she's juiced we're here. I guess there's that. Eve wandered the room. Flowers, some family photos, nice paintings, comfortable furnishings in soft and serene colors. Given the size and layout of the house, she suspected this was a kind of company room rather than a family hangout. Anna was back quickly with a tray holding Peabody's iced coffee, a second glass, and a cup of hot black. "I remember from the book you like coffee, Lieutenant, so I made some just in case. The doctor will be right with you. The other iced coffee's for her. Is there anything else I can do for you?" "No, we're set. Thanks for the coffee." "It's no problem at all. I'll just—" She trailed off as Felicity came in, another glass in her hand. "Anna, you left your coffee in the kitchen." Felicity passed the glass, then walked straight to Eve. "It's a pleasure to meet you, both of you. I'm absolutely riveted by the Icove story, and desperately hoping you're here to ask me to consult on some fascinating murder." She laughed when she said it, bright and easy, and obviously not at all serious. She wore her hair short and brightly red, and her eyes, a deep dark green, held warmth and ease. "Actually, Dr. Van Witt, we'd like to ask you some questions about Winston Dudley." And Eve watched that warmth and ease die. "Winnie, I don't know what I could tell you. I haven't seen him in years." "You were engaged at one time." "Yes." The smile remained in place, strained at the corners. "That was practically another life." "Then you can tell us about that life." Deliberately, Eve picked up her coffee, sat. "I'll just be in the kitchen," Anna began. "No, please stay." "Anna's family," Felicity said. "I'd like her to stay." "That's fine. How did you meet Dudley?" "At a party. At my cousin's. At Patrice DeLauder's. She knew him a little. She was seeing Sylvester Moriarty, and in fact became engaged shortly after the party. Winnie and I started seeing each other, and were engaged for a short time." "Why short?" "I wish you'd tell me why this matters to anyone. It was nearly 15 years ago." "I wonder why it's difficult for you to talk about, after almost 15 years." Now Felicity sat, picked up her coffee for a long, slow sip as she studied Eve. "What has he done?" "What makes you think he's done anything?" "I'm a psychologist." Both her face and her voice sharpened. "You and I can play cryptic all day long. I can only tell you he's connected to an investigation, and my partner and I are conducting background checks. Your name came up." "Well, as I said, I haven't seen or spoken to him in a very long time." "Bad breakup?" "Not particularly." Her gaze shifted away from Eve's. "We simply didn't suit." "Why are you afraid of him?" "I have no reason to be afraid of him." "Now?" She re-angled in her chair. Stalling, Eve noted, trying to pick the right words, the right attitude. "I don't know that I had any reason to be afraid of him then. You're not here because you're doing simple background, because he's connected to an investigation. You're investigating him. I think it's reasonable for me to know what and why before I tell you anything." "2 people are dead. Is that enough?" Felicity closed her eyes, lifted a hand. Without a word, Anna moved over to sit on the arm of the chair, take that hand in hers. "Yes." She opened her eyes again. They stayed direct and steady as they met Eve's. "Do I have any reason to be afraid of him? For myself? For my family?" "I don't believe so. But it's hard to say when I don't have the background between you and Dudley. He was at a dinner party in Greenwich a few nights ago," Eve added, "a few miles from here." "He didn't contact you?" "No, he'd have no reason to. I'd like it to stay that way." "Then help us out, Dr. Van Witt." Peabody kept her voice low and soothing. "And we'll do everything we can to make sure it does stay that way." "I was very young," Felicity began, "and he was very charming, very handsome. I was absolutely dazzled, swept off my feet, cliché or not. He pursued me and courted me. Flowers, gifts, poetry, attention. It wasn't love on my part. I realized that after it ended. It was thrall. He was, literally, everything a young woman could have wanted or asked for. She paused a moment. Not stalling now, Eve noted, but looking back, remembering. He didn't love me. I realized that sooner than I realized my own feelings, but I wanted him to, desperately. So I tried, as young women often do, to be what he wanted. He and I and Patrice and Sly went everywhere together. It was exciting. And, God, so much fun. Weekends at Newport, or the Côte d'Azur, an impromptu dinner trip to Paris, anything and everything. She took a deep breath. He was my first lover. I was naive and nervous, and he was very considerate. The first time. He wanted other things. Things that made me uncomfortable. But he didn't push, not overtly. Still, the longer we were together, the more I felt something off. Something... as if I'd catch a shadow or movement out of the corner of my eye, then turn and it would be gone, but I knew I'd seen it. She drank, cleared her throat. He enjoyed illegals. Many did, and it was recreational, or it seemed so. Then again, recreation was what he did, what we did, so there was always a little boost of something. And he did pressure me to use, to have fun, not to be so closed in. When he and Sly were together, there was a kind of wildness, and it was appealing at first, exciting at first. But then it got to be too much, too fast, too hard, too wild, because, at the core, I wasn't what I was trying to be. She paused, breathed, and on the arm of the chair Anna continued to sit, a silent wall of support. He started hurting me. Just a little accidents that left bruises. And I started to realize he liked to see me frightened. He'd always soothe me after, but I could see on his face he enjoyed frightening me, accidentally locking me in a dark room, or driving too fast, or holding me under just a bit too long when we went to the beach. And the sex got rough, too rough, mean. She stared into her iced coffee for a long moment. Remembering again, Eve thought, but her hand stayed steady as she lifted the glass to drink. He was so charming otherwise, and so smooth. For a time I thought it was me, that I was too closed in, not open enough to the new or the exciting. But you didn't want what he wanted, Eve prompted, or to do what he pressured you to do. No, I didn't. It just wasn't me. I started to realize, more to accept, I was pretending to be something I wasn't to please him, and I knew I couldn't keep it up. I didn't want to keep it up, she corrected. Once I overheard him and Sly talking about it, laughing at me. I knew I had to break it off, but I didn't know how. My family adored him. He was so charming, so sweet, so perfect. Except for those moments out of the corner of the eye. Except for the accidents. So I picked a fight with him, in public, because I was afraid of him. And I maneuvered him into breaking it off. He was so angry, and he said horrible things to me, but every word was a relief because I knew he didn't want me, and he wouldn't bother about me. He'd walk away, and I'd be free. He never spoke to me again. She shook her head, let out a short, surprised laugh. I mean that literally. Never another word. It was as if all those months hadn't happened. We both attended my cousin's wedding to Sly, and he didn't even speak to me or look at me. Not, if you understand me, in a way that was a deliberate snub. It was as if I were invisible, didn't exist, never had. I was just no longer there for him. And that was an even bigger relief. They look through you, Rourke said, and Eve understood exactly what Felicity meant. Is that what you wanted to know? Yeah. You have a nice place here, Dr. Van Witt. I bet you have nice kids and a good husband, work you're good at and enjoy, friends who matter. Yes, I do. Yes. Eve rose. Maybe you were young. Maybe you were naive and dazzled and swept. But you weren't stupid. He's a dangerous man. They both are. I believe that. So do I. He won't bother you or your family, Eve promised. You're not in his world, and he has no reason to hurt you. I'm going to talk to your cousin. Will it help if I contact her, tell her some of this? It might. Then I will. Felicity got to her feet, held out a hand. I hope I helped. But I have to tell you, this sort of thing is a lot more exciting and a lot less emotionally wearing in a book than it is in real life. You got that right. Chapter 14. Peabody stayed quiet for several miles while the lushly green landscape whizzed by. You really don't think there's a chance Dudley will go at her, or her family? Not now. Not while he's into this competition. If he'd wanted to pay her back for dumping him or maneuvering him into dumping her, he'd have done it before this. She wanted to talk to Mira, but his type, she wasn't worthy of him. He was just using her as a toy, then he got tired of her. That's how it plays in his head. So, just as she said, she stopped existing in his world. She's not even a blip at this point. If they keep at it, continue to rack up points, or however they're scoring this deal, either one of them could decide to make it personal. But not now. If it is a competition, how do two men like these two come up with it? Does one of them just say, "Hey, let's have a murder tournament"? I can almost see that, Peabody added. Too much to drink, hanging out, maybe add in some illegals. Things you say or do under the influence that seem so brilliant or funny or insightful, and you're never going to follow through with, clean and sober. But they do. And if this is a contest, they go forward with it, with rules, with, like you said, structure. She shifted, frowned at Eve. It's a big deal. Even if it's just a game to them, it's a big game. Not just the killing itself, which is way big enough, but the selections, Vicks, weapons, timing, venue, and cover your ass. Do you go into that cold? I mean, if you're going to compete in a major competition, sports, gaming, talent, whatever, you don't just jump in. Not if you want to win. You don't jump on a horse to compete for the blue ribbon if you've never ridden before, right? Because odds are pretty strong for not only losing, but humiliating yourself in the bargain. I don't see these guys risking humiliation. Good. Excellent, in fact, Eve noted. Neither do I. You think they've killed before? I'd bet your ass on it. Why my ass? Eyes slitted, Peabody jabbed a finger in the air. Because it's bigger? Because it has more padding? That's hitting below the belt. Your ass is below your belt. I'd bet mine, too, if it makes you feel better. Let's bet Rourke's ass, because really, in my opinion, of the three of us, his is the best. Fine. We'll bet all the asses on it. They've killed before. Together, most likely. Impulse, accident, deliberately, that I don't know yet. But I'd bet Mira's shrink's ass that the kill is what turned this corner for them. That, and getting away with it. Mira has a really nice ass. I'm sure she'd be thrilled to know you think so. Geez, don't tell her I said that. Peabody's wince included a defensive hunch of shoulders. I was just following the theme. Follow this theme, Eve suggested. Probability is high, factoring the prevailing theory is correct, that Dudley and/or Moriarty killed by accident or design within the last year. I got an 89.9 when I ran that last night. Take it further into the theme and assume this is also correct. It's very likely the kill took place when they were together, and they conspired to cover up the crime. With this success, they opted to create a competition so they could revisit the thrill of that experience. As whacked as it is, it makes more sense than the, hey, let's go out and kill people idea. They might have been traveling, business, vacation. Both of them spend more time bouncing around than pretending to work in New York. I want to track their travel over the past year, then search for missing persons or unsolved murders, unattended or suspicious deaths in the location during that time frame. It's possible they killed someone who wouldn't be missed. Yeah, but we start with what we can do. I think there will be 2. Peabody nodded slowly. 1 for each of them. They'd need to start even. Jesus, it just gets sicker. And the next round's coming up. Rourke had no particular fondness for golf. He played rarely, and only as an overture and addendum to business. While he appreciated the mathematics and science of the game, he preferred sports that generated more sweat and risk. Still, he found it simple and satisfying to entertain a business partner with a round, especially when he'd arranged it to coincide with Dudley's and Moriarty's morning tea time. He changed from his suit to khakis and a white golf shirt in one of the private dressing areas, then waited for his guest in one of the lounge sections, passed the time with golfing highlights on the entertainment screen. When he spotted Dudley stepping out of a dressing area, he rose and strolled toward the refreshment bar at an angle designed to have their paths crossing. He paused, nodded casually. Dudley? The man's eyebrows rose. Rourke, I didn't know you were a member. I don't get in often. Golf's not really my game, he said with a shrug. But I have a business associate in town who's mad for it. Do you play here often? Twice a week, routinely. It pays to keep the game sharp. I suppose it does. And as I haven't, when it comes to golf, I doubt I'll give Sue much of a challenge. What's your handicap? 12. Rourke watched Dudley smirk, an expression of derision the man didn't bother to mask. That's why it pays to keep the game sharp. I suppose so. You? Oh, I run at 8. I think that's what Sue hits. I should send him along with you. He'd have a better time of it. Dudley let out a short laugh, then signaled. Rourke turned, gave Moriarty another casual nod as he approached. I didn't know you played here, Moriarty said when he joined them. Rarely. Rourke's entertaining a business associate with a round, though he claims golf isn't his game. It's the perfect way to mix business and pleasure, Moriarty commented, if you possess any skill. What's one without the other? David. Rourke turned again, drawing the lean man with the silver-speckled black skull-cap of hair into the group. David Sue, Winston Dudley, and Sylvester Moriarty. David and I have some mutual interests on Olympus Resort, among others. A pleasure. David offered his hand to both. "Would Winston Dudley III be your father?" "He would. We're acquainted. I hope you'll give him my best." "Happy to." Dudley angled, subtly, giving his shoulder to Rourke. "How do you know him?" "Other mutual business interests, and a shared passion for golf. He's a fierce competitor." "You've played him?" "Many times. I beat him the last time we played by a single stroke. We have to make arrangements for a rematch." "Maybe I can stand as a surrogate. What do you say, Sly? Shall we make it a foursome?" "Why not? Unless Rourke objects." Not at all. And that, Rourke thought, couldn't have been easier. Shortly, they stood outside in the breeze, surveying the first hole. Dudley smoothed on his golf cap. "I met your wife," he said to Rourke. "Did you? You must have heard about the murder. A limo driver, booked by someone who, it appears, hacked into one of our security people's accounts. A terrible thing." "Yes, of course. I caught a mention of it on a screen report. I hope that's not causing you too much trouble." "A ripple." He dismissed it with a flick of the wrist as he took his driver from the caddy. "She did me a service when she uncovered a scam being run by 2 of my employees." "Really? Not connected to the murder?" "Apparently not. Just something she came across while looking into the compromised account. I should send her flowers. She'd consider it her job and nothing more." Dudley took a few practice swings. "I assumed, from reading Nadine First's book, you were more involved in her work." Rourke flashed an easy grin. "It plays well that way in a book, doesn't it? Still, the alcove business had some real meat, and certainly interest in it has proven to have considerable legs. A dead limo driver, even with that loose connection to you, isn't quite as sensational. The media seems to find it meaty enough." Turning his back on Rourke, he sat at the tee. Annoyed, Rourke thought, and wasn't surprised to find himself largely ignored by both men. Sue was more of an interest to them, as his blood was bluer and truer than an upstart from the Dublin alleyways. He had no doubt they'd never have spoken above 2 words to him, much less arranged a golf foursome, if not for their belief he had the inside track on Eve's investigation. Now that he'd indicated otherwise, he was of no particular interest. The space they provided gave him the opportunity to observe them. They cheated, he noted, and by the 5th hole he'd deciphered their codes and signals. Smooth and subtle, he concluded, and very well practiced. They were a bloody pas de deux, he thought. Midway through the course, Rourke and Sue opted to send their cart ahead and walk to the next hole. The temperatures hadn't yet reached their peak, and on the tree-lined green in Queens, with the occasional breeze to stir the air, the heat was pleasant enough. And the walk, as far as Rourke was concerned, provided more entertainment than bashing at a little white ball with a club. "They're disrespectful to you," Sue said, in the most polite of ways. "That doesn't concern me." But Sue shook his head. "They wear their rudeness as comfortably as their golf shoes." "I expect they put more thought into the shoes. The rudeness is simply second nature." "So it appears." He gave Rourke a curious look as they walked. "In the years we've done business together, you've indulged me in a round of golf which you dislike, but this is the first time you've arranged a foursome in this way." "Which you did," Sue continued, "by maneuvering Dudley into suggesting it. One of the reasons I like doing business with you, David, is you see clearly, no matter how thick the bullshit. A skill we share. And so seeing, I think you have other concerns here. You'd be right. It was an opportunity to ask your opinion, as you know Dudley's father. What do you think of the sum? That he and his friend aren't the sort I would play golf with as a rule. Because they cheat. Sue stopped, narrowed his eyes. Do they? I wondered. But why would they risk censure by the club for a casual game? We have no bet. For some, winning's more important than the play. Will you report them? No, that doesn't concern me either. I'm happy to let them win this game in their way, as there's a bigger one they'll lose. This game was, for me, a way to observe, and a chance to add to their sense of entitlement, overconfidence. Should I apologize for drawing you into it? Not if you'll give me more details. As soon as I can. How well do you know Dudley's father? Well enough to tell you the father is disappointed in the son, and I see now he has cause. Sue sighed. It's a pity you don't put more time and effort into your golf game. You have a natural ability and an excellent form without the interest. If you had it, I think even with the cheating we could beat them. Well then, Rourke mused, he was here to entertain an associate. I can make it harder for them to cheat. Is that so? Rourke slipped a hand into his pocket, tapped his PPC, which boasted a number of off-the-market modifications. In fact, it might be more to the point of the exercise to do just that. The game itself, David, will be mostly on you, but I'll put myself into it with more interest from this point. Sue's smile spread sharp and fierce. Let's bury the bastards. Eve turned toward the bullpen at Homicide as Baxter and Trueheart walked out. You've got a Patrice DeLauder looking for you, Baxter told her. We put her in the lounge. Huh. Word spreads fast. It does, such as looking forward to Saturday. Appreciate the invitation, Lieutenant, Trueheart added. Right. Good. Peabody, listen, Trueheart's too shy to ask, but I'm not. Can the boy bring a date? I don't care, Eve said, as Trueheart turned light pink and hunched his broad shoulders. I guess that means you want to bring one, too. Actually, no. Baxter grinned. A date means I'll have to pay attention to somebody, and it's going to be all about me, brew, and cow meat. We're due in court. Baxter tapped a finger to his temple and strode toward the glide. Thanks, Lieutenant. Casey's going to be really excited about Saturday. Can we bring something? Like what? A dish? We have dishes. We have lots of dishes. He means food, Peabody interrupted. Don't worry about it, Trueheart. They've got plenty of that, too. Why would somebody bring food when they're coming to your place to eat? Eve wondered when Trueheart hurried after Baxter. It's a social nicety. There are too many of those. And who started them? It's like dresses and suits. It is? Never mind. I'll take DeLauder. Write up the interview with Van Witt and start digging into the travel. All over it. Eve headed into the lounge with its simple, sturdy tables, vending offerings, and smell of bad coffee and meat substitute. A scatter of cops took a short break there, or conducted informal interviews. No one would mistake the woman at the corner table for a cop. A mass of wavy red hair with golden highlights spilled past her shoulders in a fiery waterfall. It tumbled around a porcelain face dominated by bold green eyes, such was the family resemblance to her cousin. It ended there. She wore a snug, low-cut tank over very impressive breasts, and a snug, short skirt over fairly stupendous legs. A multitude of thin chains of varying lengths sparkled around her neck, over the impressive breasts, and to the waist of that snug, short skirt. She looked indolent, Eve thought, as if she had all the time in the world to sit there, all sparkle and flame in the dull room, and was mildly amused at where she found herself to be. Ms. DeLauder? That's right. Patrice did one quick up-and-down sweep, then offered a hand. You'd be Lieutenant Dallas. I'm sorry you had to wait. I was expecting to go to you at some point. Felicity contacted me. I was in the city, so I decided to come here. It's a fascinating place. That's a fabulous jacket. Leonardo? Eve glanced down at the blue jacket she'd put on to cover her weapon. Maybe. Simple lines in a cropped length, matched with the strong color in that Nico blue, and the interest of the Celtic design on the buttons, which matched the one on your ring. Clever. And the fit's perfect. Eve glanced down again. She'd just thought of it as the blue jacket. Leonardo's one of the reasons I'm in the city. He's designing a gown for me. Okay. Do you want something to drink? Patrice's smile went from beautiful to breathtaking. What's safe? Water. With a laugh, she gestured. Water it is. Eve crossed over, scowled at the vending machine, and mentally warned it not to give her grief. She plugged in her code, ordered 2 bottles of water, and to her surprise, the machine spit them out without incident. When Eve came back to sit, Patrice held up a hand. Let me just say, before we start, that I knew some of what Felicity told you today, but not all. We're friendly, and we love each other, but we tend to drift in and out of each other's lives. I wish, back when she got involved with Winnie, I'd taken more care with her, that I'd taken care of her. We were both young, but she was always softer than I, sweeter and more easily hurt. So I suppose I'm here because of that, because I feel, in some ways, responsible for what happened to her, how he treated her. She came through it. Felicity smiled again. Softer and sweeter, and in some ways stronger. The woman he ended up marrying was neither soft nor sweet, and came out of it richer, maybe a bit harder. You know Annalee Babington? I do, though we're not particularly close. I dated her second husband for a while. Patrice flashed that smile again. We're colorful, playful fish in an incestuous little pond. From what Felicity said, I imagine you're going to talk to her at some point. It may have to be a later point, as she's vacationing on Olympus for the next couple weeks. I can tell you, as it's common knowledge in our little pond, there's no love lost between Lee and Winnie. Is there any lost between you and Sylvester Moriarty? None. Why don't you tell me about it? About him. Sly. She sighed, sipped her water. No woman forgets her first. Husband, I mean. You're still on your first. Planning to stay there. We all do. I was crazy about him. Maybe I was a little crazy altogether, but I was young and rich and considered myself invulnerable. He was exciting, maddeningly aloof, and a little dangerous under all that polish. It attracted me. The undercoating, you could say. Dangerous how? Everything was immediate, and harder, faster, higher, lower than anyone else. It had to be, or we'd be like everyone else, and that we would never be. We drank too much, did whatever illegals were in style, had sex anywhere and everywhere. She angled her head. Did your mother ever pull out that chestnut about if your friends jumped off a cliff, would you jump too? Eve had a flicker, very brief, of her mother's face, and the loathing in her eyes for the child she'd borne. No. Well, it's an old standard. We had to be the first to jump off the cliff. If there was a trend, we were going to set it. If there was trouble, we were going to make it. God knows how much money our parents pulled out of the coffers to keep us out of jail. There aren't any arrests on your records. Greased palms. Patrice swept her fingers over her palm. It's also a standard, and works in every language. We were self-indulgent and reckless. Then I did the most reckless thing of all. I fell in love. I believe he had feelings for me, which I thought were love, and might even have been for a while in some strange way. Then he met Winnie, and though it took me a long time to see it, Sly loved him more. Not romantically, exactly, and not sexually, she added. Sly likes women. But what I came to realize after we were married, after it became clear we couldn't remain so, was he and Winnie weren't like two sides of the same coin. They were the same side. They didn't want anyone, not long-term, on that other side. Did he ever hurt you, physically? No, never. I think there might have been others. Other women he did hurt, but never me. I was his wife, and that was, again in a strange way, a point of pride, for a while. Still, it was after we were married, a year or so after Winnie and Felicity broke up, and Winnie was out and about with women, that Sly asked me if I'd be agreeable to experimenting with a third bed partner. She paused, sipped, studied Eve. Felicity told me she felt you were very non-judgmental. I have no reason or cause to judge you, Ms. DeLauder. Do me a favor, considering the topic. Call me Pat. She set down the water, said nothing for a moment, as conversations murmured around them, as people came in, as others walked out. This takes me back. God, I really was crazy about Sly. I thought he was everything I wanted. Exciting, handsome, daring. And at that point in my life, I was completely open to trying everything. Except initially I thought he meant Winnie, and that I wasn't open to. Why? She leaned forward. I came to understand Sly wasn't everything I wanted. And there was something in there that would doom or damn me. But Winnie? After Felicity broke things off, he was, again, under that polish, vicious. There was something in his eyes, in his voice, in his body that sent alarms out. I don't really know how to explain it to you, but young and adventurous as I wasn't willing to share a bed with him. And on that point I was very clear, very firm. How'd he take that? He barely spoke to me for the next 2 weeks, and, in fact, took off without me for a few days to spend some time. God, I don't remember where. It hardly matters. When he came back, and we made up, he told me he'd been angry because of my attitude, because I'd insulted his closest friend and put restrictions on our own relationship. She smiled a little. It didn't change my mind about those restrictions, but I was relieved when he told me that wasn't what he wanted either. He didn't want another man, even his good friend in bed with us, but another woman. And I thought, what the hell? That could be fun. And I had been pretty harsh about Winnie, so why not? He suggested hiring a pro, which would keep things very level. No emotional involvement. I liked the idea, I admit it. And at first it was very sexy, very exciting, strangely intimate. She was skilled, and truly beautiful, and seductive. Patient with me, as it was my first time with a woman, or with more than one lover. Eve felt the buzz. "Do you remember her name?" "I'm sorry, I don't. I'm not sure I knew it, or if she used her name. Is it important?" "It might be. Do you remember what she looked like?" "Perfectly. It's etched." Patrice didn't smile as she tapped her forehead. Sly enjoyed watching us together for a time, and having us with him, around him. But then he began to hurt her. He was so rough, so unlike himself, or what I expected. I didn't like it, but it didn't seem to bother her. In fact, she soothed me. I remember drinking buckets of champagne, smoking some Zoner, doing what I thought was exotica. Then it all went a little mad. A lot mad. It turned frantic and mean. I had no control, no boundaries, and I have very little memory of the rest of the night into the next day. He slipped you something. He gave me whore and a chaser of rabbits. My husband did that to me. She pressed her lips together for a moment, gripped the chains around her neck as if they were an anchor keeping her in place. I like sex. I like a lot of sex, but this wasn't voluntary. Do you understand? Yes. I thought, when I surfaced, we'll say, that I'd just overdone it with the alcohol and drugs, with the experiment. Physically, I felt sore and sick and blurry for days, enough that Sly had the house droid keep me in bed and bring me soups and teas until it passed. But worse, I had flashes for months after, where I swore I saw Winnie's face over mine, heard his voice, felt his body. Sly never asked me to repeat the experiment, and told me I imagined things, so I let it go. But part of me knew, from the way Winnie looked at me, I hadn't imagined it. When Patrice lapsed into silence, Eve leaned forward so their eyes met. "Do you need a break?" "No. No, let's just get it done." One day, I was waiting for a friend at Chi-Chi's. We were going to have lunch and do some shopping, and the pro slipped into the chair across from me. I was surprised, to say the least. She said there were lines, and my husband had crossed them, but she would deny ever having spoken to me if I told him. She told me he'd given me drugs, and he'd let his friend have me when I was under them. Her voice faltered, but she took a long drink of water and came back stronger. Maybe I didn't care, and that was my business. She could lose her license if she engaged with a client who used illegals, so she would deny that, too, if it ever became an issue. But I had a right to know he'd abused me. She told me they'd recorded it, recorded taking turns with me, that she'd said and done nothing because she was afraid of them, because she was new, because my husband was her client. And she left before I spoke a word, before I could think of a word to speak. I knew she told me the truth. "Do you want more water?" Eve asked her. "No, I'm fine. It was a long time ago. I'm over it." But she took a deep breath. I waited. It took weeks. I had to search when he was out of the house, when I knew I'd have plenty of time, but eventually I found the disc. I made a copy, which I still have, which he knows I still have. I confronted him, and I suppose, technically, I blackmailed him. I got one hell of a settlement in the divorce. She breathed again, sat back. I suppose that was cold and mercenary. Personally, I think it was fucking smart. That spectacular smile shone again. Thanks. I've never told anyone. Not even my husband, my third, whom I do love very much. I married a second time before I was over what had happened, and that was a mistake. But Quentin and I have a good marriage, A good life, and I'd rather, even now, he didn't know. But Felicity thought it was important, vital even, that you understand who these men are. It is. Very. Excuse me a minute. Eve rose, pulled out her communicator, and stepping away, contacted Peabody. My partner's going to bring in some pictures for you to look at. Is that okay? Yes, all right. Her fingers closed over her chains again, twisted them, untwisted them. Should I get out of town? I don't think there's a problem for you, but I understand you often travel in the same circles, same place, different times. I'd keep to those different times. That's easy enough. Are they usually together? In that same place, same time? Often, from what I read, what I hear. They like to gamble and compete and preen. Well, we all preen. It's part of what we do. I do see them a bit here and there, and make it a point, it's pride, to speak to him when I do, but it's show. We don't really socialize. We don't have mutual friends who are actual friends. I think you understand. Yeah. Oddly, I've never been afraid of either of them until now. I figured I had the upper hand, and it was all so long ago. It hardly seems real. Then Felicity called today, and suddenly it was very real. And I'm afraid. Do you want protection, Pat? I can get my own, and I think I will, but thank you. Do you really believe they've killed 2 people? Eve kept her gaze steady so Patrice could see the truth in them. At this point, Moriarty and Dudley are persons of interest in my investigation. I have no evidence against either of them at this point. She waited a beat. Do you understand? Yes, I understand perfectly. When Peabody walked in, Eve gestured her over. This is Detective Peabody. Patrice DeLauder. Thanks for coming in, Ms. DeLauder. She smiled, but it lacked some of the earlier brilliance. It's been an experience. I'd like you to look at these pictures. Eve opened the folder, began to spread out the shots. Tell me if you recognize anyone. Her. Eve had barely set out the ID photos when Patrice laid a finger on Ava Crampton's. That's the pro Sly hired. She's older, of course, but I know her. This is the licensed companion Sylvester Moriarty hired when you were married, and who subsequently spoke to you regarding the night you were her clients? Yes, there's no question about it. She's stunning, isn't she? A face that's hard to forget. She did me a very good turn. I remember her. Okay. Thank you. Wait. Patrice grabbed Eve's wrist. Felicity said there'd been 2 murders. Is she one of them? Yes. Here's what I want you to do. Stay out of his way, off his radar. He's got no reason to think about you, and we'll keep it that way. I may need you down the line, but I'll try to keep the information you gave me out of it. He killed her. I can only tell you she's dead. Patrice closed her eyes. I'm going to ask my husband to come to New York. I'm going to tell him everything. If you need to use what I've told you, use it. She helped me, and she didn't have to. If he's responsible for her death, it must go back to that night, mustn't it? I'd say so. Where's your husband? Right now he's in London on business. Leave me your contact information and go there. You'll feel safer. I can have a couple of officers escort you where you need to go, to stay with you until you're on your way. Do I look that shaky? You did what was right. Why should you look shaky? I'm going to give you my card. I'm going to take your officers, and I'm going to take your advice, and I'm going to contact Felicity and ask that she and her family join us in London. I think that's a good idea. Peabody. I'll take care of it. You can wait right here, Ms. DeLauder. I've always thought of myself as intrepid, Patrice murmured. Now I'm going to ask if you could stay here with me until this is arranged. No problem. Do you know if either Moriarty or Dudley owns a crossbow? I don't, sorry. I do know they both have an interest in weaponry and war. We have some mutual acquaintances that have been on hunting parties with them, or have gone on the same sort of safaris. Quentin and I aren't really interested in that sort of thing. I could ask around. Eve considered. When you're in London, maybe you could contact someone you know who's been out with them, without mentioning them specifically. Just asking about the experience, Patrice said with a nod. Quentin and I are thinking about trying a safari or a hunting trip. What's it like? What do you do? Any gossip? Any stories? Yes, I can do that. She leaned forward, looked hard into Eve's eyes. I think you know the answer to this, and I think I need to know it. Why her and not me? Why kill her, a hired pro from so long ago? She was the best, Eve said simply. You were just his wife, and then you weren't. But she'd become the best in her field, and the former connection made it, I think, irresistible. Just his wife. Patrice let out a weak laugh. Well, thank God I didn't matter. You will. When this is done, you'll matter. And to my way of thinking, that's the kind of payback money can't buy. Eve rose when Peabody came in with 2 officers. Chapter 15. Connections, Eve thought, as she watched Patrice walk away, flanked by 2 burly uniforms. You picked big males so she'd feel safer. I thought it would add to it, Peabody admitted. She nailed Crampton's photo. It's been better than 12 years, but she nailed it. Some faces stay with you. Her own father's, Eve thought, over hers in the dark, while he pushed himself inside her. She understood too well how some faces, some moments, some nightmares never quite faded away. So Crampton wasn't random. Eve shook her head, gave a come-ahead gesture as she started back toward her office. What she was unlucky. And your instinct that there were some links in the whole mix was on target. Yay, me! Even if I couldn't find what I thought should be there, it wasn't going to show, and that's something they counted on. The odds of us talking to any of their exes had to be long from their perspective, and if we did, neither of them would consider the women would talk, relive old humiliations. We got lucky. No, Eve corrected. We worked the case and got lucky. Ava Crampton's not only a connection, but probably a sore spot for Moriarty at least, and that added a little bonus to the contest. The random isn't altogether random, and that's where I've been off and you were on. Again, yay me! Woo-hoo! Sorry, just needed the moment. And the moment's gone. Okay, so contest structure demands there be some connection between killer and Vix, and maybe in both cases it's back-a-ways, and that's why it's unlikely the Vix recognized their killer. Dudley killed Crampton, Eve pointed out, and while he probably fucked her that night, the connection's with Moriarty. He hired her. His wife. His place. Another kind of switch-off. Yeah, or, Eve considered as she kept moving, another flag of friendship. Let me do that for you, pal. It's not friendship. It's... Mira would have a word for it. A fancy word. Whatever the word, There's going to be some connection between Dudley and Houston. Maybe back a couple decades, too. Probably where you were going before, when Houston was getting in trouble. Illegals, Eve said when she turned into homicide. Dudley and Moriarty used, and I'm betting Dudley, at least, still does. They had to buy them somewhere. Houston used and sold, and they're all of an age. They might have done a few deals before Houston straightened out. She angled it, turned in. Patrice said their families spent a lot of money greasing palms, keeping them out of jail, off the books. Houston maybe gets busted for a deal, and the deal's with Dudley, say. Dudley's father has to pony up to keep his son out of it, but he was probably pissed. Punished the son some other way. It plays for me. Another pay-it-back factor. Both the Vicks serviced them in some way, Peabody proposed, and followed Eve into her office. Then became successful, got the cachet, but still offered services. It could be enough. Both Vicks played to what DeLauder called their underlayment. Eve stood, studying the board. Saying nothing, Peabody moved to the auto chef, programmed 2 coffees. Who they are beneath the surface, and now what they can and do command. They bought them then. They buy them now. Eve took the coffee, eased a hip onto her desk, continued to study the board. Who's going to put them together with an LC they booked in their 20s? That's what they think. They're not in their book. And who'd put them together with a limo driver who dealt illegals when they were all hardly more than kids? Even connecting them this way doesn't lock it in. No, but it will. Another mistake of arrogance. Their little private joke. And maybe, like you said, they still use. No maybe about it. Dudley's got the whole toy store, and he'd never resist taking samples. And with this twisted relationship they have, I'd say Moriarty would share. The sex is another angle. They weren't in the Vicks book, but they might be in someone else's. Again, Eve shook her head. Too much ego to pay for sex. Or more, to risk anyone finding out they did. They're above that, too high on the food chain to have to pay at this stage. Women are supposed to be eager to give it to them. It's not about sex anyway. It never was. It was and is about power, dominance, violence, privilege. Expensive thrills. A man drugs his wife so he can watch his best friend rape her? That's not about sex. It's about their own amusement, and still is. About their connection to each other. She was just another knot in the rope that ties them together. They're fucking soulmates. If they drugged DeLauder so they could share, they could have done it again, if they used sex as a kind of bond. Yeah. They'd be a lot more careful since she found them out. What have you got on the travel? Enough to tell you they're all over the damn place. They may be based in New York, but they're not here half the time. Maybe less than half. I'm putting together trips they've either taken together or ended up in the same place but traveled separately. They've both got private transpo, multiple transpos, so it's tricky. Added to it, they've each got homes or villas or pieds a terre or however you say it all over. We're going to have a lot to go through, even keeping it to a year. Send me a chunk of it, and I'll start scrolling for missing persons or unsolveds. She sat at her desk, considered her board, then contacted Charles Monroe. I just sent you an email, he told her. We're looking forward to seeing everyone on Saturday. Saturday, right. What the hell had she done? Good. And this isn't about asking if we'd bring potato salad. No, it's about Ava Crampton. Did she ever mention an incident from her early days? Hired for a threesome, husband and wife. Young, rich. During the book, the husband slips the wife a whore-rabbit combo and adds a friend to the mix. Husband and pal take turns with the wife. No, and she wouldn't have. She could have lost her license, or had it suspended for not reporting the illegals' use, particularly if the wife wasn't aware or in full prior agreement. That would have added rape, and Ava could have been charged. And that's a career ender. Reporting it afterward would have covered her, as she'd have had a strong case for participating under duress or out of fear, but it would have gone in her file. That's what I thought. If this happened, how did you find out about it? She told the wife. On screen, he smiled. That sounds like her. Direct and clean. Give me a quick overview of the husband's motives. Just a general opinion. Without having the background or dynamics, I can't be anything but general. The use of a rape drug indicates a need or desire to control and debase. By bringing another man into the event, without the wife's prior knowledge or permission, he expands that control, deepens the debasement, while at the same time demonstrating to the other male the female is his property. He can do as he pleases to or with her. Basically, he's saying, use her. That's what she's here for. By sharing her, they make her a kind of commodity, little more than a platter of meat they might split for dinner. It may also be a way of releasing latent homosexuality. By fucking her in tandem, they metaphorically fuck each other. You could put it that way. Interesting. Thanks. Anything I can do? For a few moments she sat, letting pieces settle in her mind. After updating her notes, she streamlined them into a report, including both interviews, her impressions, the generalized opinion from a sex therapist, and the direction she intended to pursue. She sent copies to Whitney and Mira. She updated her murder book, her board, then sat with her feet on her desk, another cup of coffee in her hand, and let it all settle again. Tonight, she thought, or tomorrow. Not much time before the next round. If the pattern she was seeing was a pattern, Moriarty would be up, which meant the Vic would be connected most closely to Dudley's past, and the lure would be through Dudley and Sons. And it could be anyone, she said aloud. No, not accurate. The anyone had to be in New York, as both Dudley and Moriarty were in New York, so the target lived here, or worked here, or was currently visiting here. The target was important in his or her field, some field of service most probably. Humble beginnings, she considered. Both Vics had that in common, starting low on the ladder and climbing high. Did that play? Still active in their field. Someone who could be hired or called in, consulted, booked. Shit. Someone was going to die because a couple of arrogant, whacked-out assholes wanted to bond over blood and she couldn't prove it. No point obsessing about what had yet to happen, she reminded herself. Better to dig into what already had. Opening the file Peabody had sent her, she began a slow, systematic search for death. She had grids of data on screen when Peabody stepped back in. Dallas. Eve looked over in time to catch the power bar Peabody tossed at her. These are disgusting. Nah, a num-nummy treat. Vending says so. Besides, if you've generated as much missings and unsolves as I have, you need the boost. Maybe. With some reluctance, Eve tore the wrapping. Focus had smothered the low-grade headache that now made itself known behind her eyes. She took a bite, winced. Jesus, what do they put in these things? It's really better not to know. If we're not going to clock any more field time, I'm going to take the files home and put some time in on them. Why are you going home? Because it's already past end of shift, and I want my man and real food. Eve scowled at her wrist unit. Damn it. I can stay if you want to work it here. No, go. I lost track. Send whatever you've put together to my home unit, and I'll... She trailed off as she saw she'd lost Peabody's attention. Her partner had shifted, was currently brushing at her hair and smiling a dopey smile. "What's Rourke doing here?" Eve demanded, even as she heard his voice. "Hello, Peabody. I like your hair. Cool, efficient, and feminine all together." "Oh," she fussed some more. "Thanks. The lieutenant working you late?" "She's going," Eve snapped. "Go!" "Have a nice evening," Rourke said. "See you Saturday. We'll be there." "Do you have to do that?" Eve muttered when Peabody scurried away. "Which that is that? Make her go gooey-eyed and stupid. Apparently I have that power, though she didn't look either to me." He came in, sat on her desk. You, however, looked tired and cross. He picked up the power bar, and this is likely part of the reason. "Why are you here instead of home? I took a calculated risk that my wife would still be at her desk. Now she can drive me home after we stop and get a meal. I really have to work, yes, it can be pizza." That's fighting dirty. Fighting clean always seems like such a waste. He two-pointed the power bar into her recycler. "Gather up what you need, and we'll eat while I tell you about the round of golf I played today." "You hate golf." "More than ever, so you owe me. You buy the pizza." "Why do I owe you?" she asked as she organized her field bag. "Because I played 18 holes with your suspects." She stopped dead. "You did what?" "I arranged to take a golf-mad business associate to the club where Dudley and Moriarty play. We made a foursome." She actually felt the temper spurt up from her center to her throat. "Damn it, Rourke! Why did you—" He cut her off by poking a finger in her belly. "You don't want to start on me after I spent a morning hitting a ball toward a hole in the ground with a club, which admittedly I'd likely have done anyway, as David loves the bloody game, so it seemed efficient to maneuver it into a little field work. I do occasionally run into your suspects here and there." "Yeah, but—" She thought about it, and had to admit the spurt ebbed. "Yeah. What did you—" "Walk and talk," he interrupted. "I've put myself in the mood for that pizza now." Fine. She grabbed the bag, shut down her computer. "You've never played golf with them before." "And never will again," he vowed as they started out. "Though we did end up beating them by 3 strokes, which didn't put either of them in a cheery mood. Masked it well enough," he added, and with resignation squeezed into an elevator with Eve and a dozen cops. They don't like to lose. I'd say winning is a kind of religion for them. They cheat." "Seriously?" She narrowed her eyes. "Not surprising, really. You mean they work together? Team cheating?" "They do. I can't say how they compete with each other, one-on-one, but with others, they have a system." The elevator doors opened. 2 cops crowbarred out, 3 more muscled in. Summer sweat clogged the air like cooking oil. "How do you cheat at golf?" One of the cops, obviously a golfer, snorted. "Sister, it ain't that tough." She spared a glance over her shoulder. "Lieutenant, sister." Sir. They use signals, code words. Rourke got a wise nod from the uniform. Bribe a caddy? He'll maybe shave a couple strokes off. I played a guy who carried balls in his pocket, dropped them down his pants legs. Asshole. They were a bit more high-tech. Rourke spoke directly to the uniform now. They use doctored balls programmed to pocket directional devices. Fuckers. A man who'll cheat at golf will scam his own mother out of the rent money. At the least, Rourke agreed, amused enough to tolerate the rest of the ride down to the garage. They know the course, he continued, as they walked to her car. Have obviously mapped out each hole, programmed various lies. They signal each other as they study their positions, the angles, and so on. One takes his turn, the other engages the device. They're smooth about it. I'll drive since you have a headache. I don't have a headache. Exactly. When he cocked his brow at her, she dropped into the passenger seat. I have an eye ache. That's different. He walked around the hood, slid behind the wheel. They're careful not to play so well it causes undue attention. Solid players is what they come off as, and having a very good game today, a few strokes under their handicap. Until the 10th hole. I don't know what that means and don't want to. Neither do I, particularly. Successful business people are supposed to like golf. It's some sort of rule. Well, by your rules, I'm an abysmal failure. He said it cheerfully, with a definite tenor of pride. In any case, we started closing the gap on the 10th. How did you beat them? David's a superior player, and you could say I got into the spirit of the thing, put myself into it more. They were cheating. It takes more than having a good game to beat a cheat. They're not the only ones who know how to manipulate a game. I screwed up their devices with one of my own. Every time they used one, they sliced or hooked. What, like a fish? I adore you, I do. Unable to resist, he leaned over and kissed her cheek, noisily. You make me feel like a duffer. Okay, if you want. Actually, not at all. He streamed through traffic. I'd send their ball far right or left, into a trap or the rough, which added strokes or points to their scores. In golf, you want the lowest. I know that much. In any case, by the 13th hole, bad luck for them, we were even, and they couldn't risk using the devices, so we played it straight. Really? He turned his head to smile at her. I was tempted to add an edge, just to rub their faces in it. But I had brought David in for the entertainment, and he got more pleasure out of beating them without it. He paused a moment, nipped through an intersection. And the truth of it, so did I. How'd they react to losing? Oh, they were well and truly pissed, masked under hearty laughter and gracious congratulations, even bought us around at the 19th hole. Dudley's hands shook, and that was rage. He had to keep them in his pockets until he'd controlled it, and I believe he controlled it with whatever he snorted or swallowed on a trip to the loo. Yeah, I'm betting he snorts, swallows, or smokes a lot. But I meant losing to you in particular. Nothing got by his cop, he thought. I'd say they've gone from disdain to loathing, which is also satisfying. If I were the sensitive type, I'd have scraped off their loathing with a putty knife, as it was thick and sticky, but the fact is I enjoyed it quite a lot. That's because by drinking on their dime and joining their hearty laughter, you were actually giving them the finger. And with a modest, just-had-a-run-of-luck smile. You milked it, Eve concluded, like they were a couple of cows with engorged udders. Ew. Maybe I had to be there. You'd be interested, I think, to know that Dudley had a bit of a rage in the locker room when we weren't around, and ordered his clubs destroyed. How do you know? I bribed the butler, naturally. Naturally, and naturally locker rooms in your world include butlers. He also smashed his transmitter. I found pieces of it on the floor of the dressing room he used. Temper, temper. That's good. I can use that. I thought so. He mentioned you. Made a point of telling me he'd met you, and tried to find out how involved I am in your investigation. I made it seem as if this case wasn't of any particular interest, just a driver and an LC, hardly worth my notice, and not all that important to you from my perspective. That didn't please him either. She said nothing for a moment, as he maneuvered through the sluggish river of vehicles. That was good. That was a pretty good play. It gives him an emotional investment, makes him want to create more importance, more notice. It can't be ordinary, that's the whole point. If you were right, and they wanted me in particular, and likely you, it's no good if you aren't interested, and it's just another day of work for me. The Eye-Cove case was huge. Investigatively, in the media, in the public's attention. You said he mentioned the case, the book to you, when you interviewed him. He did the same with me. Fuck. Now she scrubbed her hands over her face. It could have been part of the inspiration. They'd have come to this sooner or later. What I do think is the case, the book, the upcoming vid made him, or them, consider how exciting it might be to become a book or vid, to have their competition, then generate all the interest, the notoriety of a major case. The thrill would last a long time. Might be able to play that, too, she mused. Just maybe. He pulled into a private underground lot, the sort she, on principle, refused to pay the price for. You could have found a street spot. Live a little, darling. There's a place a few blocks from here. It's a nice evening for a bit of a walk, and I can guarantee the pizza's excellent. He took her hand as they walked outside. You own the place. Since my wife tends to live on pizza half the time, it seemed a good idea to have a spot close to home that serves exceptional pie. Hard to argue. The bright evening sun brought people out in droves. Strolling tourists, hauling shopping bags and gawking up at the buildings and sky traffic. And getting in the way, Eve thought, so the people with somewhere to go weaved, dodged, and kept moving. It was a kind of weird and chaotic ballet, she decided, punctuated by the blare of horns, the chatter of the sidewalk hawkers, the pips and pings of links and headsets. A couple of kids surfed by on airboards, laughing like hyenas, and on the corner, the glide cart vendor broke out in song. I guess this was a pretty good idea, Eve decided. It's cleared your headache. Eye ache. And he paused, selected a sleeve of flowers in bold red and blue from a sidewalk display. He passed the price to the merchant, handed the flowers to Eve, while the cart operator's voice soared in some Italian aria. It was a damn nice moment, Eve thought. A damn nice New York moment. I guess this makes it a date. Rourke laughed, circled her waist, and tugged her in for a showy kiss that had the flower vendor applauding. Now it's a date. A half-block down, he showed her to a little sidewalk table outside a bustling pizzeria. She tapped the reserve sign. You booked ahead. It pays to be prepared. I also ordered ahead, so they'll know what to bring us. Now that I've told you about my day, you can tell me about yours. It was a little rough. I don't see any bruises. Not that kind of rough. She started with the interview in Greenwich. Before she was done, a waiter brought a bottle of red, another of sparkling water, and an artful tray of antipasto. I'd say she made a wise decision and had a lucky escape. She had this little pocket of fear tucked away deep enough, I expect she forgot about it for long stretches of time. Then something reminded her, or she just had a bad day and it opened up. But there was something about him when she got close enough to see it, and I think she's wired with that shrink circuit to create that fear. Well, he's a monster, isn't he? Why do you say that? Your man who abducted women and tortured them to death was a monster. The Icobes, with their twisted egos and science, were as well. He's no less of one. He uses his position, which he's never earned, to intimidate or humiliate or frighten because it makes him feel more important. And now he's escalated that and kills for sport, for amusement. He's been handed his wealth and position, and rather than do something with it, or simply coast on it for that matter, he uses it as a weapon, and considers the weapon his due, and the killing his right. And again, hard to argue. She studied the pizza the waiter set between them. That looks pretty damn great. The second interview was rougher than the first. Are you sure you want to hear about it over dinner? That's our way, isn't it? But he saw something in her eyes. It can wait if you'd rather. I guess I'd rather not. Wait, I mean. So she told him, over pizza, of betrayal and cruelty and rape. It was better, really, to get it out, say it all with the city buzzing around them, with the comfort of food, with his hand reaching over to cover hers in a gesture of absolute understanding. You feel a connection to them, especially Patrice Delauder. Maybe more than I should. No. He covered her hand again. Not more than you should. They didn't have to tell me. Neither of them. They chose to. Like Ava chose to tell Patrice what had been done to her when she could have just walked away from the whole deal. They did the right thing, and it couldn't have been easy. For the two who are alive and well and with their families, I think it will be easier now. I think when you're done, those pockets of fear you spoke of will be empty. She drank some wine and thought, no, fear pockets are never really empty. But she didn't say it. They're both monsters. Killers aren't always, she added. Some kill, and for terrible and selfish reasons, but they aren't monsters. The idiot in Ireland was stupid and selfish, and ended Holly Curlow's life because what? She hurt his feelings? Because he was drunk and pissed off? But he'll never really get over what he did. He'll replay those moments in his head the rest of his life because he's not a monster. And you'll remember her name, Rourke thought, and her face. Some kill because they're misdirected, bent, scared, greedy. But these two kill because, I think in some way, they feel entitled. More, under the polish, is the monster, but under the monster is a kind of spoiled, ugly child. You know them better now. Know them, she agreed, with her eyes cocked flat. Know some of their weaknesses, the flaws in the polish. Their next target. There'll be a connection somewhere, sometime. Peabody was right about that, and we'll find it. I don't know if it'll help us stop them, but it'll help me lock the cage door after we do. I'll help you when we get home. We'll divvy up those searches and see what we can make of them. He poured her a little more wine. I think you're right. They've had practice. I can't do anything about the ones they've done, except use them to stop them from killing more. But Rourke, I don't have enough to stop them before the next. I know in my gut I'm already too late. Someone's clock is ticking down right now. She looked around at the bustle, at the tourists, at the others sitting at pretty outdoor tables drinking wine. Maybe they're having dinner, too. Maybe some nice wine. Or they're working late, or getting ready to go for the evening. They're probably doing something ordinary, just what they do on a summer evening in New York. They don't know how little time they have left. They don't know the monsters are at the door and I'm going to be too late. Maybe that's true. And I know you'll suffer for it if it is. But Eve, the monsters don't know you're even now breathing down their necks. They don't know their clock is ticking down as well. That's for you to remember now. For you to know. He lifted her hand, kissed it. We'll go home, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get to the door first. Chapter 16. Luc Delaflotte arrived at the elegant home on the Upper East Side at precisely 8 p.m. He was, after all, a man who prided himself on precision. The dignified droid met him at the door, escorted him and the driver, who carried carefully packed ingredients, to the spacious kitchen with its views of the patio, little koi pond, and gardens. Delaflotte carried his own tools, as he believed it demonstrated their import and his own eccentricity. 52 years before, he'd been born Marvin Klink in Topeka. Through talent, study, work, and towering ambition, young Marvin had formed himself into Delaflotte de Paris, maître cuisinier. He designed and prepared meals for kings and presidents, sautéed and flambéed for emirs and sultans. He'd bedded duchesses and kitchen maids. It was said, he knew, as he'd said it himself, that those fortunate enough to taste his pâté de canard en croûte knew how the gods dined. You may go. He dismissed the driver with a single turn of his wrist. You, he pointed at the droid, you will show me now the pots. 1 moment, please, the droid said to the driver. The droid opened several deep drawers holding a variety of pots, pans, and skillets. I will show the driver out, then come back to assist you. Assistance I don't want from you. Keep out of my kitchen. Shoo! Alone, Delaflotte opened his case of knives, spoons, and other tools. He took out a corkscrew and opened the bottles of wine he'd personally selected. After opening, he searched the polished steel cabinets for a worthy wineglass. Sipping, he studied his temporary realm, the stove, ovens, sinks, prep counters, and deemed it would do. For the client who had paid him handsomely for the trip to New York to prepare a romantic late-night supper for two, he would create a selection of appetizers highlighted by the caviar he'd chosen and served on a bed of clear, crushed ice. When the appetite was whetted, the fortunate pair would enjoy an entree of salmon mousse along with his signature baguettes and thin slices of avocado. His main, poulet poêle de Delaflotte, would be served with glazed baby vegetables and garnished with generous sprigs of fresh rosemary from his own herb garden. Ah, the fragrance! This he would follow with a salad of field greens, harvested only an hour before he boarded his private shuttle. Then his selection of well-aged cheeses. For the finale, he would prepare his far-famed soufflé au chocolat. Satisfied, he set up his music. Romantic ballads. In French, bien sûr, for a romantic meal. Donning his apron, he got down to business. As he sometimes did, he acted as his own sous chef, chopping, slicing, peeling. The shapes, the textures, the scents pleased and excited him. For Delafloat, peeling a potato could be as sensuous and pleasurable as peeling the clothes from a lover. He was a man of small stature and trim build. His hair, a dramatic and carefully styled mane of glossy chestnut, flowed back from a face dominated by large, heavily lidded brown eyes. They gave him the look of a romantic, a dreamer, and were often the first element in the seduction of women. He adored women, treated them like queens, and enjoyed having several lovers revolving through his life at the same time. He lived life fully, wringing every drop of flavor from it and savoring every morsel. With the chicken in the oven, the mousse chilling, he poured another glass of wine. Enjoying it, he sampled one of his own stuffed mushrooms. Approved. He cleaned his area, washed the greens, vegetables, and herbs for the salad, then set that to chill. This he would lightly toss with the tarragon dressing while his client and the fortunate husband dined on the main course. Pleased with the scents perfuming the air, he basted the chicken with sauce. The recipe, a secret guarded as fiercely as the crown jewels, added the pretty little vegetables. Only then did he step out into the walled garden where, according to the client's wishes, the meal would be served. Again he approved. Lush roses, big-headed hydrangeas, arching trees, starry lilies rose and spread and speared around the paved courtyard. The night held clear and warm, and he would see that dozens of candles were arranged and lit to add the sparkle of romance. He checked the time. The servers would be arriving any moment, but in the meanwhile he would call the droid, have it set out the table, show him the selection of linens and dinnerware. He took out one of his herbal cigarettes to smoke while he set the scene. The table just there, little tea lights glittering in clear holders, roses from the garden in a shallow bowl, more candles ringing the courtyard, all white. He would send one of the servers out to get more if there weren't enough on hand. Ah, there, nasturtium. He tossed some of the flowers with the salad for color and interest. Crystal stemware, mais oui. The sounds of the city, of traffic, crept over the garden walls, but he would mask that with music. The droid would have to show him where the system was kept so he could make the appropriate selections. He turned a circle, stopped when he saw a man step out of the lights of the kitchen into the shadows of the garden. "Ah, you are arrived. There is much work to be—" He stopped, eyebrows lifting when he recognized the man. "Monsieur, you I was not expecting." "Good evening, Delafloat. I apologize for the subterfuge. I didn't want it known I was your client tonight." "Ah, so you wish to be incognito, oui?" Smiling a knowing smile, Delafloat tapped the side of his nose. "To have your rendezvous with a lady, what would it be, on the QT? You can trust, Delafloat. I am nothing if not discreet. But we are not complete. You must give me time to create the ambiance as well as the meal. I'm sure the meal would be extraordinary. It already smells wonderful." "Bien sûr." Delafloat made a slight bow. "And you came alone? No assistance?" "Everything is prepared only by my hands, as requested." "Perfect. Would you mind standing just over there a bit? I want to check something." With a Gallic shrug he'd perfected over the years, Delafloat moved a few steps to the right. "Yes, just there. One moment." He backed into the kitchen, retrieved the weapon he'd leaned against the wall. "It does smell exceptional," he said as he stepped back out. "It's a pity." "What is this?" Delafloat frowned at the weapon. "It's my round." And he pulled the trigger. The barb went through the heart as if the organ had been ringed like a target. With its keen, merciless edge, it continued out the back to dig into the trunk of an ornamental cherry tree. Moriarty studied the chef, pinned there, legs and arms twitching as body and brain died. He stepped closer to take the short recording as proof he'd completed the round. With the ease of a man who knew all was in place, he walked back inside, replaced the weapon in its case. He opened the oven for a moment, breathed in the rich aroma before shutting it off. It really is a pity. So as not to waste the entire business, he rebagged the wine, found the champagne Delaflote had chilling. He took one last glance around, to be sure all was as it should be, and, satisfied, walked back through the house and out the front. The droid he'd programmed for the event waited in a black four-door sedan. He checked the time, smiled. The entire business had taken hardly more than 20 minutes. He didn't speak to the droid. It already had instructions. As programmed, it pulled into Dudley's garage. "Put these in Mr. Dudley's private quarters," he ordered, "then return the car. After you return to base, shut down for the night." In the garage, Moriarty retrieved the martini he'd left on a bench less than 30 minutes before, then slipped out the side door. He strolled toward the house, circled, and joined the loud, crowded party already in progress. "Kiki." He chose a woman at random, slipping an arm around her waist. "I was just telling Zoe how wonderful you look tonight, and had to track you down to tell you myself." "Oh, you darling! Tell me, is it true what I heard when I was inside a few minutes ago, about Larson and Kit?" "What did you hear?" She looked up at him, all eyes. "Obviously, I'm not mingling enough if I'm not getting the gossip." "Let's both get another drink, then I'll tell you all." As he walked with her, his gaze met Dudley's through the sea of people. When he inclined his head in a faint nod, they both smiled. Eve rubbed a hand on the back of her neck to ease the crick. "People go missing or end up dead. That's why we have cops, but you have something." Rourke worked at the auxiliary in her office, rather than in his own, so they could easily relay impressions. About 9 months ago, the two of them went to Africa, a private hunting club. It costs $1.50, and you're only allowed 1 kill of an animal on the approved list. You have guides, a cook, assorted servants, various modes of transpo, including copters. You sleep on gel beds in big, white, climate-controlled tents that other people haul around, eat on china plates, drink fine wine, blah, blah. The brochure here hypes it as adventurous elegance. You can have a gourmet breakfast, then go out and shoot an elephant or whatever. Why? Rourke wondered. My thought. But some people like to shoot things, especially if the things can't shoot back. Mellie Bristow, a grad student from Sydney working on her master's, wildlife photog, signs on as a cook. One fine morning, she isn't there to whip up that gourmet breakfast. They figure she's gone off on her own to take pictures and vids, which she's done occasionally according to the statements I've got here, and her camera shit's gone and so's her day pack. But she doesn't answer the link everyone's required to carry at all times. Everybody's a little ticked because she's holding up the hunt. Eve swiveled in her chair. Somebody else makes breakfast, and when she still isn't back, they triangulate her link, and one of the guides heads out to bring her back. All he finds is her link. Worried now, contacts camp, and we've got a search party forming. They find her camera stuff, or most of it, and they find a blood trail. Eventually, they track a pride of lions, and the female and young are snacking on what's left of her. Christ, that's an ugly end, even if she'd been ended beforehand. I think she was spared being eaten alive or mauled while she was still breathing. Though Eve had to agree, even if it was ugly. You think Dudley and Moriarty killed her, then framed the Lyons? That's a gambit you don't hear every day, Eve mused. But here's the thing. When they recovered her, she was still, more or less, wearing her belt, and the stunner everyone's required to carry was still in the holster. This was her third trip out with this company, so she wasn't altogether green, especially if it's true everyone on staff has to go through training before going out with a group. She has time to get her link out of its holder, drop it, but she doesn't go for her stunner? And there weren't any photos taken that morning in her camera. Didn't play, she thought, just didn't jibe. She wanders a mile away from camp, but doesn't take any pictures. Every step of it sent out a buzz for her. They found what they determined was the kill site, trampled brush, the blood, drag marks, and so on. A mile from camp, and they'd missed her just after dawn. She goes out in the dark. Flashlight was in her day pack, when according to the data on this site, that's when a lot of the animals with really big teeth go hunting. What are the locals calling it? Death by misadventure. Her neck was broken. Apparently lions go for the throat, rip it open, and/or break the neck of their prey. Mama lions with young cubs will drag the prey back to the den or lair or the old homestead so the kids can eat. A mile's a considerable clip, even if she panicked, and who wouldn't, and ran away from camp rather than to it. And in a foot race, I'm betting on the lion. Now, maybe she was stupid, maybe she was, but I'm reading her data and she doesn't strike me as stupid. She spent time in the Australian bush, did another stint at some preserve in Alaska, hit India. She had experience and knew how to handle herself. Look at her. She ordered the ID shot onto the wall screen. Very attractive, Rourke remarked. Very. It could be one of them felt he was entitled to her, and she didn't agree. Or she did, and it got too rough. Got a dead woman on your hands, what do you do now? You call in your best pal, and you figure it out. They work together well, Rourke commented, thinking of the golf outing. Same side of the same coin. That's how Moriarty's ex described them. Partner up. Get her dressed, get her stuff. They knew where the pride was, and the basic hunting ground of the female, because they'd seen it the day before, and the guide gave a spiel on it. Carrying dead weight a mile's not easy, but not so bad if you're taking turns. Dump the body, maybe slice it up a little, hoping the cat scents the blood and comes to chow down. Toss her camera, toss her link, go back to camp. If the cat doesn't cooperate, well, you alibi each other. It still looks like she went out on her own and got attacked. Just by a two-legged animal. She picked up her coffee mug, scowled when she found it empty. Anyway, this could be where it started. It's all there, or possibly there. A kill, an accident or impulse, the cover-up, working together. The excitement of that, then the aftermath, the search, and you two are the only ones who know. More excitement. Then wow, it worked just as you'd hoped. You're untouchable, and wasn't that fun? How long had they been out? 3 days. This would have been day 4. Had they had a kill? She turned back to her comp screen, scrolled through statements and reports. No. Then it might be even more than you've laid out. They paid to kill, and hadn't. She said nothing for a moment. What time is it in Africa? That would depend on which part. It's a big continent. Zimbabwe. Well, He glanced at the time. About 5 in the morning. How do you just know that? It's math, darling. You don't worry your pretty head about it. Bite me. Considering the topic of conversation, that was in poor taste. So was that. And before you call the hunting club trying to dig out more, I might have another for you. Where? Naples, Italy, or off the coast of. They were in a sailing tournament, and in and around that area for a couple weeks. During that time, Sofia Ricci, aged 23, went missing. She'd been at a club and had been drinking, as one would. She had a row with her boyfriend and left. Alone? Alone, Rourke confirmed. Under quite a head of steam, according to witnesses. The last anyone remembers seeing her was about midnight. She didn't make it home, and her roommate didn't worry, as she assumed she was at the boyfriend's. She didn't work the next day, so again, no one noticed she was missing. Until Sunday, when the boyfriend went by her flat to make amends. He told the police, who looked at him hard and long, that he'd gone home about a half hour after she had, and he'd tried her link twice the next day, which was verified on his own outgoings, and assumed she was still not speaking to him. They've never found her. That was 7 months ago. It's a big ocean, Eve commented. It is, yes. Your suspects stayed on Dudley's yacht or in Moriarty's villa during that period. Both of them, along with several others from their sailing club, joined in the initial search. More of a thrill. Another woman, she considered, on the young side. Could have started that way, figuring women are easier game. 2 men, 1 woman. Most women wouldn't stand much of a chance. The police cleared the boyfriend, but he was their focus for the first 72 hours. They're looking at it as an abduction. She had friends, family, stability, no major troubles, a good job and so on. 2 months between. Peabody tossed out they might have practiced on people no one would miss, but I think no. It's a bigger rush if there's an alarm, a search, media reports. Ricci might be their second. 2 months gives them time to congratulate each other on getting away with murder, ride on the juice, lose the juice, want that again. Time to plan, Rourke agreed. Working together requires deciding who's responsible for what, coordinating schedules. Time to talk it through, work it out, pump it up. Away from their base again, Eve noted. And they either figure out they don't want to be involved with another dead body, or decide to switch it up so they can use the location to dump it where it won't likely be found, at least not while they're in the area. Maybe they trolled a while, and they got themselves a pissed-off, little bit drunk woman. A very pretty one, Rourke added, and put the image on screen. Yeah, that might have been part of it at first. Use her, share her, kill her. But they didn't need the sex. It was the kill that got them both off. They'd need to do it again. Maybe mix it up a little, see what happens. Was it already a game, do you think? Already a competition between them? It's intimacy. It's... She shifted to look over at him, to meet his eye. It's what we're doing here, looking for the missing and the dead. It's you and your aunt saying a few words, words that matter, in Irish. It's Charles making omelets for Louise when she's pulled the night shift. She stopped, hesitated. That sounds lame. I don't know how... No, it's perfectly clear. It's more than teamwork, shared interests, partnership. You see it as a terrible kind of love. I guess I do. If I was going to pull a mirror, I'd say they found each other, recognized each other. Maybe if they hadn't, She shrugged. But they did, and in that terrible way, they complete each other. Yes, I see. There might have been others, Eve, before Africa. Others who, as Peabody theorized, wouldn't have been noticed. Easing into it, she considered, even as her stomach tightened at the idea. Perfecting that teamwork before they tried someone who'd show, who could even be connected to them. She raked a hand through her hair. Let's work from here, sticking with victims who show. Let's start with 6 to 8 from Italy. These kinds of killers generally start to escalate. They need their fix. She ordered the computer to factor in her suspect's whereabouts for that time frame and refine the search. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I knew it. Data on screen, goddamn bastards. Look at that, she snapped at Rourke. 7 weeks almost to the damn day after the woman in Italy. Quick gambling trip, Vegas. Closer to home now. They don't travel together, but meet up there. Dudley arrives a day ahead. Big baccarat tourney, which is a stupid game. Actually, it's don't interrupt. Yes, sir. Smart ass, she muttered. 29-year-old female, found dead in her own car on the side of the road in the desert north of Vegas. Stun marks on her chest. Beaten to death with a tire iron left at the scene. No defensive wounds, no sexual assault. Put her out first, then killed her. No bag, no jewelry. Played it making it look like robbery. Smashed her car up, too. Cops look at that, think illegals. Some chemi heads, drifters with bad attitudes along those lines. Get her to pull over, stun her, and the rest. But here's the kicker. Our Vic, Macy Jones, tended bar at the casino holding the tourney. She had the next 2 days off, her pay and a boatload of tips, and was heading off to Tahoe to meet up with her boyfriend. Everyone within hearing distance knew where she was going, and when, because it was like an anniversary thing, and she had this ring she was going to give him, also not found at the scene. She was going to propose. They gave statements, Rourke observed, reading the data. Fucking A. I bet they couldn't wait. Just loved watching the cops go off in the wrong direction. Here's where they started getting more and more full of themselves. Put the connection back between them and the Vic. I'm going to tie them up with this. Tie them up and choke them. I don't doubt it. But it's all what you people insist on calling circumstantial. As you people say, bollocks to that. He let out a delighted laugh that only got a snarl from her. I wonder how it is that hearing your use of the idiom of my youth makes me both sentimental and aroused at the same time. Idiom schmidium. It's to the point. I can put this together. Show a pattern. I just have to make it shiny enough to convince a judge to give me a search warrant. I need the next. 3 to 4 months out now. She found the next, 3.5 months out. A male this time, older than the other victims. An architect, Eve read, considered one of the best in his field, killed while vacationing at his secondary home on the Côte d'Azur, found floating in his swimming pool by his wife the next morning. He'd been stunned, then garroted, weapon left on the body, before falling into or being dumped in the pool. And the wife? Rourke asked when Eve ran it through. Heard nothing. They had a kid, 6, and he'd been restless and feverish, so it says, and medical confirms, so she bunked down in the kid's room. No motive for the wife they could find. No trouble in the marriage, no outside affairs unearthed. She has money of her own and plenty of it. She cooperated fully, including opening all financials without a blink. She wouldn't have had the strength to do what was done to him with that wire, even with him stunned. And there's no evidence she bought a hit. "The first male victim you've found," Rourke observed, "and a family man, one who left a wife and a son." "I know her. The wife." Eve narrowed her eyes as she searched her memory. "How do I know her? Carmody Dewar. I know that damn name. Computer, search for Carmody Dewar in files and notes on Dudley Moriarty." "Acknowledged. Working." "Both of them were there at the time?" "Yeah, they were." Juiced up, she thought. Completing each other. Hanging out with a bunch of people who hang out at places like that. "I've got media reports, gossip." "That's it," she said, even as the computer responded. "Task complete. Carmody Dewar appears in files from Society articles involving Dudley and Moriarty. Most specifically, Moriarty, who escorted her a number of times to— I got it, cancel task. He dated her," she said to Rourke. "Before she married the architect, Moriarty dated her. She's old money, runs with that crowd. Or did before the kid. You can bet your ass they went to her to offer support and condolence, went to the funeral looking shocked and sad. Cocksuckers. Smug, self-important cocksuckers. You'll want this one, then, though it breaks the pattern." 2 months ago, Rourke told her. "Another woman, Lorinda Veely, considered in her day the greatest mezzo-soprano of her generation, and others come to that. A luminary, and at 78 one of the most important and influential patrons of the arts in the world. She was found at the doors of the Opera House in London, stabbed through the heart. While they were both there, Moriarty purportedly on business, and Dudley to attend the London premiere of a major vid he'd invested in. Neither of them had a connection with Veely or any association." "That showed," Eve corrected. "It's not breaking pattern. It's establishing the current one, and just what I'm looking for. We dig. There'll be something. One of their grandfathers boned her, or their mothers made them go to the opera to hear her sing when they wanted to play Slap the Monkey. There'll be something." She paced back and forth. Remembered she hadn't had coffee in much too long. "I need a hit. I'll get it. I could use one myself." "What time is it in Africa now?" "An hour later than the first time you asked," he called back. "I could contact them now." She paced again. "No. Write it up. Shine it up. Get it all down to the steps, the patterns. Add onto the board," she thought. All the other victims, the data on them. Then she'd start with Africa, expand the picture, and work her way right up to now. "Thanks." She took the coffee Rourke offered, gulped some down. "I've got them. It's going to take some work, some finessing, but I've got enough to start pushing. You saved me a lot of time tonight." He skimmed his knuckles down her cheek. Pale with fatigue, he thought. "And you'll thank me for that by working several more hours. I've got to lay it all out so I can pull it all in, so I can talk Rio into talking a judge into giving me search warrants on 2 really rich men from really important families who have alibis on alternate homicides. I have to convince her, and Whitney, that all this plays, and that I can make it stick. If I can't make it stick, we can't go with it. Not yet. And someone's clock is ticking down." He leaned in to brush her lips with his. "I know. I can update your board with these new victims." "Don't look so surprised. I know how your mind works." "I guess you do. But I have to do it." "Superstitious, are you, then?" "No. Maybe. Probably. Anyway, I have to do it. It'll help me get it set in my head. Because they were hers now, too, he thought. That was yet another kind of intimacy. "I'll tackle some work of my own for a bit. This is going to take a couple hours. You should go to bed whenever you—" "I like going to bed with my wife whenever possible. I can fill a couple hours." Though he expected, as he went into his own office, she would be longer than that. She forgot what time it was in Africa by the time she contacted the hunting club, but she knew damn well she'd hit 2 in the morning in New York. She considered finessing, lying, then decided against. If one of the guides or the owners or anyone else chose to contact Dudley or Moriarty and tell them of her interest, that was fine. She was ready to give them something to worry about. When she'd finished, she looked down at her notes. The guide had been cautious at first, then more and more open. He'd been fond of Bristow, and that had come across clearly. Never understood how or why she would stray so far from camp. Never understood how or why she would cross into known hunting territory for the female lion. Could never reconcile in his mind why she would have been so careless, or why she would have set out before light. Dudley, a braggart, rude to staff, demanding, impatient, suspected he'd brought illegals into camp. Moriarty, cold, aloof, rarely spoke to staff except to order or demand. She tried her luck with the local investigators next, and managed to flesh out, a little, what she'd pulled out of media reports. She worked her way forward in the timeline, to Naples, to Vegas, to France, to London, gathering crumbs and bits, putting those slivers and pieces in place with the whole. She used the back of her board, making a chart of that timeline, pinpointing locations, adding each victim's photo, linking all with more notes, with fact and with supposition. 7 dead, she thought, as she stepped back from the board. She knew those 2 pair of hands carried the blood of 7 people. Maybe more. She continued to stare at those faces as Rourke stepped behind her, laid his hands on her shoulders, rubbed at the aches there. All those lives cut off. An adventurous woman, girl with a boyfriend who wanted to make up, a husband and father, a woman about to start the next phase of her life, an old woman who'd spread beauty and culture around the world, and then to another husband and father who'd turned a bad beginning into a solid now, and a woman who'd once given another woman the chance to escape a monster. All on this board because they decided they wanted a new thrill, a new form of entertainment, the same as somebody else turning on the screen or going to a vid. No, it's like a new, stronger drug. Yeah. Exhausted, sickened, she rubbed her eyes. You're right. It's more than that. And that's going to help me stop them. That need, that addiction, it'll push them. Come to bed now. You need to sleep. He turned her, slid an arm around her. Let it rest a few hours, Eve, so you can. Can't think any more anyway. She walked out with him. It was after 300 hours, she realized, and no call from dispatch. Maybe she wouldn't be too late. Maybe she wouldn't put another face on her board. Chapter 17. At first, she thought the lion gnawing greedily on her leg woke her, which was bad enough. But when she struggled through the surface of the dream, her communicator sent out its sharp, insistent beep. Fuck. Just fuck. Rourke's hand ran up and down her arm in comfort as she pushed up in bed. He ordered lights on at 10%. Block video, she said, as she snatched the communicator from the night table. "Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve." As dispatch ordered her to report to the house on the Upper East Side, relayed the basics, she shifted to sit on the side of the bed, dropped her head in her hands, and acknowledged. "Before you beat yourself up," Rourke told her, "tell me what else you could have done." "I don't know. That's the problem. If I knew what else I could have done, I'd have done it. Then I wouldn't be going to look at a body." She scrubbed her hands over her face before she lifted her head. "And I guess I knew I would be. You're tired and you're pissed off. I'm right there with you. We haven't had a decent night's sleep since we got back from holiday." He raked a hand through his hair as he shoved himself up to sit. "I had a dream there was a bloody lion prowling through the house looking for a handy snack." She turned her head, pointed at him. "He found it. I had a dream the bitch was chowing down on my leg." And for some odd reason, the solidarity of their unconsciouses made her feel better. "I've got to grab a quick shower, clear my head. Fucking lions. I want one too. The shower, that is, not the fucking lion." She slitted her eyes at him. "Please, I think I can resist you. This once. I'll go with you. Your scene's not far." "We barely clocked 3 hours down," she pointed out. "You can go back to sleep. You're not—" But he was already sliding out of bed. "I'll be your Peabody until the real one gets there. She's a lot farther to go than we do." She dragged a hand through her hair, considered. "I could use a Peabody until Peabody shows up. And some freaking coffee. Then let's get moving." When they went downstairs 15 minutes later, Somerset stood, dressed in his habitual and spotless black suit. Eve wondered if he slept in it, like a vampire in a coffin. But she refrained from saying so as he held a tray with 2 go-cups of coffee and a bag that smelled like cinnamon bagels. "Perhaps at some point in the future, the 2 of you might consider actually living here. In this dump?" Eve snagged a coffee before he could change his mind. Rourke took the other coffee in the bag. "Thank you. If you'd contact Cairo, she can handle the 8 o'clock hollow. I'll be in touch with her if anything else needs to be shifted. Of course, perhaps I should suggest she put police assistant on your official bio." "Well, that's just mean." But Eve grinned widely as she walked out the door and glanced back at Somerset and the cat who squatted at his feet. "Thanks." Her vehicle was, as expected, waiting. How did he manage it all, she wondered. Maybe I need a Somerset. God, did I just say that? I hesitate to point out you have a Somerset. He just provided us with coffee and bagels. I don't want to think about it. I'll drive. You can start being Peabody and find out who owns the house we're going to and what the connection is to Dudley. It should be a Dudley connect this time. She dug out half a bagel, crunching as she drove, washed that down with coffee. A house this time. That's not particularly public. Got to be an angle on that. Maybe there were other people around when it went down, or the house belongs to Garrett Frost and Merrill Simpson. Simpson is the CEO of marketing for Dudley. Well, they're still playing by the rules. Vic's a male, so it's not her. Could be her housemate. Husband, Rourke corrected. Married 9 years. Probably not him, either, unless they're shifting pattern a bit. What does he do? Corporate law. Solid firm, and he's been with them 12 years. Full partner, but nothing that pops out as special, according to the contest rules. So they're probably still breathing and have no connection to the victim. I bet Dudley's been entertained in that house plenty. He'd know the setup. But you think Moriarty did the killing. His turn at bat. She swung around a maxi-bus lumbering its way east with its load of sleepy passengers. And yeah, that means Dudley would have to give him the layout. They want the kill as much as the win. More, she corrected, so they keep the playing field even. It's logical in a really screwed-up way. As Eve pushed her way across town, Rourke continued to play Peabody in his own way. Frost and Simpson have owned and lived in the house for 6 years. They also have a place on Jekyll Island off Georgia, and 2 children, 1 of each, 6 and 3. Simpson's also a loose family relation on Dudley's maternal side, a niece of his mother's second husband. Interesting. Increasing the connection, adding another link. It just adds to the supposition he knows the house. More interesting is that Frost and Simpson bought the house from Moriarty. She flashed a look at him as she blew through a yellow light. You're kidding! I'm not, no. He owned it prior and for 5 years. I'd say he already knew the basic layout without his friend's assistance. They don't actually give a shit about the risk of tying themselves to the murders. No, they want to. It adds levels and layers to the contest, Rourke commented. Gives it a more complex structure. Yeah, adds a bigger rush. It's part of the rules, part of the contest rules, she said. They have to select a target that has some connection and facilitate the kill by using another connection. It ups the stakes. What are the stakes? What does the winner get? She swung in at a gate, studied the house behind it as she held up her badge for the uniform at guard. Mansion, she corrected. It didn't come up to Rourke's level, but what did? Still, it boasted 3 stories, took up an entire corner, sat prettily behind a low wall. When the uniform cleared them, she drove through, pulled up behind a pair of black and whites. There's going to be good security here. Even as she climbed out of her vehicle, she tracked the cams and sensors. Maybe they kept the system Moriarty had. He just had to break their codes. Body's in the back, LT, a uniform told her. There's a patio garden deal back there. Gardeners who found him. The uniform gestured toward the work truck. Said he was here to do some work and said how the people who live here are away down in Georgia. Been gone all week. House was locked, he continued as he walked them in and through. No signs of break-in, no signs of struggle. Got plenty of valuables right out in plain sight. It doesn't look like anything's been taken. Did you clear the house? Yes, sir, we did a walkthrough. The place is empty and in order, except for the kitchen. He gestured as they entered. Somebody was cooking. There's a whole damn chicken mostly cooked from the looks of it in the oven, and all this other stuff, food and cooking junk on the counters. Oven on or off when you got here? Off, LT. The lights and the music were on, just like now. The Vic's wearing an apron, and I gotta say, he's a sight to see. Where's the gardener? We got him and his kid. Bad day to bring his kid to work. In there. He gestured. Looks like a maid's or mother-in-law's quarters. Get started on the knock on doors. Anybody saw anything, I want to know. Keep the wits secured until I send for them. You got that? She stepped outside and had to agree. It was a sight to see. She sealed up, tossed the can to Rourke, but continued to stand where she was a moment, just taking it in. Garden area. Walls, sure, but it's outdoors. People walking or driving by beyond the walls. Buildings, too. People may be looking out the window so it fits the rules. She turned her attention to the victim. He's got to be a cook, right? An important cook. Chef. If I'm not mistaken, that's Delaflotte of Paris, and yes, Rourke confirmed, he's important. One of the top chefs in the world. He owns a restaurant by his name in Paris, and occasionally cooks there. Primarily, he serves private clients. Heads of state number among them. It fits. So Moriarty gets him here, likely using either Frost's or Simpson's ID and info. We'll want to check how he got here, and he travels on his own shuttle. It's easy enough to confirm. She only nodded. Got him here. Even got him to cook, or start to. Lured or forced him out here, then... The chef in the garden with the... What the hell is that pinning the poor sorry bastard to that tree? Some sort of spear? She frowned at him. What kind of spear? You're the weapon guy. Well, for Christ's sake, whatever propelled it isn't here, is it? But challenged, he moved closer, studied what he could see in the early morning light. It would have to have some velocity to go all the way through him and into the bloody tree far enough to hold the body weight. I wouldn't think it could be done by hand. It's metal, not wood, and coated. Thin and smooth, and... I think it's a harpoon. Like for shooting whales? Smaller mammals in this case, and designed for spearing game fish, I would think. It's not thrown, but propelled from a kind of gun. But that's best guess. The chef in the garden with the harpoon. It fits. So there's the hat trick. She walked over now, reopened her field kit. Be Peabody. Peabody wouldn't have recognized a harpoon spear. She had to give him that, but simply pointed to the kit. TOD and ID. He'd seen it done often enough, and he had been the one to put himself into the Peabody substitute position, so he worked while Eve examined the body. No other visible marks on him. No defensive wounds. She looked down, tagged a cigarette butt for the sweepers. Probably his. Even Moriarty isn't arrogant enough to hand me his DNA on a butt. What's he, about 5'7"? Spear goes right through the chest. Another heart shot. You want to make it count. Don't want the Vic wounded so he could scream. Yeah, about 5'7" and right through the chest, almost dead fucking center of this tree trunk, like he had a target on his chest. It's Delaflotte, Rourke confirmed. Luke, age 52, dual citizenship, French and American, primary residence in Paris. Unmarried at the moment, with 3 children from various prior relationships. I don't need all that yet. I'm being Peabody, and our girl is nothing but thorough. Time of death appears to be 22:18-ish. He pointed when Eve frowned at him. As it's my first day on the job, I'd like a bit of slack, Lieutenant. She waved that away, walked into the kitchen, back out again. Studied the body. Repeated everything. Somebody had to let him into the house, or give him the codes so he could let himself in. What kind of client would give somebody the codes to their house? More likely, somebody let him in. There's all the food stuff. So either the Vic brings that in, or the killer had it. From what I understand, Delaflotte insisted on bringing in his own supplies. Fine. Probably no chance tracking down any fancy ingredients and nailing Moriarty with the purchase. If Moriarty let him in, did the Vic know him? Was he expecting him? Wouldn't he have checked, just like any other service provider, on the client? But he had to get into the house, so somebody let him in. If it's Moriarty, why wait so long for the kill? How long does it take to cook a chicken? She demanded. He simply stared at her. "How in bleedin' hell would I know?" She sent him a thin smile. "I bet Peabody would." "Bloody hell. Wait. How many pounds?" "I don't know." She scowled, held out her hands. "It's about like this." He fiddled with his PPC. "Maybe 2 hours, according to this." "You're a pretty good Peabody." Have to figure the killer turned it off before he left. Don't want to start the smoke or fire alarms and have the fire department here. It looks pretty much done to me. But I guess it would, roast in the heat after it's turned off. And it's got to take some prep time. So it's likely the Vic was here a couple hours, cooking and mixing and chopping away. There's a lot of knives and cleavers and really sharp shit in there, and a fancy case for them. That would be Delafloat's, I imagine. Moriarty doesn't let this guy in, hang around for 2 hours while the cooking's happening. It's a waste of time and too risky. She circled the patio, considered the angles. Maybe he lets him in, leaves, comes back. We'll check security, but I don't know why he'd leave anything on it. It had to be light out when the Vic got here. She walked in and out again. Seeing it, Rourke thought. Letting herself see it in different ways until one clicked. "Late supper deal," she said when she came out. "Had to be. There's not enough food for a party. It looks like a fancy dinner for 2, late supper. There's an open bottle of wine and a glass. That'll be the Vic's, too. So where's the wine for supper? Where's the champagne? There's none in the fridge in there, chilling. The owners probably have a wine cellar or a wine bar somewhere in there, but Delafloat likely selected and brought the wines he wanted for the meal," Rourke finished. She nodded. So this guy's doing his private chef thing, having some wine while he's at it. Gets some of it prepped. There's some sort of fishy-smelling stuff in the fridge, sealed up, but I'm not buying the owners left fishy-smelling stuff in there, then took off for vacation. Even I know better than that. So he's made some of the stuff, got the chicken in the cooker. He's got salad crap washed and in this draining thing. Takes a little break. Comes outside here into the garden to catch a smoke. Wait, where's the staff? Don't fancy cooks like him have minions to do the grunt work, peel, chop like that? Rourke glanced toward the unfortunate Delafloat. It's a bit late to ask him. We'll check on that. Anyway, he's out here, having his break. Moriarty's either with him or comes out. He's got the weapon hidden somewhere. No, he comes out because he's got the weapon with him. If he'd hidden it, somebody, the gardener maybe, comes by a day early, might find it. He gets the Vic to stand in front of that tree. Step back, pal, or step over. Has to be fast at that point, because the Vic didn't run. No way anybody makes a dead-on shot like that through the middle of a tree when the target's running. Eve stepped over, angled herself outside the kitchen door, lifted her hand as if holding a weapon. She shifted a couple inches, then nodded. She'd banked the computer simulation would put the killer where she was standing. Then he checks, just to make sure he's scored his points, won his round. Does he tag Dudley to confirm? Take a picture, a short vid, something to bring his pal in. Share the moment. He goes in, shuts off the oven, and the fucker decides what the hell, and takes the unopened wine, and he walks out. In and out, through the gates, without anyone seeing him. That's a risk, too. Dudley wore a disguise at the amusement park. Moriarty would have one. Something that makes him look like what he's not. Unless he's an idiot. He doesn't bring his own transpo close. Take a service or a cab from right here. He has to walk a while, put some distance in. He's got to have the propeller thing, the mechanism for the spear, with him. He's carrying some kind of case or bag for that, another for the wine. We can use that. That was a break, she thought. A man walking carrying a case and a bag. That could be a break. He'd look like some guy carrying stuff home from the market, but we can use that. He should have left the wine. Smug, greedy bastard. There's a garden gate, Rourke pointed out. Smarter to use that. Slip around the side, out the corner, then go out the front and through the main gates. Yeah, good thought. Sorry it took so long, Peabody hurried out, puffing a little. The subway was... Oh, hi, Rourke. You can be you, Eve said to Peabody, and you can be you, she said to Rourke. While I'm being me, I'll give you a few more minutes, Rourke suggested. I'll find the security system, see if there's anything on it of use to you. You could do that. The Vic is Delafloat, Luke. Eve began to catch Peabody up. Fancy private chef, top of his field. Same pattern. What is that pinning him to the tree? We believe it's a harpoon spear. Like for whales? Eve couldn't help herself. Does that look big enough to bother a whale? But a harpoon's for whales, right? Like in that book with the crazy guy and the ship and the whale, with the other guy named Isaac or Istok or... Wait a minute. She squeezed her eyes shut, then popped them open. Ishmael. Call me Ishmael. Any guy who goes out in a ship with a spear to take on a whale's automatically crazy. And I'm going to stick with calling you Peabody. This deal is, most likely, from a harpoon gun, which propels it. It's used for fish and for killing fancy French chefs. Lips pursed, Peabody studied Delafloat. It works. T.O.D., Eve began again, and ran it through. Cold, was Peabody's opinion. Having the Vic come all the way from Paris, spend all that time cooking, then zap, impale him before the chicken's even done. I think the chicken's the least of the Vic's problems right now. He probably brought the supplies with him, probably bought them in Paris because he's a French chef and would likely prefer his own suppliers. Run that down. I want to ID the wines he brought with him. No way it's just the one open bottle. Also, run down his travel. Did he come alone? How did he get here from the shuttle? I want the times. We need EDD to scope out the security, and we might as well bring in the sweepers and the ME. The owners need to be notified. She broke off when Rourke stepped out. Lieutenant, you should see this. Is he on the fucking system? No, he said as she strode over. But there's something else that is. She followed him in and to a small, well-equipped security station. There's no activity until this point, 17:30 hours. As he'd already queued it up, he simply hit the replay. Eve watched the car stop at the gate. Late model sedan, New York plates, Peabody run it. The gates opened smoothly. He had the code, or a bypass, rode right in. House security picked up the car in front of the house. The driver stepped out, walked to the front door, and coded in. That's not Dudley or Moriarty. Back it up, enhance, I want a better look at... She trailed off again, leaned into the screen. It's a damn droid. Okay, that's smart. They're not idiots. Use a droid, program him with the codes. He goes in, waits for the Vic, lets the Vic in. He's programmed to be there, to be who or whatever they want him to be. Staff, most likely. No other activity until Delafloat arrives at 2000. on the dot with a driver. Again, Rourke ran it through. You can see the droid does indeed let them in, and 15 minutes later, the security was turned off. Cams, alarms, locks, shut down, which should have alerted the security company if they'd been informed the owners were away. I'm going to assume the owners had the good sense for that, so they'd need to use a bypass, a clone that would run on an alternate and make it appear there was no interruption in service. "Intellicorp's in the data and security business," Peabody commented. "Moriarty could get his hands on a clone." "And with the security off, Moriarty can walk right up to the door and never risk being captured by the cams. He doesn't even have to code in because the door's unsecured." Eve paced one way, then the other. And he'd leave by the vehicle, not on foot. Why walk when you can slide into the back seat and have the droid take you where you want to go? We'll still check, but that possible break just closed. "The vehicle belongs to a Willow Gantry," Peabody told her. "I'm doing a run. It's going to be stolen." Eve watched the brake cement shut. They only needed it for a few hours, and they've got the droid to snag a vehicle for them. They didn't even bother to take the disk or try to screw with the hard drive. They didn't care if we made the vehicle or the droid. The vehicle's back where it came from or ditched elsewhere, and the droid's dismantled and recycled. "I can do a diagnostic on the system here, see if I can find the bypass." Eve looked at Rourke, shook her head. "I'll get EDD on it." "Well, then, I need to go." "A moment first, Lieutenant." "Good luck, Peabody." "See you tomorrow." "What's tomorrow?" Eve demanded, as Rourke drew her out of the room. "Saturday." "How can it be Saturday already?" "Blame Friday." He laid his hands on her shoulders, rubbed there until her eyes met his. "You couldn't have saved him." "I know that in my head. I'm working on getting the rest of me there. Work harder on that." He tipped her face up, kissed her. He knew what was inside her, in her head, and in the rest of her. Because he knew, some of the sorrow eased. Eve framed his face, kissed him back. "Thanks for the help." She walked back, found Peabody in the kitchen studying the chicken in the oven. "You know, that looks like it would have been really good." "So, Willow Gantry, 63-year-old child care provider. No record. I went ahead and checked with the daycare company she works for. She and her husband of 38 years left 2 days ago to visit their daughter and her husband, who are expecting baby number 2 any minute. They drove to the transpo station themselves. Busted it from long-term parking. Probably left it parked on the street somewhere when they were done. Go ahead and have airport security try to locate it," Eve told her. "If it's not there, let's do the gantries a solid and put out an alert on it. We can get it back to them." "It would suck to come home, find your car stolen." "Worse things happen. But why should this? Let's take the gardener and his kid." "There's a kid?" Distress jumped into Peabody's eyes. "A kid saw that?" "Yeah, there's a kid. Did I leave that out?" Grateful Peabody was there to deal with the kid factor, Eve opened the door. Eve tagged it as staff quarters, probably a live-in housekeeper or Somerset type. Nice, attractive living area, roomy, nicely appointed. The uniform sat in one of the oversized chairs, talking to the kid about baseball. A good touch from Eve's point of view, and had her second grateful in a row when she saw the kid was about 16. He sat with his father on a high-armed sofa, arguing with the cop over a call at third base in the previous night's game. The kid was spare and trim, with skin like rich, creamy cocoa and just an inch away from beautiful. She imagined girls' hearts fluttered if he aimed those liquid brown eyes in their direction. The father, also spare and trim, held a ball cap in his hands and turned it round and round with nervous fingers. He didn't have the kid's beauty, but a weathered, sculpted face and dark, glossy hair that sprang in tiny ringlets. He looked up as Eve stepped in, that face both pained and hopeful. "Officer, I'll need the room." "Yes, sir." "A Mets fan." The uniform shook his head in mock pity as he rose. "You meet all kinds." "Oh, come on!" The kid laughed, but his eyes darted to Eve, too, and he inched a little closer to his father. "I'm Lieutenant Dallas." Eve gestured them down when both father and son started to stand. "This is Detective Peabody." "I'm James Manuel, and my son, Chaz." "Hard day for you," she said, and sat in the chair the uniform had vacated. "You work for Mr. Frost and Ms. Simpson." "Yes, I do their gardens, tend the pond. I have several customers in this neighborhood. They're away. They weren't here when this happened." "So I understand. Why were you and your son here this morning?" "We were going to refill the fish feeder. Koi need to be fed more in hot weather, and freshen the mulch, deadhead— Sorry, do what?" "You need to cut the dead blooms from the plants, the shrubs. You don't want them to go to seed. Okay, I get it. And we were to add food to the soil. My son came with me today to help. We had a job nearby. Some planning and a small build. We came early to do this maintenance since the owners are away and wouldn't be disturbed. It was just before dawn when we came. The lady, she gave me a code for the gate. I've had this code for 5 years, since I began to work for her. And this also allows us to come through the gate to the garden. Not into the house," he said quickly. "We didn't go inside." "I understand. So you came to do your job through the gate. You parked your truck, then you and your son came in through the garden." "Yes." He took a long breath. "Yes, ma'am, this is just what we did." "We were laughing," the boy said. "I told a joke and we were laughing. I went through first. We didn't even see, not at first. We were laughing, and Papa turned to lock the gate, and I saw him. I saw the man. The dead man." "You must have been scared." In the way she had. Peabody moved over, leaned on the high arm of the couch by the boy. "I yelled." Chaz looked down. "I think I screamed like a girl. Then I laughed again because I thought it wasn't real. I didn't think it could be." "What did you do then?" Eve asked. "I dropped my tools." James shuddered. "It sounded like an explosion, in my head anyway, and I ran to the man. I think I was yelling, and Chaz grabbed me, pulled me away. It was the tools. It was so loud when Papa dropped them, like a slap, I guess, and he was going to try to pull the man off the tree. God." The boy pressed a hand to his belly. "Do you need a minute?" Peabody laid a hand on his shoulder. "Do you want some water?" "No, thanks. No. I know you're not supposed to touch anything. It always says so on the cop shows. I watch a lot of Screen, and it always says so. I don't know how I remembered. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just didn't want my father to touch. It was awful. We left. I mean, we didn't stay in the garden. I was afraid someone might still be there, and my boy, my son." "You did right. It's okay," Eve told him. "We got the tools. I don't know why, except I always get the tools, and we ran to the truck. We called 911 and said what we saw and where we were, and we locked the doors and stayed until the police came." "Had you ever seen the man before?" No, ma'am. James shook his head. I don't think so, ma'am. Miss Simpson, Mr. Frost, they're good people. I've worked for them for 5 years. They have children. This isn't them. They didn't do this. They're not even here. I know. Don't worry about them. Where is the staff? Where's the person who lives in these rooms? Oh, that's Hannah, Miss Wender. She's with them in Georgia, and so is Lillian, who helps with the children. They go for a month in the summer to their other house. Do they have a droid? No, I don't think so. I've never seen one here. They have Hannah and Lillian, and cleaning people who come twice a week, and me. And do others have a code to access the gate in the garden? I don't know. I think Hannah would, and Lillian. Lillian takes the children to the park, so they have to go in and out. And Hannah markets and does other things, so she would go in and out. But they're not here. This was someone else. I don't know why that man was here, how he got here. Why would someone kill him here? This is a good place, a good home. These are good people. That's what I'm going to find out. You did everything right, both of you. We'll take it from here. We can go now? Yeah. Did the officer get your contact information in case we have to talk to you again? Yes, he has everything. Should I tell Mr. Frost? Ms. Simpson? Should I tell them what we found? We'll take care of it. They rose, as Eve did, and Peabody moved to walk them out. The boy turned, met Eve's eyes. It's not like it is on screen. It's not really like that at all. She thought of Sean standing over a young girl's body in the Irish woods. People are always saying that. They're right. Chapter 18. Eve did a walk through herself to get a feel for the house, the people who lived there, and to make absolutely certain there were no droids in residence. She found the wine cellar, well stocked and secured. She'd have EDD check the log, determine the last time a bottle had been removed, but she held the opinion they'd confirmed the Vic had brought the wine with him from France, and the killer had taken it with him. She went back to the kitchen. What she knew about cooking wouldn't fill a teaspoon, but she could gauge the general concept. She imagined herself back in the kitchen of the farmhouse in Ireland, watching Sinead fix breakfast. There was an order to these things, she mused. What would he do first? Take out his supplies, that's what I'd do. Supplies and tools. Some of the stuff must need refrigeration, so he'd put that in the chiller until he needed it. Put his music on, maybe pour a glass of wine. Get everything all organized. Has he worked here before? We'll want to find out. If he already knew the lay of the land, it wouldn't take him as long to get set up. She opened the oven, studied the fatal chicken. Rourke said the bird would take a couple hours. It's probably the longest deal, so he'd do that first. Rourke knows how to roast a chicken? No, he looked it up. Peabody poked her head in the oven again, nodded. A good 90 minutes anyway, less for the veggies, so he'd arrange them in the pot a little later. I actually know how to roast a chicken, but not so fancy. It's got this sauce, and see, he's trussed it up. Yeah, it's real pretty. How long to get it in the oven? He's a pro, so maybe not as long as your average, or maybe longer due to fancy. Maybe half an hour. He'd have to peel and chop the veggies, so that's a little more time once the bird was in. He's got this fishy thing in here. Eve opened the fridge. Peabody poked in again, sniffed. It's like a moose deal. That probably took some time. And there are artichokes. I guess he was going to do something with them. Caviar, too, mega fancy. And all those greens over there, it's too bad they're all wilted now. Put it all together, and he worked here at least 2 hours. From the looks of the bottle, he had a couple of glasses of wine. M.E. can confirm. You know what else? Hands on her hips, Peabody took a long survey. It's tidy. No spills, no jumble. When my granny cooks, it's like a hurricane's been through, so either he or the killer cleaned up. I think we can eliminate the killer. No point. And wiping off a counter or sticking something in the washer isn't something Moriarty would consider his job. But Peabody's observation helped her see it more clearly. The pro liked an organized workspace, so he cleaned or had the droid do it. We're going to feed all this into the computer, get the most probable timing, which is likely what Moriarty did. Then, with the security down, all he has to do is have the droid drive him away and wherever he wanted to go. Didn't drive himself here. Eve shook her head. He wouldn't want to deal with 2 vehicles. Maybe the droid again. Otherwise, he'd have to walk at least for several blocks, so he'd have to disguise himself somewhat. Carting that harpoon in some sort of case or bag. If it went that way, the droid lets him in through the gate, and he sends it out to the car. She shoved her hands in her pockets. That's just sloppy. Why walk when you've got a droid and a stolen car at your disposal, and you'll be the one with an alibi, according to the pattern? He wouldn't want to waste time. Vehicle gives him cover, saves him the disguise, Peabody added. And there's a nice, safe place to go, just about 5-6 minutes' drive from here. Dudley's primary New York residence. That's the one. Droid picks him up there, brings him here. He'd figure the Vic's busy in the kitchen or taking a break in the garden. All Moriarty has to do is walk through the house. If the Vic's in the kitchen, he just has to talk him outside. If the Vic's outside, which he was, having his smoke, Moriarty just walks out, gets the Vic in position, and spears him. Puts the mechanism back in the case, bags the wine, walks out, and the droid drives him away. The kill didn't take more than 5 or 10 minutes from the time he came through the gates. She circled one last time. I want the timing locked down. And we're going to find out where Moriarty was last night, if they have the nerve to start alibying each other. Let's go see Dudley. He's connected to the owners, Peabody pointed out. So, sticking to pattern, he'll have an alibi. Yeah. I want to know what it is. I want to contact them first, the owners. We need to confirm they didn't hire the Vic. The Vic's got to have an admin or assistant. Track them down, get the setup. How he was hired, how it was arranged, how he traveled, and the supplies. Did he bring them with him? And if so, where he got them. Lock down the wine. It's going to be key. Then what? Then we put it all together. Every step, every layer, every angle. She felt her anger struggle to rise up and hardened it into sheer resolve. We're going to put on a fucking show, Peabody, because we have to convince Whitney, the PA, and anybody else who needs convincing to issue search warrants. I want to tear these bastards' houses, offices, playgrounds, club rooms, and Piedza goddamn tear apart. It was probably small and hardly relevant for Eve to feel such cold satisfaction when she noted Rourke's house could have swallowed Dudley's whole, then spit it out again. It was nothing to sneeze at. From the looks of it, it had likely been a smallish hotel pre-Urbans. Someone with vision had redesigned it and turned it into a mini estate too sleek and modern for her taste. Or, she supposed, the taste she'd developed over the past few years. The windows, coated with a silver sheen for privacy, tossed back shimmering reflections of the city Dudley could smirk at from the other side. He'd opted for stone and metal sculptures rather than plantings at the entrance. She supposed they were somebody's idea of high art, but that somebody wasn't her. Security put her through the usual paces before a young, shapely woman in a snug red uniform opened the door. "Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody. Mr. Dudley will be with you shortly. He apologizes for the wait. He entertained last night, quite late." She gestured them into the wide foyer, done up in silvers and red, slashes of black, and into a large living space where the walls alternated between glossy white and glossy black, and the floor formed a kind of chessboard of the same colors. Furniture, and too much of it, gleamed in jewel tones Eve decided would make her eyes ache after 20 minutes. "If you'd wait in here. I've already ordered coffee. Mr. Dudley will be with you as soon as possible." "So he had a party last night?" "Yes." The woman smiled brightly, showing perfect and whiter-than-white teeth. "A garden party. Such a lovely night for it. I don't think the last guest left till nearly 4 this morning. Some people just don't know when to go home." Red Uniform's laughter was as bright as her smile. "I know what you mean, but Mr. Dudley didn't mind, I'm sure. Mr. Moriarty's such a dear friend." Eve's answering smile edged thin. "I bet. I'll just go check on your coffee." Eve shook her head before Peabody could speak. "I got about 2 hours of sleep last night myself," she said, and wandered to the windows, let out a yawn. "Couldn't that gardener have started work at a decent hour? It's not like the dead French guy was going anywhere." "I didn't tell you about the subway deal this morning," Peabody said, playing along. "Some sort of snafu, so I had to get off a station early and hoof it the rest of the way to the scene." Screwed-up days always seem to start early. The media's going to be all over this last murder, and the commander's going to want us to toss them something. At least the media hasn't connected the first two. Maybe they won't go there yet. We've been lucky. Luck doesn't last." Another woman, again young, curvy, dressed in red, wheeled in a coffee service and a silver basket of muffins. "Please help yourself. Is there anything else I can get you?" "No, we're good. Be sure to try a muffin. Celia baked them this morning." Eve eyed the basket when the second red uniform clipped out. "I guess Celia didn't go to the party." "I can have a muffin," Peabody decided. "I had a morning power walk." As she chose one, Dudley came in. He looked bright-eyed, in Eve's opinion. Maybe just a little too bright, the sort that came from a little chemical boost. No suit today, she noted, but a rich guy's casual wear. And the fucker was wearing the loafers, the shoes he'd worn when he'd killed Ava Crampton. "This is an unexpected morning treat." He beamed at them. "I hope you're here to tell me you found whoever killed that driver the other night." "Unfortunately, no." "Ah, well, I suppose these things take time." He poured himself coffee, added 3 little squares of brown sugar, then sat comfortably on a chair the color of a nuclear sapphire. "What can I do for you, ladies?" "I'm sorry we've disturbed you so early in the day," Eve began, "and after we're told you had a late night." "Wonderful party. Actually, I'm feeling very up this morning. Evenings like that are so stimulating." "That kind of thing wears me out, but it takes all kinds." "Doesn't it?" "I'm afraid we have some disturbing news," Eve continued. Would you object if I recorded this? And I'll need to read you your rights. It's official, a formality, and it would keep the record clean. Not at all. I appreciate that. Eve engaged her recorder, and noticed Dudley's eyes got just a little brighter. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Peabody, Detective Delia, in interview with Dudley Winston IV in his home. She read off the revised Miranda. Mr. Dudley, you employ a Merrill Simpson, correct? Yes, she's our CEO of marketing, and a family connection, convolutely. No. Don't tell me something's happened to her. I thought she and her family were away for a while. They are. However, her ID, her company credit information, and her home were used in a homicide. This just can't be. He braced his head in his hand, closed his eyes. Not again. I'm afraid it can be. It's possible her information was compromised before your recent security checks. If not, you still have a problem. It's a nightmare. He breathed it out, brushed a hand over his white blonde hair. I have to assure you, Merrill couldn't be involved. She's not only a trusted member of the Dudley team, but family. We have no reason to believe she's involved. I spoke with her and her husband this morning and informed them of the incident. Also, I advised them there's no need for them to return to New York at this time, but I believe Mr. Frost intends to do so to reassure them both their house is in order. Yes, he's a very responsible sort. What a terrible thing. He aimed a sorrowful look in Eve's direction. Their home, you say? That's right. Ms. Simpson's name and information were used to engage the services of a private chef, a Luc Delafloat from Paris. Delafloat? Dudley pressed a spread hand to his heart. Eve wondered if he'd practiced the gesture and the shocked expression in the mirror. No, my God! Was he the victim? Is he dead? You know him? Yes, I do. I certainly do. The man's an artist, a genius. We've, myself, friends, family, hired him many times for events, for special occasions. Why, I dined in his restaurant the last time I was in Paris. How did this happen? I'm not free to give you the details as yet. As the employer and a family connection, and now with your personal acquaintance with the victim, I have to ask for your whereabouts last night between the hours of 9 and midnight. Obviously, you were entertaining, Eve continued. If I could have your guest list, even a partial, to verify, it would put that matter aside so we can focus in on viable lines of investigation. Of course, of course. This is such a shock. I'm going to contact our security and have this checked yet again. I think that would be wise. Again, we're sorry to disturb you at home, and with such distressing news. Thank you for your time. I'm more than happy to give you my time under these tragic circumstances. This is a terrible business. He chose a grim expression this time, and Eve thought he selected his facial reactions the way a man might pick the correct tie. I want to contact Merrill, offer my support and sympathy. That won't be a problem, officially, will it? Not at all. We won't keep you any longer. If we could have that guest list, or even a handful of names, we'll get out of your way. Let me just tell Mizzy to make you a copy. He rose, walked to a house link. Nice shoes, Eve said with a casual smile. The silver accessory gives them some jump, but they look comfortable. Thank you. And they are. Stefani invariably marries comfort and style. Mizzy, would you make a copy of last night's guest list for Lieutenant Dallas? Yes, dear. Thank you. He walked back, picked up his coffee again. It won't take a minute. Have you ever dined on Delafloat? he asked her. I couldn't say. Ah, if you had, you could and would say. He forgot to look grim or sorrowful as delight twinkled over his face. I'm surprised Rourke wouldn't have indulged you. Yeah, it's too bad since we've missed our chance there. Still, I lean toward Italian, she said, thinking of the pizza she'd shared with Rourke the night before. Mizzy, yet another red uniform, strode in, brisk on toothpick heels. Here you are, Lieutenant, the guest list with contact data. Is there anything else I can do? This should cover it. Thanks again. Eve rose, held out a hand to Dudley. Shoot. Sorry, lost track. Interview end. Mizzy will show you out. Please keep me up to date on these matters. You'll be first in line. After they'd walked out, gotten into their vehicle, Eve let her own smirk free. You caught the footwear? Oh, yeah. And now we've got them on record with his murdering feet in them. Murdering feet? Well, he's a murderer, and the feet are attached to him. Solid alibi, Peabody added. And the first red-suited bombshell mentioned Moriarty was at the party, so it's looking like he'll have one, too. Easy drive from here to the Simpson place. I clocked it at 6 minutes. Maybe shave off a minute that time of night, but stick with 12 for the round trip, 10 to do the kill, add another 2 at most to gloat and pack up the wine. Eve gave a last glance at the Dudley house in the rear view as she drove away. Big party, drinks flowing, people wandering around outside, in the house. Who's going to notice one guest slipping out for under a half hour? It's a little squishy, but they're all really rich people, and people of the same type tend to stick together. I bet more than half the people who were there will swear Moriarty was. Then we'd better prove he wasn't, for at least the time needed to skewer Delafloat. Next, there's going to be a past connection between the Vic and Dudley. We find it. The Vic's got about 10 years on him, so they didn't go to school together. We'll search the society and gossip shit first. And we dig into the Vic, see what he had in common with Dudley. If they traveled to the same places, had any common interests. She engaged the dash link, contacted Feeney. Yo, he said. I've got an image of Dudley in the same fucking shoes he wore on Coney Island. Can you compare images? Get me a match? Bring it in. Amusement Park's image isn't pristine, but we ought to be able to give you a solid probability. Heading in now. I'm going to need you and that match later today. I need ammo, and plenty of it, to talk my way into search warrants. We'll take our best shot. What time later? I'll let you know as soon as I do. She clicked off. Book us a conference room. For when? For starting now until I'm damn well finished with it. I need more room to spread this out. I need a bigger board while you're at it, and a second comp, and I need Baxter and Trueheart. I need $1 million on the smaller ass. I was just throwing that in the pot. Peabody shrugged off Eve's snarl and got to work. A block from Central, Eve's communicator signaled. She used a wrist unit to answer. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. No fucking way. Obscenities over official communication can result in a reprimand. Report to Central Park, Great Hill Jogging Track. See Detectives Reinecke and Jenkinson. On what matter? Eve demanded. Possible homicide, possible connection to previous ongoing investigations. Urgent request for you from your detectives. Acknowledged. Acknowledged, God damn it. she said as soon as she cut off the transmission. "Tag one of those guys now." Eve cut west, cursing all the way, then headed back uptown. "Reinecke," Peabody told her, on Dashlink. "This better be damn good," Eve warned him. "We think it's one of yours, Lieutenant. It looked like a suicide first glance. Then when we got here, took a better look, it smelled of homicide. We ran the Vic. Adrienne Jonas. She was what they call a facilitator for the rich. They want it, she finds a way to get it. She's number one. Get it?" Yeah, she thought as her stomach sank. She got it. "Keep going." "She's hanging from a tree right off the track here by a freaking bullwhip. You don't see bullwhips every day, and you don't usually see some skirt in a party dress hanging by one. We figured it fit your Vic profile pretty much down the line. Public place, Vic considered the tops, screwy weapon. Keep the scene secure." She swung toward the curb, ignored the blare of horns. "Get the recording to Feeney. Get the rest set up. Get what you can started. Run the list, Peabody. Work it. I'll take this with the detectives on scene." "Dallas, how the hell did he do it? Just work it. Out now." Peabody had barely slammed the door before Eve hit the sirens, swung out, and headed uptown running hot. She imagined Adrienne Jonas had been a beauty, but hanging victims just didn't stay pretty. The whip had bloodied her throat, and she'd had time to claw at the constriction before she'd been yanked off her feet. She'd lost her shoes, probably from her body jerking, twisting, legs kicking. They lay sparkling in the grass. Couple early joggers spotted her, called it in. Reinecke wiggled his thumb toward a pair of women huddled together talking to Jenkinson. They said some woman hanged herself and were pretty hysterical. Hard to blame. Uniforms got here, took a gander, and sent out for homicide to take our sweep. Once we ID'd the Vic, got the skinny on her, got a good look at what she's hanging by, we figured, well, fuck us sideways, this is Dallas's. Yeah, you figured right. TOD's gonna be early this morning, not last night. Last night was Moriarty's round. Dudley just hit his early. You're on it, about 3 a.m. We went ahead and established TOD. You want to talk to the wits? I can tell you we've gone round with them. They jog here 3 times a week, together for safety. They're both clean. Live in the same building over on 105th. No, if you've got their information, spring them. Give me 5 here, Detective. You got it, LT. She pressed her fingers to her eyes a moment, ordered herself to clear everything else out of her head. Work it, she ordered herself, just as she'd ordered Peabody. Lured her here, she thought. Hired her. False ID to keep his name out of her books. Facilitator. That sort would be used to going to odd places at odd times, catering to the rich and eccentric. He'd be here first, waiting. She probably knows him. Yeah, probably he's used her before. His sort would. She'd be surprised to see him, wouldn't she? Not expecting him, but not worried. She circled the body. No tears in the clothing, she noted. 1 lash of the whip, then. He'd practiced. 1 lash wraps it around her throat. Painful, shocking, strangling. Frowning, Eve crouched, studying the ground. She fell. Maybe hands and knees. Eve detected what looked like faint grass stains on the heels of the victim's hands, on the knees just below the skirt of her suit. But he's got to get the whip over the limb. It's not high. It doesn't have to be. She's what, 5'3" in her bare feet? 5'2.5" on her ID. Sorry, Lieutenant. Jenkinson shrugged when she turned to frown at him. I thought you were talking to me. Just thinking out loud. He's got to hoist her up. He's in good shape, and he's tall enough to manage it, but that takes some solid muscle. Or some chemical help, she considered. Zeus made gods out of men, or at least gave them the adrenaline rush to think so. He's a user. A couple tokes to get his juices up. Maybe he brought a collapsible ladder. Hell, maybe he told her to bring one. Drag her up while she's choking, kicking, clawing. Secure the butt end of the whip, wait until she stops kicking. Wouldn't take long. Then go home and tell your pal it's a tie. We got word there was another one last night. Yeah, they're all revved up. Me and Reineke want in, Dallas. These fuckers need some ass kicking. You're in. Get her to Morris. Have crime scene go over this area like it was sprinkled with diamonds. Let me have her address. Where's her purse? There wasn't one. Might be some mope came by and snatched it. People will do any damn thing. And leave those shoes? I bet you could sell them for $1,000, easy. He took her bag. She'd have a bag. For face stuff, credit, link. Probably had some sort of repel spray, panic button, too. He took the bag like his pal took the wine. Sloppy, getting sloppy, she murmured. Cocky bastards. She's got a place on Central Park West. Didn't have to come far to die. You want one of us with you? No. She took the address. Finish up here. Dot every I. And write it up. Work with Peabody on this. Sylvester Moriarty is going to have some past connection to her. You need to find it. Peabody will bring you up to date. If you've got anything else hot, pass it to another detective. This is priority. No problem. She stood another moment, looking at the no longer pretty Adrienne Jonas, then turned her back and walked away. Walking across the park, she pulled out her link. She just needed to talk to him for a minute, she told herself. 30 seconds. Maybe she just needed to see his face. God. She needed something. Hello, Lieutenant. Cairo, Rourke's admin, smiled out of the screen. If you just hold one moment, I'll put him on. He's into something. Or he'd have answered himself. It's not important. I'll get back to him later. I'm under orders to put you through any time you call today. Are you all right? Jesus, did it show? Yeah. Hold on, Cairo said. Stupid, Eve berated herself. Stupid to have interrupted him. Stupid to have needed to. What she needed to do was the job. But if she broke transmission, he'd tag her right back. Then she'd feel stupider. Eve, what's wrong? I shouldn't... Doesn't matter, because I did. They got another one. Today? 3 this morning, Central Park. God. He hung her in the park. Used a bullwhip, and Where are you now? I'm leaving the park, going over to the Vic's place. I have to check it out, find out how she was booked. I have to work it. Give me the address. I'll meet you there. She felt her throat burn and realized emotion was shoving against the resolve that held the anger underneath. That's not why I got you out of some meeting. I'm sorry about that. If you don't give me the address, I'll just get it by other means, which you won't like. Let's avoid the fight over something unimportant when we're both tired and frustrated. Look, I've got my work, you've got yours. I'm sorry Last chance to avoid the fight. You're a little more beaten up than I am, so I'll win. She cursed, but she gave him the address. I'll clear you with building security. No, that's just insulting. I'll be there shortly." So he'd be Peabody again, she thought, as she got into her vehicle. What the hell? She could use all the eyes, ears, hands, and brains she could muster. Chapter 19. The doorman took one look at Eve's vehicle and, wincing, left his post to stride over. He plastered a smile on his face. She had to give him that. "Something I can do for you, miss?" She held up her badge as she got out of the car. "Couple of things. First, make sure my ride stays where I put it. Second, clear me up to Adrienne Jonas's place. Third, I'll have to check with Miss Jonas before I clear you. He took another look at her badge. "Lieutenant." "Good luck with that. She's on her way to the morgue." "Aw, come on!" The sincere shock and distress made her wish she'd been slightly more tactful. "Miss Jonas is dead? What happened to her?" "You knew her pretty well?" "Nicest lady you'd ever want to meet. Always had a word, always had a smile." "Did she have an accident?" "No. Somebody made her dead on purpose." "Oh, come on," he repeated. "You mean somebody killed her? Why would anybody want to kill a nice lady like that?" "I'd like to find that out. You need to clear me." As he had with her badge, she took another look at his nameplate. "Lewis. I have a consultant on the way. You'll need to clear him when he gets here." "I gotta take a minute." He removed his spiffy, silver-trimmed red hat, lowered his head, closed his eyes. The simplicity threw Eve off, had her slipping her hands in her pockets and giving him his moment of silence. He let out a breath, replaced his hat, squared it, and his shoulders. "I need to log your badge in." He moved to the door, opened it into a quiet and pristine lobby area. "And I'll need the name of the consultant." Eve pulled out her badge again. "Rourke." The doorman's head snapped up. "Oh." He gave her badge yet another closer look. "I didn't realize. Sorry for holding you up, Lieutenant Dallas." "No problem." So Rourke owned the building. Big surprise. "You just take elevator 2 right up to 51, then—" God, I'm not thinking straight. He rubbed a hand over the back of his neck, shook his head. "Miss Wallace is already up there. She got in about a half hour ago." "Miss Wallace?" "Miss Jonas's assistant. And Maribel, that's the housekeeper. She left a little before that to do some morning errands. Should I tell Miss Wallace you're coming up?" "No." "Does anyone else work for her or live in the unit?" "There's Katie. I guess she's what you'd call a gopher, but she's not here yet today. Maribel has her own apartment next to Miss Jonas's." "Okay, thanks." "She's 5100, Lieutenant," he said, as she crossed to the elevator. "I don't mean to tell you your job or anything, but if you could maybe gentle it up some with Miss Wallace, it's gonna knock her back pretty hard." Eve nodded, stepped into the elevator. Murder was supposed to knock you back, she thought. She keyed the names the doorman had given her into her notes as the elevator rode silently, smoothly up 51 floors. As she pressed the buzzer beside the wide double doors of 5100, she wondered what constituted gentling it up. The woman who answered had about 5 pounds of madly curling black hair and skin the color of Peabody's coffee regular. Her eyes, a spring leaf green, held Eve's for a long beat. Long enough, Eve understood, she didn't have to worry about the gentle. "I know you." The smoky voice was breathless. "I know who you are." "It's Adrienne. Something's happened." Her lips trembled. Her hand squeezed the edge of the door. "Please say it very fast." "I have to inform you Adrienne Jonas is dead. I'm sorry for your loss." She swayed, but even as Eve braced to catch her, she toughened up. Tears sheened those soft green eyes, but didn't fall. "Someone killed Adrienne." "Yes." "Someone killed Adrienne," she repeated. "She wasn't here when I got here. She's not answering her link, and she always answers her link. Someone killed Adrienne." Just because the woman wasn't going to faint or scream or rush into hysterics didn't mean she wasn't in shock. Gentle, Eve supposed, had different levels. "I'd like to come in. Why don't we go inside and sit down?" "Yes, I need to sit down. Yes, come in." The entrance foyer led to another set of doors, open now, that connected to a large, high-ceilinged living space with a wide ribbon of windows. Seating had been cleverly built in beneath the windows, with more glass doors worked in between. The woman chose a scroll-arm chair, lowered into it slowly. "When?" "Early this morning. She was found in Central Park, near the Great Hill. Do you know why she would have been there?" "She had an appointment at 3 o'clock this morning." "With whom?" "Darren." Her voice broke. She shook her head, cleared her throat. "Darren Wasinski, a client. He wanted to arrange for his daughter to be married there at that time of the morning. She and her fiancé had gotten engaged there at that time." She put her fingers over her eyes, breathed and breathed. "I'm sorry. I'm trying to think clearly." "Take your time." "Do you want something? Some water?" "No." He wanted her to meet him there, to get an idea of the terrain, the look of it at that hour. His daughter wanted romantic, but unique. Something nobody else had done. He wanted Adrienne to handle the logistics. Oh, God, was Darren killed too? Oh, God! "No." "Is he a new client?" "No. He's used us before, personally and professionally. He's CFO for IntelliCorp, New York operations." Of course he is, Eve thought. "I should have gone with her." Her breath tore and wheezed as she fought for control. "Adrienne's so self-sufficient, and God knows she can handle herself, but I should have gone with her. We were at a party last night, and she was going straight from there." "Where was the party?" "Winston Dudley's home. It was still going strong when I left, about 1:30. I don't know what time she left." "Did Darren meet her? Do you know if—" Eve interrupted. "Did he personally book the appointment?" "Yes. He emailed her yesterday afternoon." "Lieutenant Darren wouldn't have hurt Adrienne. I can swear to it. He's a very lovely man, devoted to his family, which is why he'd go to such lengths to make this brainstorm of his daughter's happen." "Did either you or Ms. Jonas or anyone else on staff actually speak to him about the arrangements?" "Just by email. It was very last minute, and nothing we'd have taken on except Darren's a regular long-term client." And a booking by a regular long-term client when Jonas would already be out, at the party Dudley had invited her to, ensured she'd be where they wanted her, when they wanted her. "I'd like copies of the emails. Has Ms. Jonas ever facilitated for Mr. Moriarty, Mr. Dudley?" "Yes, they're very good clients." "Was it a mugging?" "No." "I didn't see how it could be. She's trained in self-defense, a black belt in several martial art disciplines, and she carried repel spray and a panic button." "In her purse?" "The spray, yes. Her wrist unit had the panic button. It's very much like mine." Wallace tapped her wrist. Adrienne gave everyone who works with her one. We go into unusual places, often at unusual times. We all take self-defense courses. She wanted us safe, Wallace added, and the first tear spilled down her cheek. Can you tell me what happened to her? It would be out soon enough. She was hanged. Oh, God, my God! She blanched as her hands gripped together in her lap. Can any of this be happening? I know this is hard, but I need to see those emails. It would help if I could go through the apartment. Did she have workspace here? Yes. We work in the adjoining unit, primarily. It spills over, of course, into the living space. You and Ms. Jonas and Katie? Oh, Jesus. I have to tell Katie. She's not due in until noon today. I should contact her. And Bill and Julie. Bill and Julie? Her parents. They live in Tulsa. She's from Tulsa. We'll notify her parents. Maybe you can contact them later today after I've spoken with them. All right. Yes. All right. I was worried. A little worried when she wasn't here this morning. But I thought maybe she went back to the party after her appointment, and maybe she went home with someone. It's not usual, but she and Bradford Zander, one of the other guests last night, saw each other occasionally. But she didn't answer her link, and she was fierce about always answering, or at least acknowledging a contact. But I told myself it was nothing. To give her a few more minutes, that she might be in the shower, or... Then I saw you at the door, and I knew. We have a whole file on you. You what? Oh, that sounded wrong. She rubbed her damp face with the heels of her hands. Adrienne believes in being prepared. You might be a client one day, so we keep files, articles, and basic data. She admired you. She believed strongly in women leaving a deep mark doing what they were meant to do. And as soon as I saw you, I knew why she wasn't home, why she didn't answer her link. She's my best friend in the world, and I knew you were here to tell me she was dead. Wallace wiped another tear away, blinked the rest back. You'll find who did this to her. She'd have expected that from you. I'll take you through to the offices. As they rose, the buzzer sounded. Will you excuse me a minute? As Wallace went to the door, Eve angled herself to keep it in view. She watched Rourke step in, take Wallace's hands. He kept his voice low, so all she heard was the comfort in the tone. When she turned back, Eve saw the tears had won again. I'll take you both over. I'll get a printout of the emails you wanted. It would be useful if you'd get me a list of anyone who knew Ms. Jonas was going to the park, and when. Busy work, Eve thought, but it would give the woman something to do. All right. She walked them back through the foyer and through already open doors to another large unit. Another living space designed to Eve's eye to keep clients comfortable. Stylish, sunny built-ins that likely housed entertainment and refreshment equipment. Later, Eve decided, she'd need to go through the rest of the space, the more personal spaces. Can you tell me if she had trouble with anyone? A client who was unhappy or dissatisfied? A personal problem with anyone? She never left a client unhappy. She'd find a way. And if it wasn't exactly what they were after, she had a talent for making them think it was, or that it was better than they'd expected. On a personal level, she kept things casual. She wasn't ready, she said, for a serious relationship. I honestly don't know of anyone who'd do this to her. People liked her. It was part of her success, giving people what they wanted and being likable. She stepped out into another, smaller living space, then turned into an office. It reminded Eve of Mira's. Not in the decor, she realized, but in that it struck her as feminine, pretty, and efficient all at once. I can put those emails on disk for you, unless you'd prefer a hard copy. Both wouldn't hurt. All right. She sat, engaged the computer. When she'd finished, she handed Eve a thin paper file and a disk in a case. I'd like to scan some of the other correspondence, some of the files. I feel like I have to say this business runs on privacy and discretion, but I'm not in the mood to care about that right now. And I know Adrienne would be pissed off by what happened. That sounded stupid. No, it didn't. It sounded accurate. Wallace managed a weak laugh. She'd also want you to have whatever tools you needed to do your job. I'd like you to tell me if you make copies or transfer any files. No problem. If you don't need me to stay, I could really use a few minutes. Go ahead. Ms. Wallace, Eve added as she started out. It strikes me Ms. Jonas had good judgment in friends. That was a kind thing to say, Rourke murmured. I'm not feeling very kind. Adrienne isn't the only one pissed off right now. I told you I could handle this. Do I interpret that as you're pissed off at me? Not especially. Eve sighed. A little, but mostly because you're here and I could punch you if I needed to. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't be pissed off at me, but then I wouldn't be here to punch. Don't try to logic me right now. They had a really big night, splashy party, with their private entertainment on the side. Figured on using that party and each other for alibis, with the bonus of having a lure for Jonas. One slips out, skewers the chef, then later the other slips out, hangs the facilitator, and they cover each other. You didn't tell me you owned the building. The majority share, but that wasn't on my mind when you gave me the address. I knew her a little. Adrienne. Were you a client? No. He slipped his hands into his pockets, wandered the room. I can facilitate for myself, and if I don't have the time, or don't want to spend the time, I have Cairo and Somerset. But she had a sterling rep. He touched the frame of a photo where both Adrienne and Wallace smiled, arms around each other's waist. A lovely woman with a lot of style and charm, he added, and a talent for fluid thinking. I do know several people who were clients and worked with her or with her through Bonita. Wallace, he added at Eve's blank look. How did they get her into the park? She ran it by him as she scanned the hard copy of the emails. This guy, Wasinski, won't know squat about this. I'll have to check him out, but he's the same as the others. Just the dupe. The difference being, unlike the others, he knew the Vic. Adding more connections, Rourke said. Yeah, upping the stakes every time now. Look here, right in his email to her, it asks her not to contact him via link as he's in meetings most of the day. Not to leave voicemail, as he wants this to be a surprise and his wife might check his messages, blah, blah. Just to use this email account he's set up, not his regular account, to keep it on the down low until they check it all out. And she didn't question it. He's a client, one she's known a while. He uses his daughter's name, his wife's name, works in just enough personal stuff. He even mentions he knows she's been invited to Dudley's garden party. Why would she question it? It's probably not the weirdest request she ever got. Eve sat on the desk, began to scroll through the most recent correspondence. Since you're here, and I'm not punching you, maybe you could check out the desk link. I'll do that, On one condition. You stop blaming yourself right here, right now. I'm not doing that. Exactly. She looked at the photo and noted she'd been right. Adrienne Jonas had been a very pretty woman in life. I feel like I'm lagging behind in this contest, and because I am, 2 people are dead. But I also know the contest is rigged. It's set up so I can't know who's a target, and so I have to spend time checking out their dupes and alibis. Why spend the time when you know they're dupes, and you know the alibis are bollocks? Because I can't play by their rules. I have to show a judge, and eventually a judge and jury, that I investigated and verified and eliminated, that I compiled the evidence. Maybe this Darren Wasinski got a wild hair, was carrying on an affair, or wanted to, with the Vic. Maybe he decided to try to do a copycat and killed her because she wouldn't run off to Mozambique, or because she threatened to tell his wife they did the dirty in Mozambique when he was supposed to be in Albuquerque on business. None of which you believe for an instant. Not a nanosecond. But it has to be checked out, verified, eliminated. When I take the dupe out of the picture, leave no wiggle room there, it goes back to the pattern. It goes back to establishing enough probable cause and circumstantial for a search warrant, for me to bring them into the box. And God, she thought she wanted them there. Wanted those smug, smirking faces in her house. These bastards think they're so fucking smart, so goddamn clever, and more. They think they're insulated because they're rich and important, and because I have to play by the rules. But it's the rules that'll tie them up and choke them at the end. Computer, attempt reply to account on screen. No message. One moment, please. The account has been terminated. Do you wish to use an alternate? No. Cancel. First step. The account he set up for this lure is now closed, and you can bet it was closed by remote. We can work with that. We can. The steps and time factor of her rules might frustrate him, but he could admit mitering those corners rather than cutting them did the job. Very good. Anyone in EDD can find you the location of the computer used to set up, then close the account, and they'd certainly know that. So they used another dupe's comp, or a public with false ID, but it leaves a trail. So far, they're ahead on the trail, but they're leaving a lot of cookie crumbs to follow. He had to smile as he brushed a hand over her hair. That's breadcrumbs. I'd rather have a cookie. And I pick up enough crumbs, I can make a damn cookie. But you're right about EDD. I'll get them in here to deal with this. I can get your locations in less time than it would take you to arrange that. She hesitated. We have permission. Go ahead. I'm still getting EDD in. They can do what they do, and I can work my way back to Central via the morgue. They're having a 2-for-1 sale. Sick, he commented. Yeah, but it helps keep me from being sick. If you'll get the locations, and keep the work right down the line, no blurs, I'm going to get the go-ahead to check out the Vic's other spaces. You never know. She found nothing in Adrienne's private spaces that applied, but she verified through the files that both Dudley and Moriarty had used her services in the past. With Wallace's permission, she used the Vic's office link to notify next of kin. When she was done, Rourke leaned over the chair to kiss the top of her head. Devastating for them. Painful for you. I can't think about it now. Couldn't let herself feel it. Not now. He used a remote, likely a disposable link, you say, both times, to set up and to close. The same device both times, Rourke confirmed, as were the emails. We have various locations, I've listed them for you. I've got to go finish putting this together. You saved me some time, so I won't be punching you. My face is relieved, yet strangely disappointed. I don't know when I'll be home. Neither do I, as when I've cleared up some business I need to clear up, I'll be coming down to Central to see if I can be of use to Feeney. I'd tell you Feeney can handle things, but with 9 dead, I'm not turning down any help. No point, is there, in telling you not to buy a bunch of food for a bunch of cops? He sent her a cheerful grin. None at all if I'm hungry. When they were out on the street, he cupped her face in his hands. No point telling you to catch an hour's sleep, even if it's on the floor of your office. Probably not today. Her link signaled. Hold on. Dallas, tell me you love me. I can't. My husband's standing right here. He might get suspicious. He'll understand, Peabody claimed, when you both hear what I found. Guess whose mommy had a scorching affair with a dead French chef before he was dead, like 25 years ago? Delafloat Bone Dudley's mother? That's the word, mostly in French. It was a BFD in Europe back then. The Vic was younger, and she was still married to the father. She left him, the husband, and set up house with Delafloat. Didn't last more than about 6 months, but it broke the marriage and, according to the gossip back in the day, caused serious embarrassment for the Dudley family. That's worth a very fond of. Aw, I'm all about the love. Find me a connection between Adrienne Jonas and Moriarty, more than he was an occasional client, then we'll talk love. Status with the shoe? I've been buried in illicit affairs, fashion, marital hijinks, and celebrity scandals. I'll check. I'm heading to the morgue. When I'm done, I'll be in. Polish it up, Peabody. I think it's starting to shine. I really do. Eve clicked off. I have to go. What about the shoe? He demanded as she jumped in her car. The bastard was wearing the same shoes we caught on security when I interviewed him this morning. Cookie crumbs. He watched her go and decided he'd pick up a few dozen cookies before he met her at Central. Peabody tagged her back as she strode down the white tunnel of the morgue. I'm still at very fond, Eve said. You may be ready for sweet on, at least. Unofficially, McNabb says if it's not the same damn shoe, he'll eat it with barbecue sauce. He'll eat anything with barbecue sauce. I need official. Feeney just confirmed officially that the shoe Dudley was wearing this morning is the same size, the same make, the same color as the shoe on the amusement park security. Close, but not sweet enough. He can't state unequivocally it's the same shoe. He can give that an 88.7 probability. I want 90 plus. See if he can enhance the images anymore, or squeak that out. 90's better than 88. I'll relay. Eve stuck the link in her pocket and pushed through the autopsy suite's doors. Morris looked up from his work. Well, Dallas, we're having a hell of a summer. It's going to be hell for 2 smug bastards before it's done. Before we get into this, I want to thank you for arranging this gathering tomorrow. Oh, I think I find myself pulling back too often from friends. It's easier and more self-indulgent to be alone. I need a nudge out of that cycle from time to time. Yeah. And there went her very rational, reasonable plan to postpone the whole deal. Well, can I ask a favor? I'd like to bring someone. Her jaw nearly hit the floor. Sure. I didn't realize you were not that sort of someone. Charlie, Father Lopez. He's a good friend now, and I know you think highly of him. He's fond of you." A lot of fondness going around, she thought. A priest at a cop party. Mostly cops, she corrected. What the hell? No problem. It'll be good to see him again. Thanks. And now for your double header. Ha! I called it a 2-for-1 sale. We're both sick. How else do you get through a hell of a summer? Our Frenchman is actually from Topeka, by the way, born Marvin Clink. No shit! Peabody did the run, which included the full data and legal name change. In any case, your supposition on scene was correct. Death by harpoon. It's been identified as such, and you've had the weapon, the gun, I think it's called, ID'd by the lab. That's not your usual line. You verified with Dickhead? We're all pulling a bit more, and I was curious. He's in love, you know. Yeah, I heard. It's a bit disturbing. Yes! She gave him a shove of solidarity. Thank God! It gave me the serious creeps. Humor lit his dark eyes and gave Eve her first lift of the day. Which is unkind, but I confess to the same. You have the weapon ID on your office unit by now. This was another heart wound. In simple terms, the barb pierced the chest, ripped straight through the heart and out the back. Your spear's been removed, as you see, logged and sent to the lab. There are no other wounds. He had consumed just shy of 8 ounces of white wine. I'm having the type analyzed. I have the bottle, and will confirm. He'd eaten a light meal several hours before death. A salad, grilled shrimp, asparagus and wine sauce, and a small amount of vanilla bean creme brulee. Despite the circumstances, her stomach yearned. Sounds pretty good. I hope it was. He did have more current stomach contents that, from the variety and amount, I'd say came from sampling what he was cooking, along with a little cheese, a couple of crackers. There were no drugs in his system. He was a smoker. It all fits. He's had some face and body work, Morris continued. Minimal. He kept in good shape. His muscles are nicely toned. What about her? Eve moved to Adrienne's body. She didn't die as quickly. She'd consumed about 16 ounces of champagne and neutralized the effects with sober-up. We'll get you the timing on that. Some party food in her stomach. Caviar, toasted bread, some berries, some raw vegetables, and so on. Very light amounts, consumed over a period of 2 to 4 hours before death. No sign of sexual activity, forced or consensual. He lifted her hand. There's some light bruising on the heels of her hands, on her knees, consistent with a fall. These deep scrapes on her throat, consistent with the blood and flesh under her own nails. She'd clawed at her throat, and you see she broke 3 of her nails, snapping 2 below the quick. Dragging at the whip. It circled her neck 3 times, and with force, tearing the skin in these patterns here, constricting her airway, bruising her larynx. She couldn't have screamed. No. And if you look, do you want goggles? No, I can see. But she bent down closer. He jerked her, maybe even pulled her off her feet, then jerked again, but upward. That would be dragging her up, hoisting her on the branch. Her neck's not broken. She glanced at Morris for confirmation, got a shake of the head. So it would have been painful and terrifying and endless. Just a minute, maybe 2, but endless. Yes, I'm afraid so. With Eve, he looked down at the body. She would have suffered. Her parents will be contacting you. I'll tell them it was quick and she didn't feel any pain. He touched a hand to Eve's arm briefly. They'll want to believe me, so they will. As she walked back down that white tunnel, she wished she could believe it. Chapter 20. Eve hit the bullpen at Homicide like a blaster. Trueheart! He jolted in his seat, then knocked a short stack of file disks to the floor as he sprang to attention. Sir! Whatever you're doing, stop doing it. I'm going to send you a list of weapons, images, makes, models, ID numbers where applicable. Run them. I want a complete list of vendors, outlets, collectors, and licenses. Cross-reference same with Dudley and Moriarty, personally, through their companies. Dudley and Son and Intellicor, respectively, all arms and locations, and family members, living and dead, include ex-wives and their family members, living and dead. Questions? While his eyes were wide enough to swallow Pluto, he shook his head. No, sir. Good. Baxter. He sat as he was, smiled a little. Yo. Same weapons list. I want names and locations of hunting clubs, hunting and/or fishing venues that allow the use of crossbows and/or harpoon guns. Stick with first-class venues, extreme first class, on and off planet. He straightened now. You want every one of them in the universe? And when you've got them, get the member list or client list. Find Dudley and/or Moriarty. They've practiced. More, they're show-offs. They've used those weapons somewhere, sometime. Reinecke, Jenkinson, I want your report on the Jonas homicide on my desk ASAP. You're going to work this case like Adrienne Jonas was your beloved mother. If Dickhead hasn't tagged the whip yet, chew on his ass until he does. When he does, pass it to Trueheart and Baxter. Meanwhile, find bullwhip experts. Experts? Jenkinson echoed. If I hand you a freaking bullwhip, are you going to know how to wrap it around somebody's throat? And do it strong enough to hang her by it? He had to learn somewhere, from someone. Experts, venues, trainers. Find them, contact them. Dig until somebody remembers Dudley or Moriarty, or both. Dig. Got it? Got it, Jenkinson answered, as Reinecke gave a thumbs up. Carmichael. As Eve turned, two voices answered. Detective Carmichael, she specified, and the uniformed Carmichael looked faintly disappointed. I'm going to give you a list of names, invites to Dudley's alibi party last night. Lieutenant, I'm not caught up with the details and particulars of this investigation. Catch her up, Eve ordered Peabody. When you are, she continued, contact the names. Both suspects left the premises at some point. Moriarty most likely shortly before 2200 and likely returned before 2300. Dudley between 2 and 2:30, returning sometime after 300 hours. Dudley may have been in the company of the last Vic. Find somebody who noticed, somebody who missed them. When you're done with the guest list, start on the staff, permanent, and any hired for the event. New guy. Eve pointed at a young, broad-shouldered man who'd transferred in the days before she'd left for vacation. Detective Santiago, Lieutenant. Right. Work with Carmichael. She tried to think what went into it when Rourke threw a fancy party. Dudley probably had some valets for parking. Some of the guests likely came and went with private car services. He'd have had catering, servers, people who don't have any particular reason to be overly loyal. Service providers are invisible to these people. And that's a vulnerability, because they don't consider those service providers to have the wit to notice or the balls to talk. Find somebody with wit and balls. With one glance, she targeted uniforms. Newkirk, Ping, and the other Carmichael, do whatever the detectives need you to do. Anything pops, anything even breaks the most discreet of wind, I hear about it. Full briefing and all reports in 2 hours. Conference room Peabody? C. Conference room C, 2 hours. Sweat, she ordered. These cocksuckers are killing people the same way a kid steps on ants, because they want to see them squish. More, they think we're stupid, too stupid to bring them down. We're going to prove them wrong. Peabody, with me. Eve headed straight to the auto chef in her office for coffee, then jerked a thumb at the machine. I better not. Peabody's voice signaled sincere regret. I was fading, so I took a boost. Now I feel like my eyes are glued open, and my nerves are all twitchy. I haven't found the connection to the last Vic and Moriarty. Pass it to Carmichael. Uniform Carmichael. And why do they have to have the same name? One of them needs to change it. Anyway, he's a vicious bastard on details. And yeah, you'll find it, Eve added before Peabody could protest. But he'll come with a fresh eye and without the twitches. Plus, I need you on other angles. Hold on a minute. She sat, copied and transferred the relevant files to the relevant cops. French guy's wine and supplies. Bought in Gay Paris. With so many details crowded in her head, Peabody took out her notebook to keep them straight. He got the booking 5 weeks ago. 5 weeks. That's good. That's a confirmation of long-term planning. Dudley would know Simpson and her family would be in Georgia. She'd have to clear the vacation time in advance. And this is an annual family summer thing. They'd want to lock Delafloat in. Had to suss out and plan the alibi, the timing. Probably practice that, too. Booking was done by email. Through what I've already checked was a temp account assigned to Simpson for billing. The Vic's assistant has it listed as a surprise for the husband, for Frost. Intimate romantic dinner for 2, al fresco. The garden. All set up for the garden. Late supper, Peabody continued. Delafloat's travel fee, and he came in on his own shuttle, paid early this week through Simpson's account. Delafloat personally shot for the food supplies and the wine on the day of departure. He has a major interest in a vineyard and selected 3 bottles of Puy Fuissé, a bottle of Sauterne, 3 bottles of champagne, all from the Chateau Delafloat label. I have the vintages for all of them, as the Vic kept a kind of spreadsheet for jobs. She paused, and pleasure moved onto her face. And Dallas, as the client hyped this as such a special deal, expense no object, the champagnes from a limited edition label and vintage, they're freaking numbered. He took numbers 48, 49, and 50 from the private reserve he kept back for special clients. Eve's smile spread slowly, a reflection of Peabody's pleasure. Maybe I do love you. Aw! We find one of those bottles. We'll nail them with it. Clean that report up. You'll be presenting that to the ADA and the commander in a couple hours. Oh, geez! Tag Feeney and tell him when and where. I want a solid report from him for same. I want everybody ready and in the conference room on time. No excuses. I'll set the commander in Rio for 10 minutes after. Brief Carmichael, both of them. I'll send you a report on Jonas as soon as I put it in order. Now go away. Shut the door. Before it shut, she was contacting Whitney's office. She locked him in, then Rio, then moved on to Mira. If she'd had time, she'd have cheered when the temp came on screen. Oh, hi, Lieutenant. Gee, the doctor's in a session right now. I'm going to send her a number of files, starting now and over the next hour. I need her to give them her immediate attention and report to Conference Room C, Homicide Division, with her conclusions at 1415. Oh, well, golly, I think she has an appointment at... This is Priority 1. Commander Whitney and an ADA will also be attending. Dr. Mira's presence is mandatory. Oh, gosh. I'll cancel her appointment, and good. If she has any questions, she can contact me. Cutting the temp off, Eve shot Mira the report Peabody had written on Delafloat, the reports her other detectives had written on Jonas. She pushed through the ME's reports, the labs, the prelim from the sweepers. Then she cleared her head and began to write her own on each. Twice she rose for more coffee, to check her timelines, to consult the computer on the time required to travel the distances from Dudley's home to each crime scene, on foot and by transpo. She brought up her map, studied it, then confirmed with the computer the most direct routes to and from each. With nearly an hour left, she loaded up everything she could carry to take it to the conference room. She turned out of the office just as Jenkinson turned toward it. "If you've got something, walk and talk." "Let me give you a hand." "I got it. It's balanced." "Okay." He fell into step with her. "We checked with the Vic, our Vic's usual car service. They took her to Dudley's, and she told the driver she'd contact them for a time of return, which was booked to include travel home, then to the park location and back, or, depending on the time, straight to the park. She left it open. Figuring if the party was a dud, she could take off, go home a while before her appointment, okay. Yeah, but what she did was cancel pickup altogether about 2 a.m. Eve felt that slow smile cross her face again. Because she copped another ride. "We checked with every freaking legit cab company in Manhattan. Nobody picked up a fare at that location between 2 and 3 a.m., and nobody dropped off a fare between those times at the logical entrance to the park for the Great Hill. We gotta figure she got a lift," Eve finished, and jerked her head at the conference room door. "With Dudley. That's our take." He opened the door, followed her in. "So far, Carmichael and the new guy haven't hit on anybody, but they're asking if anybody saw the Vic and Dudley hanging together between the 2 a.m. and the 2:30 mark." Okay. She dumped her things on the conference table. She sure as hell didn't walk from the party to that point in the park in those shoes. No reason to cancel her pickup unless she had alternate transpo. And we've covered she didn't book alternate transpo. A lot of other guests at the party, she thought. A lot of other alternatives for a lift. That would be the argument, but she would damn well knock it down. "We're going to push for a warrant to search all Dudley's vehicles for her DNA. We find her prints, a stray hair, it adds more weight." "I think the other Carmichael hit something because he started making those noises in his throat like he does." "Yeah, the grunting. Good." Reineke gave Dickhead a shove, and Dickhead came through. "It's an Australian deal, the whip, made out of freaking kangaroo." "The hopping things with the pouches?" "Yeah, freaking kangaroo. It's 7 feet long, 11 with the handle or grip, and that's lead-loaded steel. Dickhead said it had a coating of some sort of leather cream. And he's working on IDing the brand, and he's still working on dating it, but says it ain't no antique or anything. He's saying the sucker's handmade. So we've got Trueheart checking out Aussie whip makers. Dickhead comes through with the rest. That'll narrow it. You know that fuckhead's in love?" he added. Yeah. It's creepy. So say we all. Get back to it, Jenkinson." Alone, she began with the murder board. She'd worked her way halfway through the timelines when the other Carmichael came in, making grunting noises in his throat. "Boss, I got something." "Give it to me," Eve said, and continued to work. "Jonas used to work as a concierge at the Kennedy Hotel on Park. Started as an assistant right out of college. Moriarty's grandfather owned the hotel along with a couple partners. They had a lot of events there, like business stuff and private stuff, and put up important accounts and whatnot." Eve glanced up long enough to acknowledge the pop. When he croaked, he left his share to Moriarty, the grandson, and he sold it off about 10 years ago. The Vic was still working there. She didn't go out on her own until about a year after the sell. She got a write-up in the New Yorker back before she left about how the girl from the Midwest became one of the top concierges in New York. And used that capital to parlay into her own business. Smart. Good work, Carmichael. Write it up, attach the article in any other media. Coming together, she thought, crumb by crumb. When her boards were complete, she sat at the computer to check the images and data she'd won on screen. Lieutenant? Sorry to interrupt. If you've got something, Trueheart, you're not interrupting. If you don't, go away. It's about the harpoon gun. Spill it. They've been running tests on it in the lab, on the mechanism and the spear, and checking on regulations. It turns out the projectile, you're trickling, not spilling. Both the spear and the gun required to shoot it exceed the limits accepted by sport fishing regulations here in the U.S. and in Europe, as well as several other countries. Baxter's research corroborates when it comes to tours and clubs and organizations. Mr. Berensky, Jesus! She shoved back in her chair to goggle at him. You don't actually call him that. Trueheart pinked up. Well, not always. He concludes the weapon was manufactured prior to regulations, as it's American-made, or that it was made in violation of the regulations, and he leans there because he believes it's between 5 and 10 years old. Some of the internal parts carry a manufacturer's mark, and I traced that to a company in Florida. It's one of Moriarty's subsidiaries, one of its companies under its Sport Tech arm. Her legs stretched out. She smiled, and her eyes stayed flat and cold. Is that so? I have the data, sir, if you'd like to verify. That was a rhetorical, is that so? Keep digging. I want to put that weapon in Moriarty's hands. She frowned when Baxter strolled in. I haven't finished with your boy yet. I have something to pump up what he just brought you. Both suspects did belong to both a sport fishing and a scuba club, though they've let their memberships lapse. But they've twice, 5 years ago and just last winter, hosted a private island party for 50-odd of their closest friends. A party that included scuba, sport fishing off your choice of yachts, and spear fishing, among other assorted water sports. Several celebrities dropped in, vid stars and the like. It got a lot of play in the media. Fucking A. Ditto. I've got some lines out to bullwhip experts and instructors. There's more of them than you'd think. Go to Australia. Thanks, I've always wanted to. On the C&D. The whip was kanga-fucking-roo. Maybe Dudley took his lessons from whoever made the bastard. Add in handmade kanga-fucking-roo bullwhips. I'll run a search now, but it's going to be close, Dallas, if you want me in here for the briefing. Get it started, but be here. Put everything you've got together and make it succinct. We've got some selling to do. When they left, she rose to go to the room's auto chef for another hit of coffee, and remembered she'd neglected to load it with the real things she'd become spoiled by. Shit. Sometimes you just gotta suck it up. Or down. She programmed an extra large, black, and when the scent hit, she smiled. It was loaded with her brand. Peabody, it really must be love. She gulped some down, ignored the jitter in her belly from caffeine overload, as Feeney came in. Gotcha 90%! 90.1, and you ain't gonna get better. Gimme that. He grabbed the coffee, drank it like a camel at an oasis, and he eyed her over the rim. Maybe you need this more than I do. You don't look like you've slept in a week. 4 dead, Feeney, in less than that. And those? She gestured to the side of the board where she'd put the other victims. All of those, too, from before. They're practice sessions. There could be another face up there tonight or tomorrow. And what have I got? She pushed at her hair, pressed on her eyes. It's like weaving cobwebs together. A few strands of whatever's stronger than cobwebs. What I've got points to motive, method, opportunity, but it doesn't hit the bullseye. And I have to convince the PA in Whitney that it does, that it will. You believe you can make it stick? When she hesitated, he jabbed her shoulder. Ow! You better fucking believe it, or they won't. Don't waste my time here or anybody else's. I know it. I'm tired. Half punchy, half twitchy. I tell you to take a booster, but you've probably had a cargo hold of coffee already. He took a long, merciless study. Go do something with your face. Huh? Whatever it is your kind does. It's one thing to look overworked, and another to look wrung out when you're trying to pull a warrant this way. You think because I have a vagina I cart around face enhancers? Jesus, Dallas, you don't have to use language like that. Borrow some, for Christ's sake. You don't want them looking at you thinking, man, Dallas needs some sleep. You want them focused on what you show them. Fine. Crap. She yanked out her communicator. Peabody, put this on private. What? Is there a break? Are we private? Yeah. What? Do you have any face gunk? Sure. I got a supply in my desk for... What's wrong with my face? It's for me. And if you say a word, if you breathe a syllable, I'll rip your tongue out with my bare hands and feed it to the first rabid dog I find. Meet me in the bathroom and bring the crap. She clicked off. Satisfied? She demanded of Feeney, and stomped out. It only took about 5 minutes, and that with Peabody trying to offer advice and instruction. The first thing she did was put her head in the sink, grit her teeth, and turn the water on full and cold. It shocked the edge of fatigue away. She toned down the circles under her eyes, added some color to cheeks she had to admit looked pasty and pale. That's it. I've got some nice lip dyes and this mag eyeliner and some... That's it, Eve repeated, and raking her fingers through her wet hair, headed back to the conference room. The scent of food hit the empty pit of her stomach. In the few minutes she'd been gone, someone had brought in another table and loaded it with paninis, subs, pizza. Rourke picked up a panini, held it out. Eat. You'll think more clearly, and later you can have a cookie. She didn't argue, but took a huge bite, and just closed her eyes. Okay. Good. You got cookies? It seemed apt. Now take this blocker. No point going into this with a headache. Just a blocker, he added, popping the little pill in her mouth, then handing her a bottle of water. Hydrate. Jesus, cut it out! She guzzled water, took another bite of panini. I'm in charge here. He tugged the damp lock of her hair. And it suits you. Your bullpen's buzzing. I need 5 minutes of quiet before food! McNabb, who probably smelled pizza and EDD, led the charge. Take your 5, Rourke told her, and she nodded. She settled for crossing to the windows and blocking out the sound of cops pouncing on a bonanza of free food. When she heard the commander's voice, she turned. Mira came in, walked straight to her, I wasn't able to get away sooner. Were you able to review any of what I sent you? I read all of it. You make a number of persuasive points. If we could take another hour, I think we could refine several of them. It's already midday on a Friday. In July, when half the people who live here go somewhere else for the weekend. I've got to lay this out for Rio, have her convince a judge to issue warrants. I want to get it down before the end of business. We're just waiting for her now, so... And there she is. I'm going to get started. She moved to the center of the room. Officers, detectives, take your seats. If you're going to continue to gorge, do so quietly. Commander, thank you for taking the time. He nodded, took a seat. He had 2 slices of pizza on a plate and looked guilty, she realized, and wasn't sure what to make of it. The wife doesn't like him eating between meals, Feeney muttered in her ear. I thought I'd missed lunch. Rio chose a seat, nibbled on half a panini. Eve let the murmurs, the shifting, the laughter run on for a moment, let them settle. She glanced at Rourke. He hadn't sat, but stood leaning against the wall by the windows. She walked over, shut the conference room door, then moved back to the center of the room. I'd like to bring everyone's attention to the board. She used a laser pointer, highlighting each photo. Bristow, Meli, Zimbabwe, Africa, she began, and named them all. All of these people were killed by Winston Dudley and Sylvester Moriarty. I know that with absolute certainty, just as I know with absolute certainty that they will kill again if they aren't stopped. She let that sink in, just 2 beats of silence. Detective Peabody and I have built a case that I believe is substantial enough for search warrants for the suspects' homes and businesses and vehicles. With the murder of Adrienne Jonas, Detectives Reinecke and Jenkinson joined the investigative team. Earlier this afternoon, I assigned every officer in this room specific tasks relating to this investigation. Together, we've built a stronger, wider case. We've correlated with EDD, Dr. Mira, and the expert consultant civilian. Bristow, Meli, she said again, and ordered the data on screen. It took time, but she couldn't rush it. She walked them through every victim, every connection, every overlap. She called on each member of the team to present his or her findings, then connected those. The shoes, Rio gestured. How many sold? That size and color. Peabody. 3 pair from New York merchants. I verified one of the buyers was in New Zealand at the time of the murder. The other lives in Pennsylvania, is 83 years of age. Though I can't absolutely confirm his whereabouts at the time in question, he doesn't fit the height or body type from the image EDD was able to access from park security. He's 6 inches shorter, at least 20 pounds lighter. Okay, that's good. But worldwide, there would be more, and that's what the defense would point out. Less than 75 pairs sold as of the date of the murder, Eve said. Peabody's already eliminated 43. 46 now, sir. I'll take those odds. The alibis, Rio began. As she and Eve debated, Baxter's link signaled. He glanced at the ID, held up a finger to Eve, and walked out of the room. Some people swear they were there the whole time, Eve continued. Some state they don't remember seeing one or both of them for long periods. Others just don't remember one way or the other. If you can't break that flimsy an alibi, you're not doing your job. You don't want to tell me my job, Rio shot back. I'm doing my job by questioning every aspect of this. If you go after those 2 before we're solid, they could slip through. My boss isn't going to go for arrests on this unless he believes he can convict. These are wealthy men who can afford an army of very slick attorneys. I don't care if they're Lieutenant. Baxter stepped back in. Sorry to interrupt. I need a minute. She walked to him, listened, nodded. Tell the room. I just got off the link with one of the most respected and renowned makers of whips. That's your bull, your snake, and so on. He verifies making the murder weapon for a Leona Bloom, who was buying it as a gift for a friend. Buying the whip and a package of lessons. The whip guy keeps very specific records as he takes large pride in his work. The lessons were given to Winston Dudley IV 6 years ago in Sydney. That's good, Rio said. Whip guy remembers Dudley, Baxter continued. Remembers he took the lessons seriously. He not only took the package, but added to it with another round of lessons. Whip guy says Dudley was damn good with the whip by the end of it. That's very, very good, Rio added. It's bullseye, Eve countered. What do you need? To actually see them kill somebody? We can link the weapons to the men, the victims to the men. Moriarty's gonna have the crossbow and harpoon gun. Dudley's still got the sheath he used for the bayonet. Believe it. A case for the whip. They'd want part of the weapon to keep. To gloat over. There's no way to know who they've targeted next, but there will be a target. She pressed that button, pressed it hard. These are addictive personalities, and they won't stop. They can't stop, Eve insisted. They like it too much, and they're at tie score. They won't stop until one of them misses, and even then they won't stop. After an entire life of playing at work, at playing at sport, at just goddamn playing, they found something they're really good at, something that they can share as intimately as lovers. The people they kill are only important because they're important. But every one of the victims lack what these men would see as their pedigree, their privilege to be important by birth. They're addicts, she repeated, and won't give up this drug. And they're freaking soulmates, so they won't give up this union. They may take it elsewhere, Europe, South America, Asia, mix their pie a little when they're bored of New York. I think they'll stay until they've finished this particular contest. Mira spoke quietly. I agree with the lieutenant's evaluation. These men need to feed their desires, their whims, their sense of intimacy with each other. They need to indulge themselves, and this is their ultimate competition and partnership. They work together even as they compete. Killing 2 people, one after another, using the same alibi, would have been yet another kind of rush, a new thrill and codependency. They may continue that pattern or escalate, and once again kill together. I believe that's how they plan to indulge themselves with you, Eve. Chapter 21. He'd wondered if she'd followed those dots, but Rourke could see now she hadn't gone there. Oh, her ego was healthy enough, but it simply hadn't clicked how precisely she fit their victim profile. She was the best at what she did, and well known for it, particularly well with the success of Nadine's book. She'd made herself what she was. She wasn't for hire in a technical sense, but she served. And the connection, well, fuck it all. It was through him, wasn't it? She was going there now, and bloody buggering hell she was considering how she could use it, use herself. It's your opinion I'm a target, Eve said to Mira. It's my opinion that you're not only a perfect fit, but would be, to them, the ultimate prey. Their timing of the first murder played the odds, and they were good ones, that you would catch the case, Mira reminded her. If you hadn't, You would certainly have been involved in some manner by the second murder, which also connected to Rourke through its location. You fit their target requirements. You're known to be one of the best in your field, a field of service. You've gained notoriety for what you do. I don't have any past connection with them. But even as she said it, she glanced at Rourke. Of course you do, he said equably. Because I do. My business dealings and theirs have crossed in the past. They have reason, if they take such matters personally, to resent me for some of those dealings. She hooked her thumbs in her front pockets. Why not go for you? He smiled. Wouldn't that be entertaining? I don't fit, he added. I don't provide a service, nor am I for sale. Protect and serve, Lieutenant, for which you draw a salary. And if you'd think as they do for a moment, rather than grinding those gears, wondering how you could set yourself up as bait, you'd see you're an indulgence. Mine. From their perspective, I bought and paid for you. Mind you don't sputter. He felt her fury, the hot burst of it, and continued to lean against the wall and watch her. She pulled it in. He had to admire the strength of will, and simply nodded. I'd like to give this some thought, discuss it further, but detailing the investigation thus far and getting the warrants are the priority and purpose here. Do you have enough to take to your boss, Rio? I'll take it to him, and I'll push. Rio sat where she was, scanning the boards and screens. You've got a mountain of circumstantial here that adds up to a solid argument for the search warrants. You're shy of arrest, and you know it, she added. You've convinced me, and I'll convince the PA. Convincing a judge to issue the warrants to search the homes of two men with no priors, with their pedigree, their connections and influence, that's going to be work. And it's going to take time. She rose. So I better get started. It's damn good work all around. I'll be in touch. Let's add to the mountain, Eve said as Rio walked out. Dig, push, wheedle, finesse. We're going to pile it on. And we're going to bring them in. Get back to work. Dr. Mira, she continued, as cops surged to their feet, if I could have a few minutes. Commander, I'll keep you fully updated and informed. I believe I'll stay. Yes, sir. Peabody, coordinate the... If my partner's thinking about sticking herself on a hook, I'm going to be in on the strategy session. Bait needs an E-team. Feeney chose a pickle from the food table, crunched in. I'm not, at this time, planning any such operation. She felt, literally, squeezed in. It would be backup only if Rio doesn't get the warrants. I believe she will, so everybody can just stop hovering. Apologies, Commander. Unnecessary. Dr. Mira, if I'm a target, it's likely they've already chosen the location and weapon, if not the time. I agree. It would be my belief that you would be their endgame, at least here in New York, and at least for this phase of the contest. Everything points to their enjoyment of the competition, its results, so it's unlikely they've positioned you for the last round. But if and when we get the search warrants, that would change the complexion of things. Eve nodded. It would piss them off, and it would challenge them. They'd want to go at me sooner. I'd have to agree. They've left pieces of themselves at the scenes, the weapons. They've connected themselves to the murders, indirectly, to ensure you would have contact with them. While they compete with each other, they're competing against you as a team. And they cheat. Rourke took a bottle of water from the table. And when they tried that on you, you beat them. A golf thing. Eve said with a shrug. I'm not convinced you wouldn't be a more exciting target. You're not in service, fine, but you employ a universe of people who are. You're already a competitor and one they dislike because you had the nerve to build a fortune instead of inheriting one. It's a pretty fair bet you've been involved with some of the women they've been involved with. He took a slow sip of water. I'll just say my taste has improved. Then point out what you should know very well. There's no better way to strike at me than by murdering my wife. The one you bought and paid for? Well, now, that grated her ass, didn't it? He mused. And for some perverse reason, her reaction banked the embers of his own temper. Yes, to their minds. They don't understand you, or me, for that matter, and they certainly don't understand love. Would you agree, Dr. Mira? I would. And they prefer killing women. You can judge the ratio. Mira gestured to the board. They've killed men, and certainly will continue to if not stopped. But women are the preferred target, as both of them consider women something to be used, something disposable, something less. Dudley particularly, Eve commented. He surrounds himself with them. It's like a harem. Okay. She nodded again as her mind took a few leaps forward. We'll need to put something in place. The search warrants may be enough to push me to the head of the line, but we can work something that ups that time frame. But if you wait for Rio to come through, Peabody protested, we'd have more time to work out the strategy, the backup. Feeney shook his head. She fronts the play, they react. That puts them on defense. They have to rush their move, and while they're pissed off, they don't maneuver her into a situation because she's maneuvering them. We can get eyes and ears on you. I've got this. Eve held up her wrist, and Feeney's eyes narrowed. Let me see that. Take it off, he told her when she held her arm out. I'm not going to pocket it. When she obliged him, he took it off to a chair to examine. I confront them. I'm pissed off. Eve tapped a hand to her chest. All these bodies piling up, and 2 in one day. I'm the best, right? And they're running circles around me. I know they're involved, she continued as she began to pace. I've got all these arrows pointing, but they're racking up the points while I'm spinning. Makes me look incompetent. She could work this, she realized. Yes, she could work it. My commander's on my ass. My husband's getting testy with the hours I'm putting in. I'm starting to look like an idiot, and I don't like it. I'm going to light some fires. How much will you give them? Whitney asked her. Just what they've given me. The surface connections, but I need to make it personal. Them, me. Budget stretched, she decided. Yeah. I can't access the resources through the department, but I'll use my own money to get those resources outside the department. Don't you know who I am? Don't you know I've got more money than the 2 of you put together? That'll speak to them, won't it? She asked Mira. He bought me, but now I can get my hands on billions as long as I bang him when he wants it. A fool and his money, Rourke murmured, amused despite himself. Mira let out a little sigh. I would say it's their probable view of your relationship. And I'd say this no longer sounds like a backup plan, Rourke put in. Feeney's right. I front the play. I can time it, hit them after I know, or am reasonably sure, we're going to get the warrants, but before we serve them. It's just adding incentive for them to move up their timetable. We sting them right, she insisted, and Rourke understood she was pushing to get him in her corner. They go after me. They go after a cop. They're done. Their high-priced lawyers, their family fortunes, their goddamn pedigrees aren't going to keep them out of a cage for the rest of their lives. Is that what worries you? he asked. That even with the case you've built, even with the evidence you believe you'll gather with the warrants, they'll slip through the system? They worry me. In one sharp move, she pointed to the board, to the faces of the dead. The chance I'll have to put another up there worries me. He watched her realize she'd let her emotions spike, let them show in front of her superior. And he watched her draw them down again, draw them in. They want me up there, she said in a tone both cool and flat. So we'll make them want me up there sooner. You know, I've been working on something like this off and on. Feeney continued to study the wrist unit as his casual comment diffused the charged air. This one's nice and compact. Got more bells and whistles than I'd worked out. He glanced up, his gaze flickering over Rourke before homing in on Eve. What would be prime is if you run into them, the both of you, someplace. Public place. Restaurant, club, like that. That's what fries, you see. Trying to get a little downtime, and there they are in your face. Maybe you're already pissy, having a spat with Rourke, and that just shoves you over the line. That way it comes off impulse, like you just lost it there for a minute. That is prime, Eve agreed. I've got moments. Feeney rose, handed the unit back to Eve, looked at Rourke. That's nice work. Thanks. Peabody, see if you can find out where they're going to be tonight. At least one of them. Friday night. They're not going to sit at home playing mahjong. It'll be easier and quicker for me to find out. Rourke took out his link, walked away. Still want eyes and ears on you, Feeney told her. Fine. She stuck her hands in her pockets as she tracked Rourke out of the room. You keep them on, unless you're locked up in that fortress you live in, or you're working toward getting your hands on some billions. What? It struck her. Jesus, Feeney, you started it. I'll start setting it up. I want 2 officers on you at all times. That starts now, Whitney added. McNabb and I will take tonight. They've seen you, Eve reminded Peabody. They won't make me. Mira slipped out, waiting until Rourke put his link away. I'm going to apologize to you, she began. I couldn't, in good conscience, keep my opinion to myself, even knowing how she'd react, what she'd do. But I'm sorry. I'm obliged to accept what she does, what she is, he added, reminding himself that she in turn accepted him. Hardly realizing he did so, he slid a hand into his pocket, found the button he carried there. That tiny piece of her. That obligation started when I fell in love with her, and was sealed when I married her. Before you told her, I'd been engaged in a vicious internal debate about telling her myself. I see. He held her gaze for a long moment. I don't know which side of me would have won. I do. You'd have told her, then had your argument over her reaction in private. I expect you're right. What troubles you more? What she's planning to do? Or the fact that she's in the position of doing it because her connection to you qualified her? Toss-up. They have utter contempt for me, and enjoy letting it show. Just enough, I suppose they think I'd be insulted or have my feelings hurt. As you said, they don't understand you. If they did, they'd have tried to kill her already. They think killing her will inconvenience me. Certainly disrupt my personal and professional lives for a bit, cause me some distress. He turned the button in his fingers. They'd enjoy all of that. If they knew losing her would destroy me in levels they can't imagine, they'd cut her into pieces and bathe in her blood. No, Eve spoke from the doorway. No, they wouldn't, because I'm better than they are. They can't beat me, and they sure as hell can't beat us. Can you give us a minute? She asked Mira. Yes. She touched Rourke's arm before she went back inside the conference room. Do you really think those two trust fund fuckwits could take me down? Oh, aye, he thought. Her ego was healthy enough. So was her temper. But by God, so was his. Think? No. But neither would I have thought those two trust fund fuckwits could or would murder 9 people or more and have the NYPSD chasing their tails. Chasing our... Fury erupted. He'd have sworn his skin singed in the hot flow of its lava. Is that what you call this? Is that what you call putting a solid case together in under a week? Making connections that tie them up out of sweat and sleepless nights and solid, consistent police work? Chasing our tails? So solid a case, you're about to paint a target on your back rather than trust that solid case in police work. This is police work, goddammit! This is the job, and you know it. You knew it from the jump, and if you can't back me when... Stop there, he warned her. I haven't said I wouldn't back you, but I won't be pushed into it. I don't have time to ease into it, to debate and discuss. I didn't put it together, and I should have. I didn't see it until Mira pointed it out, and it should have been flashing like fucking neon in my brain. I'll know who their next target is if it's me, and I won't have to stand over somebody else I couldn't save. I understand that, and you very well. Christ, he was tired. He couldn't remember when he'd last been so bloody knackered. Do you really expect me to have no concerns, no worries, no dark thoughts? Reverse it. I'm putting myself up as bait. What do you do? I trust you enough to know you can and will handle yourself and use the resources you have available to ensure your own safety. Eve, please don't stand there and shovel that bullshit at my feet. These are good shoes. She hissed out a breath, but at the end of it he saw the chip on her shoulder tumble off. Okay, I would trust you, but I'd also have some concerns, worries, and dark thoughts. And you'd be sorry I did. You'd hate that I did. All right. She squinted at him. All right. That's it? I had a bigger and considerably more vicious fight with you before, in my head. It was passionate, fierce, and very, very loud. Who won? He had to touch her. Just the skim of his fingertip down the little dent in her chin. We hadn't quite got there, but since we've finished it here, I like to think we both have. I meant what I said in there, which I shouldn't have said in front of Whitney. I can't have another face on that board. He watched her face change, watched her let him see what was inside. The ones on there now, I couldn't stop it. I couldn't save them. But if there's another, I own it, because I know I have the tools to stop it, to make the best possible effort to stop it. And the warrants aren't enough. I had to believe it to sell it, so I did. I still do, almost clear through. She looked away for a moment. But there's that fraction, that percentage that maybe they've covered everything, that we won't find enough to charge them, or we'll charge them, indict them, and that fleet of high-priced lawyers will find enough little holes to spring them. I'm hedging my bets, and I've got a couple other ideas that should add more edge. You could help me with them. I suppose I could. Do you know where they're going to be tonight? They're attending the ballet at the Strathmore Centre. Can you score us tickets? We have a box. They are, however, meeting for drinks at Lionel's before the performance. That'll work even better. She took his hand, linked fingers. Let me lay it out for you. He had to admit she'd slapped together an interesting and inventive scenario in very short order. He refined it a bit and felt as confident as he could. I'm going to give Rio another 30. She should have finished talking to her boss by then. I'll need to brief the team. They're meeting at 7. That gives you time for an hour's sleep. Not negotiable, he said before she objected. And not on the damn floor. There have to be cots at least in your infirmary. I hate the infirmary. Suck it up, he advised. Mira has a big couch in her session room. I'll ask if I can use it. Make it we. I could use a lie down myself. She slept like the dead woman a couple of rich guys wanted her to be, then contacted Rio. Again. Tell me you've got it. I told you I'd contact you when I did. Didn't I tell you the boss thinks Judge Dwyer's the best hit on this? The testy edge of frustration came through loud and clear. No known connections with either family, solid reputation, open-minded, and so on and so on. And didn't I tell you Judge Dwyer is fly fishing in Montana? And didn't I say go with another choice? Don't tell us our jobs. The PA's talking to the judge right now. He's walking him through it, and my sense is we're nearly there. We're 90% there. Close enough. When you've got it, tag Baxter. He'll head up that end. Where are you going to be? I'm going to meet a couple guys at a bar. She clicked off as Feeney came in. Gotta suit you up. I can do that. Rourke walked in behind him, carrying a silver garment bag. She'll need to change anyway. Into what? Eve demanded. Appropriate attire. Your con will be more convincing if you're dressed for an evening out. I'll test you out when you're retired. With a snort, Feeney strolled out. Strip it off, Lieutenant, Rourke told her. He shut and locked the door. I need to be able to carry my weapon. I said appropriate attire. He unzipped the bag. The dress was short, simple, and black, but it came with a hip-skimming jacket that fastened up the front with a lot of fancy loops. Somebody could kill me 5 times before I got that jacket undone and drew my weapon. Rourke simply demonstrated by tugging the jacket open. The loops are for show. Not bad. Not bad at all. When she peeled off her clothes, Rourke fixed on the recorder, the mic, the earpiece. Where'd the dress come from? Your closet. I had Somerset bring it down, along with the accessories. He held up diamond earrings. They'll see these, believe me, and won't give a single thought to the possibility you're wired, and switch your wrist unit for the evening one. She gave it, all that fire and ice, a dubious glance. I haven't really played with that one. It works the same way as your everyday. You can carry a clutch piece in this bag, though not much else. Add the shoes. They were hot murder red, with heels that made her arches twinge when she looked at them. How am I supposed to run in those? He gave her a quick, amused look. Are you planning on running? You never know. But she dressed and added the murderous shoes. Appropriate? You're perfect. He framed her face with his hands. Perfect for me. We're supposed to be pissed at each other, remember? You need to get in character. I never have a problem acting pissed at you. When he grinned, he brushed his lips over hers. He laid his forehead to hers briefly at the knock on the door, then crossed over to answer. Peabody, you look lovely. Thanks. She lifted her hands, palms up to Eve. Well? She also wore black, young and funky, with the brightly striped sleeveless vest that covered her sidearm. With her hair done in crazed corkscrew curls, her eyes lined in emerald green, and her lips as red as Eve's shoes, Eve was forced to agree. "You're right. They won't make you." "McNabb and I are heading out now, so we'll already be in place when the subjects get there. Detective Carmichael and the new guy will take the ballet. Baxter's waiting for the go, then he'll have both search units move in." "Good work, Peabody." "See you at the bar." "She's juiced," Eve commented. She took a booster earlier, but this is just juice. Because we're close. Because we're going to bring them in before much longer. Bring them in, sweat them, break them, end it. Someone else is juiced. Bet your ass, Ace. She did a couple of squats and pivots to see how the dress cooperated. "Can you tell I'm loaded?" "The weapon," she elaborated when he smiled at her. "I can. They won't. You know, I'm starting to enjoy this whole business myself. Wait till I unload on them." She tore open the jacket, pulled her weapon, slapped it back in its harness. "You're going to get a serious charge." They walked into the elegant lounge with its deep ruby and rich sapphire tones in what appeared to be a low-voiced continuation of an argument. When Rourke cupped her elbow, she deliberately jerked it away, let her voice spike up. "Don't try to placate me." "I wouldn't dream of it." "Two," he said to the hostess, who, admirably, kept her face blank and polite. "Rourke." "Yes, sir, of course. I have your booth ready. Just this way." "You know the kind of pressure I'm dealing with," Eve continued, keeping her eyes on Rourke. "The commander's setting a permanent residence on my ass. It would be a lovely change of pace if we could spend one bloody evening not discussing your commander, your problems." "Whiskey," he told the hostess. "A double." "And for you, madam." "Headshot straight up." Rourke leaned into her as if murmuring something, and she jerked back. "Because I need it, that's why. Look, I'm here, aren't I? Which is more than you'll be tomorrow since you're leaving town, again. I have work and responsibilities, Eve. So do I. Yours don't put toys like this on your ears," he said, and gave one of her earrings a flick of his finger. "I earned those other ways, and don't you forget—" She broke off, as if just spotting Dudley and Moriarty. "Oh, that's perfect. That's just fucking perfect. Keep your voice down. Don't tell me what to do. I'm sick of orders. I'm the top murder cop in this goddamn city, and I'm getting zip from the department on this, and less than zip from you. Well, fuck that. I'm getting some of my own, and right now." She shoved out of the booth, and he timed his lunge to stop her seconds too late. She had to admit, striding the few short feet to the next booth in the killer red heels felt powerful. "You think I'm stupid?" "Lieutenant Dallas." All concerned charm, Dudley reached for her hand. "You seem upset. You touch me, and I'll haul you in for assaulting an officer." She slapped her palms on the table between them, leaned in. "I know you killed Delafloat and Jonas. Probably the others, too, but those I know." "I think you must be drunk," Moriarty said very quietly. "Not yet. Believe me when I tell you I'll make a case. I don't care how long it takes or what it takes. You're not going to beat me at my own game. This is what I do." "Eve." Rourke stepped up to her, gripped her arm. "Stop this. We're leaving." "Your wife seems very upset and not a little deranged." Dudley smiled. "You don't appear to be able to control her." "Nobody controls me, asshole. You want to leave?" She turned on Rourke. "Fine, go. Why don't you just go wherever you're shuttling off to right now instead of tomorrow and get off my back?" "That's an excellent idea. Gentlemen, my sincere apologies. You can get yourself home, he said to Eve. I'll get there when I'm good and ready. As Rourke walked out, she spun back to the booth. The department won't give me the money to go full out on you two. Screw them. He'll give it to me. She jerked her head in the direction Rourke had taken. I know how to get what I want. The PA may not have the balls to give me a go now, but give me time. I close cases. I'll close this. She grabbed one of the drinks on the table, tossed back a swallow before slamming it down again. Did you think I wouldn't see? Using your people as dupes, covering each other's ass while the other one gets the kill in? You both knew the last two victims, and I'll find how you knew the first two. I'm the hot breath on your neck. You're making a fool of yourself, Moriarty told her. But his gaze shifted to Dudley's. Like Delafloat made a fool out of the Dudleys when he was nailing Winnie's mommy? She bared her teeth in a smile. Oh, yeah, I know. I know a lot. Nearly there, boys. Nearly time to pay the bill. Madam, the hostess came over, eyes full of apologies for the men. I have to ask you to leave. No problem. I can find better places to drink than a dump that serves scum like these two. Drink up, she told both men. They don't serve fancy liquor in the cages you're going to be in within 48. And that's just where I'm going to put you. You can bet on it. Eve almost wished she'd worn a cape so she could have swirled it as she stormed out of the room. She kept storming a block north, turned, and kept the pace another half a block. Feeney opened the back of the E-van. She hopped in, yanked off the shoes. How'd I do? If I was married to you, I'd be divorced. Rourke took her hand, kissed it. She's a bitch, but she's my bitch. She tapped her ear. Peabody reports they're in intense conversation. It looks to her like Dudley's trying to convince Moriarty. Is pushing a point. I can hear her. Rourke tapped in turn. You're not the only one with ears. Oh, that was a good idea. Putting it out you'd be gone tonight. They're going to want to make their move. She turned her wrist when her comm signaled. Check this, she said to Feeney. Dallas. Rio pulled it off, Baxter told her. We got the warrants. Don't go in yet. Give them some time. If this worked, one or both of them is going to show up at one of the houses or one of the HQs where they have private quarters. They need to get the weapon. Let them come and go. No longer than 10 minutes in. It's over that, move in. I don't want to have spooked them into ditching any evidence, but if we take them in with a weapon, we're going to add attempted on a police officer. That's the icing on the cupcake. We're on hold. Seems a shame to waste the performance, she said to Rourke. Damn it. She scowled at Peabody's voice in her ear. They're ordering another drink. Maybe they're not going to bite after all. Stick with them, she ordered Peabody, then answered the comm again. What? Movement at the Moriarty house. It's the droid, Dallas. The same droid we have going into the Frost-Simpson house. She shook her head in wonder. God, they are idiots. They didn't destroy the droid. And odds are he'll bring them the weapon. I want a team on that droid. I want to know where it goes, what it does. When it's clear of the house, move in. All locations. She rubbed her bare foot. They bit? I believe they did, Rourke commented. Chapter 22. Eve tried to ignore the fact that Feeney and Rourke were talking in E-Geek. That was bad enough, but on the other side of her, McNabb and Peabody snuggled up together like a couple of sleepy puppies, and she was pretty sure the murmurs and giggles were some sort of sex talk. If she didn't get out of the damn van soon, she'd commit mass murder. She'd use the ice-pick heel of one of the arch-throbbing red shoes to skewer geek and puppy brains. They'd make a good weapon, she considered. With the right force, the right angle, you probably could skewer brains. Maybe that's why women wore them, as a just-in-case-I-have-to-kill-somebody tool. That, at least, made some sense. Except it would make more sense to wear them on your hands, where they'd be right there if you needed— Her homicidal thoughts scattered as Carmichael spoke in her ear. Subjects entering the theater. Copy that. Keep eyes on them. On them now. They're heading straight to the bar, ordering a bottle of champagne for their box, making a big show of it, a lot of loud, hearty laughter drawing attention. They're heading in now. Staff scrambling to get it up to their box before curtain. Establishing the alibi, Eve thought. Take positions. One of them goes to take a leak, you're with them. I think I'll leave that to the new guy. Out. Cutting it close, Eve said. Getting there 5 minutes to curtain, ordering champagne. The bartender will remember them, and so will the servers and some of the people milling around. Idiots, she thought, but not completely stupid. They'll need to wait until the performance starts to make any move. Wait until people are watching the stage. The house is dark. But soon. It has to be soon. Cut it out! She gave Peabody a shove. You're making my eye twitch. We're just sitting here. I know sex giggles when I hear them. I wasn't giggling. Not you, him. McNabb just grinned at her. Those were manly chuckles. You're cops. Be cops. She shifted, scowled. What are you smiling at? She demanded of Rourke. Why don't you sit here, and I'll tell you. With a sparkling look in his eyes, he patted his knee. And I might produce a manly chuckle of my own. Stop it! You're embarrassing Feeney. I'm past it, Feeney muttered, and kept his head down. Surrounded by a bunch of giggling, twitching, clucking fools, when we're on an op looking to take down a couple of crazy thrill killers. Didn't I tell them to cut it out? You give them any attention, you just encourage them. He said it mournfully, raising his gaze to hers. Now I'll start twitching, because you chipped the wall. What wall? The wall I build in my head so I don't hear the sex giggles. Now you chipped it, and I'll hear them, and I'll be twitching. So it's my fault? Your wall's weak, that's what it is, if I can chip it just by mentioning— Shut up, she ordered, snapping to when her link signaled. Everybody zip it. She looked at the display, and then she smiled. Showtime. She scrubbed her fingers in her hair to disorder it, slapped her cheeks to pink them up, then brought the link close to her face. The fuck you want, asshole? She demanded, slurring her words, from Dudley. Lieutenant Dallas, thank God. You have to listen to me. I only have a few moments. Screw you! No, don't cut me off. I need your help. It's Sly. I think— Dear God, I think he's mad. Speak up. It's noisy in this place. I can barely hear you. I can't risk speaking any louder. He continued to use dramatic hisses and whispers. Listen to me, listen. I think he killed Delafloat and poor Adrienne. The things he said after you left Lionel's. I can't believe it. He was so angry and frightened, too. He said— I can't tell you all this over the link. He's drinking too much. I think I can get away soon. Make an excuse or hope he passes out and get away to meet you. I need to tell you. Please, you have to meet me. Where the fuck are you? I'll call it in, slap his drunk ass in restraints. No. What if I'm wrong? He's my oldest, dearest friend. Have pity. I'm asking for your help. Yours, Lieutenant, because you'll know what to do. If I'm overreacting, you'll know, and Sly won't be embarrassed. And if I'm right, you'll solve these horrible murders tonight before he... You'll be a heroine again. You'll be credited for stopping this madness. You alone. I don't want my name involved. It's painful. Please, please. I'm at the Strathmore Center. I can slip out. I can't go far. I'll have to get back before intermission in case... Our Lady of Shadows. It's only a block away. Inside, her smile spread even as she scowled into the link. A freaking church? It's close, and we can talk without being interrupted or overheard. I have to trust you. I have to trust you'll know what to do. I'll be there in 20 minutes, and then I'll tell you everything I know. You're the only one I can tell. Yeah, fine. It better be good, Dudley. I've had a shitty day. She cut him off, tapped the link against her palm. They do think I'm stupid. Piss-faced and stupid, Rourke added. They'll double-team you. Absolutely. Feeney, I've got it. McNabb, take the wheel while I bring in the teams. I want street level, and I want no more than 2 blocks from the target site. You got it. What are you doing on that thing? Eve asked, as Rourke worked on his PPC. Bringing up the floor plans of the church again. You'll want to refresh your sense of the place. He thinks like a cop, she said to Feeney. He hates when I say that. But what are you going to do? Dudley said 20, so he'll be there in 15 or sooner. I'll need to hoof it in those bastards for a block from the east, in case one of them's watching for me. Dudley's using, she added. His pupils were the size of dinner plates. Moriarty's likely had a few hits, too. Don't think that makes them less dangerous, Rourke said. No, I don't. But it's what's making them careless, what's pushing them as much, more, I guess, than the show we put on for them earlier. She took the PPC from Rourke, studied it. Okay, as we laid out when Baxter's team reported the droid's movements, we put men here and here. She looked at Peabody, got a nod. Second team outside, covering the exits. I want them kept back until we know both subjects are inside, and I don't want anybody breaking cover until I give that go. Clear? Yes, sir. I'll go in now. Take this position. McNabb, I'll take the other. Peabody started to speak, but subsided when she saw the look in Rourke's eyes. All right. The 2 of you take the inside positions. Eve would have offered Rourke her clutch piece, but she knew damn well if Somerset had gotten a change of clothes for her, he'd have gotten a weapon to Rourke. She didn't want to know how he'd gotten one through security. I want inside, Dallas. She glanced up at McNabb as he maneuvered the van to the curb. He could irritate the hell out of her, but she trusted him to the bone. You take position with Peabody. I'd better not hear any sex giggles. She tapped her ear. Copy that. Dudley's on the move. Stay where you are, Carmichael, until Moriarty makes his move. Give him room. Team A better get its asses to church. Rourke leaned to her, spoke with his lips against her ear. Think twice before you let them put a single mark on you if you want them in one piece and conscious for your arrest. Before she could speak, he turned his head, pressed his lips firmly to hers. Take care of my cop, he told her, and jumped out the back after Peabody. Eve reached for the shoes, met Feeney's bland stare. What? I didn't say a word. We got some body armor if you want it. Makes me look fat, she said, and made him laugh. Wouldn't help anyway if they try a headshot. Here. He reached in one of the drawers, pulled out a bottle. Christ, Feeney, I'm not going to drink that. And I'm sure as hell not going to drink before I run this up. You're going to swish it around in your mouth and spit it out. He held the glass out, along with the bottle of Irish. You want them to think you're drunk enough to fall for this crap, walk into their half-assed trap? You should smell drunk. Good point. She took it, swished it, and while swishing, dabbed some on her throat like perfume to make him laugh again. Then spat. Leaning forward, she huffed out an exaggerated breath in his face. How's that? You'll do. Are we having cow meat burgers tomorrow? Probably. I could go for a fat one. How about pie? Is there going to be pie? I don't know. Lemon meringue pie. That's what you want at a summer barbecue. Maybe strawberry shortcake. I'll get right on that, as soon as I avoid being murdered. My granny used to make lemon meringue pie. It got these little beads of sugar on the meringue. She could bake a goddamn pie, my granny. Yum. Dudley's heading toward the church. She rose, practiced pulling open the jacket, pulling her weapon. That'll work. All teams hold positions. Dallas on the move. You ought to wobble some, in case they get eyes on you. She stepped out the back. That's no problem in these shoes. Good hunting. She shot him a grin as she shut the door. She took her time, played her attitude in her head. She spotted her cops, but she knew where to look. She staggered into the church. He'd lit some of the fake candles, she noted, so the light shifted and swayed. She took a couple more unsteady steps until she stood in the aisle formed by the back pews. Dudley, you asshole! Her voice echoed. You better not be wasting my time. I'm here. His voice shook. She supposed he hoped it sounded fearful, but she caught the edge of laughter. I wanted to be sure it was you, that he didn't follow me. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I get paid to protect the city's assholes. It can't be enough. He eased out of the shadows at the far end of the church. You're damn skippy. It's not the pay. It's the power. Nothing like watching suspects piss themselves when I lean on them. You got 5 minutes, she said, as Carmichael murmured in her ear that Moriarty was on his way. You can't know what it means to me that you'd come like this. I know you're under terrible pressure. That's what drinking's for. And screw pressure. I close this one, I'll be on screen for weeks. Maybe get another book out of it. Couple of rich assholes like you and Moriarty, the media's gonna slather all over me. Sly is the one. He moved toward her, stopped again. I covered for him, but I didn't know what he'd done. If I had, I didn't know. Not until tonight. You're eating up your 5, Dudley. Lay it out or I'm going to haul you in for annoying an officer. Believe me, I'm not in the mood to haul your ass or mine down to Central. Moriarty at the door, she heard in her ear, even as she caught the faint vibration from the link in Dudley's pocket. He slid his hand in. Hey, hands where I can see them. She reached clumsily in her bag. I'm sorry. He tossed his hands up. I'm nervous. I'm sick at heart. You have to help me. He grabbed her wrists as if in desperation. The door burst open behind her. She had to squelch her instinct to defend, staggered instead, then felt the stunner press to her throat. Hold very still, Moriarty ordered. Not yet, not yet, Dudley shouted it. Damn it, Sly! No cheating! Just getting her attention. He slid the stunner down to her shoulder. It would take her down, Eve thought, but it wouldn't kill her. What the hell kind of game is this? Not a game, Lieutenant, Dudley told her. Games are for children. This is adventure. It's competition. Drop that very attractive evening bag, or Sly will give you a very nasty jolt. Very nasty, he repeated when she hesitated. Let's all take it easy. She let the bag drop. I wish we had more time. Dudley walked down a few pews, bent down. We'd hoped to have more time when we got to you, and we'd planned on using St. Pat's. Wouldn't that have been glorious? It would have made a statement. She felt Sly shift slightly. This place? It's nothing important. It will be after this. Dudley straightened, whipped the sword in the air. We'll have made it important. What the hell is that? Eve demanded. This. Dudley struck a fencing pose, tore the air with the blade. It's a foil, you ignorant bitch. Italian, very old and very valuable. It's the blade of an aristocrat. You won't get away with this. My partner knows where I am, who I was going to meet. Lies won't help. You're so drunk you barely knew your own name when I talked you out of whatever bar you were in. And you came just like I told you to. You killed them. All of them. Houston, Crampton, Delafloat, Jonas, both of you, working together just like I thought. It wasn't work, Dudley corrected. It was pleasure. We had another round planned before you, but I knew it! Still playing the helpless drunk, she swayed a little in Moriarty's hold. The two of you conspired to kill 4 people. In New York, Dudley confirmed with a wide, wide grin. But we've racked up more points elsewhere. But why? Who were they to you? Old nobodies, new luxuries. Dudley laughed until he shook. Winnie, we have to get back. You're right. It's a shame we can't play with her a while. It has to be at the same time, remember? At exactly the same time, so the score stays tied. Your trigger, my blade. Let's say on 3. Moriarty leaned in, let his lips caress her ear. Who's the asshole now? He said to Eve. That would be you. She knocked Moriarty's weapon hand with an elbow strike, slammed the sharp point of her left shoe into his instep. As she pivoted, Dudley charged. The blade skipped lightly over her biceps, jerked as she finished the turn, and ran Moriarty through. Eyes widened. Moriarty looked down at the blood seeping through the snow white of his shirt. Winnie, you killed me! As he fell, Dudley let out a howl, a wild combination of grief and rage. While cops flooded the room, weapons drawn, she indulged herself with one short-armed, vicious punch to his face. Rourke barely glanced at Dudley as he stepped over the man. That's 2 jackets ruined this week. It's not my fault. Whose then, I'd like to know? And look here, you've bruised your knuckles. Don't! She hissed it when he lifted her hand, and winced when he kissed her knuckles. You deserve that, he said, for knocking him out when you knew I wanted to. Bus and wagon on the way. Peabody glanced back at Moriarty. That was a nice move. It's too bad about the jacket. Eve pressed a hand to the tear in the cloth and her arm. It was worth it. All right, people, let's finish this up. Peabody, book an interview room. Oh, and tell the MTs to try to keep that one breathing. It may be poetic if it turns out his pal killed him, but I'm not looking for poetry. I'm going back to Central to change and update the commander. Not until the MTs have tended that wound, Rourke corrected. He barely nicked me, And he wouldn't have done that if I hadn't had to deal with these idiot shoes. 2 choices. Sit and wait for a medic, or I'll embarrass you in front of your men and kiss you. She sat. Since Dudley demanded a lawyer with his first conscious breath, Eve had time to shower and change, update Whitney, debrief, and dismiss her team. She stood in the conference room, alone, in front of the board, in front of the faces of the dead. She thought of Jamal Houston's wife, of his partner and friend, of Adrienne Jonas's weeping parents, the trembling control of her assistant, and of all the others she'd had to crush with news of death. She would speak to them, all of them again, tell them the men who'd taken those lives, shattered those worlds, had been stopped. Would, she was determined, pay for their actions. She had to hope it would help the living, and continue to believe, for reasons she didn't fully understand, it gave solace to the dead. Eve. Dr. Mira. Eve turned from the board. What are you still doing here? I wanted to see this through. She stepped beside Eve and studied those faces in turn. So many. Such utter selfishness. There would be more. We stopped them tonight, and we're sealing that cage door. A lot of that's because of you. If I'd clicked to them targeting me earlier, there might not be so many faces on this board. You know that's wrong, both in reality and in thinking. It could just as easily be said there would be more if you hadn't intuited the pattern so quickly. You worked the case, and tonight you'll close it. I'd like to observe your interview with Dudley. It may be a while yet. He's conferring with his bevy of lawyers. I can wait. I'm told you were hurt. Just a scratch, seriously. It was the shoes. They screwed up my balance. Still. She tapped her arm. It was an antique Italian fencing foil. That's pretty frosty. Peabody stepped in. Hey, Dr. Mira. Dallas. Dudley's head lawyer's asking to talk to you. This ought to be good. I'll meet him outside the interview room. An imposing man with white wings flowing back from his mane of black hair, Bentley Sorensen nodded curtly to Eve. Lieutenant, I'm informing you that I intend to file formal complaints over your treatment of my client and your use of excessive force, entrapment, and harassment. Additionally, I've already contacted the governor, who will be speaking with the prosecuting attorney about falsifying information for an improper search of my client's residence, business, and vehicles. I want my client released until these matters can be fully resolved. You can file all the papers you want. You can call the governor, your congressman, or the freaking president, but your client's not walking out of here. You can stonewall me, Mr. Sorensen. She added a careless shrug. I'll go home to bed and have a nice, relaxing weekend. Your client will spend his in a cage. Mr. Dudley is a respected and valued businessman from one of the premier families in this country. He has no prior record and has cooperated fully with you and this department. Additionally, he contacted you for help and to offer his, and you abused him. You know, it's a toss-up as to whether you're an idiot or just doing your job. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and going with doing your job. You're going to decide now if you're going to block this interview tonight, which means he'll chill behind bars until Monday, or if we go in there and talk. I can have a hearing before a judge set up within the hour. Go ahead. I'll go take a nap while you set it up. It's been a long week. Are you seriously willing to risk your career over this? She shifted, stood hip-shot, hooked her thumbs in her front pockets. Is that a threat, Counselor? It's a question, Lieutenant. I'll tell you what I'm not willing to risk. Your client stepping out of that room unless it's into a cage before I've interviewed him. I'm not willing to risk him going poof because he has money and means to do so. In or out? You know very well I can hold him until Monday, so let's stop wasting each other's time. I talk to him now, or I go home. Have it your way. Eve used a wrist unit. Detective Peabody, report to interview. Frosty, huh? She said, when she noted Sorensen studying her unit. She opened the door, stepped in. Dudley sported a bruised and swollen jaw and eyes red and puffy from weeping. He'd had enough time to come down from his high, she noted, and that could be useful. Flanking him were two other lawyer types, young, female, attractive. One of them actually held his hand. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, in interview with Dudley Winston. The 4th. She dropped a thick file on her side of the table. Also present is Mr. Dudley's attorney of record, Sorensen, Bentley, and two other representatives. Would each of you state your name for the record? As they did, she simply delegated them to blonde and redhead. Peabody, Detective Delia, entering interview. So the gang's all here. How's the face, Winnie? You struck me. I saved your life, and you struck me and dragged me in here like a criminal. Saved my life? Gosh, my recollection and my recording, which was, as is proper procedure, engaged throughout our meeting, have a different take, as do the recordings and statements of the officers in Our Lady of Shadows Church. And those recordings and statements will be questioned, Sorensen put in, as we can document your vendetta against my client. Yeah, you do that little thing, see where it gets you. So, let's start from there. You contacted me at just past 2000 hours. She was drunk, he said to Sorensen. But I was desperate. She could barely speak coherently, and when she arrived, she could hardly stand up, she was so inebriated. Eve opened the file, pulled out a hard copy, tossed it on the table. My talk screens, taken at hour intervals from 1900 hours to 2100 hours, clear and clean. Falsified, just like the rest. You were already drunk when you accosted me and Sly at Lionel's. A dozen witnesses would corroborate that, and your abusive attitude. Your own husband was disgusted with you. Rourke says hi, by the way. You might not have noticed him in the church. She smiled as fury reddened Dudley's face. You entrapped my client, Sorensen began. Bullshit. Your client contacted me, which is verified by both our link logs. I met him as he requested. My backup was not only within procedure, but recommended by departmental policy. You confessed, Winnie, during our meeting, when your pal had a stunner to my throat, that the two of you had engaged in a competition that involved killing selected targets. She drew photos out of her file, lined them up. You misinterpreted my words. I was doing whatever I could to stall Sly. Tears, and she thought them sincere, sprang to his eyes even as he lied his murdering ass off. I betrayed and killed my dearest friend for you. She sent him a look, the same kind she'd seen him send Rourke in Lionel's. Civilized contempt. You sure roll on your dearest friend, quick and easy. I'm doing my duty, and God knows it can't harm him. He's dead. I killed him to save you. Oh, don't worry. You didn't kill him. He's actually doing pretty well. You're a liar. I saw him. You didn't see much of anything, being souped up on hype, cut with a little prime Zeus. Your client's talk screen. Eve tossed it out of the file. I was frightened. Maybe I was weak, but I was frightened, so I took something. You can charge me with using, but be quiet, Winnie. I'm not a murderer. He rounded on Sorensen. He was Sly, and Sly's dead. Not dead yet, and I'll be talking to him in the morning, Eve commented. I'm betting he rolls on you just as quick and easy. The officer with him tells me he's pretty steamed you stabbed him. Saving you. Why did you bring an antique Italian fencing foil to church, Winnie? I didn't. Sly did. Actually, no, he didn't. Your droid did. The same droid that the two of you used to pose as Simpson's house droid the night Sly murdered, and you conspired to murder, Luke Delafloat. We have the droid, Winnie, and are running his drives. You guys really should have destroyed that unit. She nodded to Peabody, who went out. Detective Peabody exiting interview. There are a lot of things you probably should have gotten rid of. Oh, look here. More pictures. I have no idea who those people are. But his hands began to twitch. Sure you do. You killed them. Lieutenant, if you are going to add more ridiculous charges to those already levied against my client, It's a pattern, Counselor, and I can connect each and every one of these people to your client. This one. The first one we've dug up. You're in Africa. It's hot, kind of wild. And hell, you're paying her, aren't you? She should do what the hell you want when you want it. And you've got that buzz on, she added, rising and circling the table. Women are supposed to lie down when you say lie down, supposed to spread them when you say spread them. It was her own fault, really, and thank God you had Sly there to help you out. She reached over, leaning over him, pulled the death photo of Mellie Bristow out of the file. Blonde, gagged. Yeah, harsh, but hey, she was dead already. Such a rush, getting away with murder. And they're all just people for hire anyway, like Sophia Ricci in Naples, like Macy Jones in Vegas. She tapped each ID shot, while Sorensen dismissed her accusations, and Dudley continued to twitch. But wouldn't it be more of a rush to kill people who've got some cachet? She continued. Why waste your time on nobodies? Add some spice to the contest. What was the winner going to get, anyway? You're making things up. A high-class version of the classic game of Clue. Oh, wait. She pressed the recorder she'd already queued up, and Dudley's voice came out. Games are for children. This is adventure. It's competition. How many points did you get for the LC in the amusement park with the bayonet? She wondered. Your great-uncle's bayonet. Or for the facilitator on the jogging trail with the bullwhip. The bullwhip custom-made for you in Australia. Detective Peabody returning to interview. And look! She's brought party favors. I was nowhere near either of those places. You know very well I was entertaining on the night Adrienne was killed. We'd been talking to people on your guest list. Even better, to staff hired for that little soiree. The hired help, Winnie. They tend to see things because people like you don't really see them. She smiled. We've already found a couple of guests who state they looked for you to say goodnight before they left, and gee, couldn't find you. I have a large home, an extensive estate, yeah, and needed a lot of extra help, the kind who don't have any reason to lie about or for you. We've got a few who noticed you and Adrienne Jones heading for the garage, a couple others who noticed you coming back a bit after 3 a.m. Alone. You bribed them. Sweat coated his face like dew. It goes back to this vendetta. It goes back to jealousy. Oh, of what? You may have finessed marriage out of Rourke, may have money, but you'll never be anyone. Either of you. You'll never be what I am. Thank God for that. I've got statements, recordings, witnesses, weapons. She shrugged. Oh, and you know what else? You had this in a locked drawer in your bedroom. She pulled out an evening bag. It's Adrienne Jonas's. She left it at the party. I was keeping it for her. No, do better. We have this pesky hired help who saw her with the bag as she was entering your garage. She dropped it. And, oddly, her link wasn't in it, though she was seen using it minutes before you walked her to the garage. Oddly, too, her prints and several strands of hair were in your vehicle. Oh, and a couple of the valets you hired saw your vehicle leave the estate just under an hour prior to her time of death. She must have asked one of the servants to drive her. I can't keep track of everyone. Are these your shoes? She pulled them out of the box, got a shrug. I can save us time and tell you these were taken out of your shoe closet, tagged and logged. You wore these same shoes the night you killed Ava Crampton. We have you wearing them and a bogus disguise, entering the House of Horrors with her less than 30 minutes prior to her time of death. You can't have. I wasn't there. You were going to say you took care of it. Jam security with this. She drew out the jammer. You did a pretty good job, Winnie. Credit where credit's due. But you didn't get them all. And before you say there are any number of people with this particular make of shoe, she said to Sorensen, you should know they're a limited edition, and in this size and color very few have been sold, and we've been briskly eliminating them as suspects. I really don't think your client's been fully forthcoming with you. I'll need time to confer privately with my client. Sure, we can do that. And given the time, I can postpone the continuation of this interview until Monday morning. I bet you're feeling a little tense and itchy, Winnie. Gee, you're all shaky and sweaty. I bet you wish you had just a little hit to smooth it out. It's a long time until Monday. A long time in a cage without all your usual indulgences. You can't keep me here. She leaned forward into his face. Oh, yes, I can. Sorensen, you useless shit, deal with this! Lieutenant, if I could speak with you outside. I'm not going anywhere. In fact, she leaned back in her chair, crossed her booted feet. Why don't you deal with me, Winnie? That was the plan. But Sly screwed up. He messed it up for you. He's the loser, but you're a screw-up, too. Jesus, you're laughable. I beat both of you in under a week. Maybe I should have a victory drink. She pulled a bottle of champagne from the box. Fancy French stuff. Special vintage, numbered and signed and recorded in Delafloat's log for the Simpson job. It was in your wine cellar. That Delafloat. He had no business getting naked with your mother. Freaking French upstart. You shut your mouth. Oh, I got more. Lots more. So much I'm amazed the two of you had a 9-month run at this. The NYPSD judge? She gestured to Peabody. Gives them a 5.8 out of 10. But that's for creativity, Peabody added. Execution drops to a 4.6. That's fair. But it was fun, wasn't it, Winnie? That much fun. You do it for the love, not the score, and you loved it, just like you love your chemicals. What's life without some buzz and thrill? Lieutenant, that's quite enough. Sorensen stood. We'll end this interview here. I'm not staying here, going back to that cell. You moronic prick, do what you're paid to do. I want to go home. I want this bitch punished. Ouch. Starting to Jones some, huh? Eve shook her head in sympathy as she checked her wrist unit. It's been a while. Not that you're going home, ever, Winnie. But you wouldn't find any of your stashes there. We've got them, too." He surged to his feet, backhanding Redhead out of her chair when she tried to soothe him down again. "You have no right to touch my things. I pay you. You're nothing but a public servant. I own you. You bought and paid for these people." Eve gestured to the photos scattered over the table. "You had every right to kill them for sport. You're damn right we did. They're nothing." He swept the photos to the floor. "Barely more than droids. Who cries when a droid's destroyed? And you're nothing more than a conniving, social-climbing, nobody's temporary whore. We should have killed you first." "Yeah, guess so. Missed that shuttle. Winston, I don't want you to say another word. Do you hear me? Not another word. Gonna listen to your paid servant, Winnie?" She put a taunting sneer into her voice. "Does he tell you what to do? No one tells me what to do. I'm walking out of here, and I'll ruin you. You think because you married money you're safe? I have a name. I have influence. I can crush you with a word." "Which word?" "Because I need more than one, and here they are. Winston Dudley IV, in addition to the charges already on record against you, you are hereby charged with 5 additional counts of murder and conspiracy to murder the following: Bristow, Melly, a human being." Behind her, as Eve continued the litany of names and charges, Peabody opened the door for 2 uniforms. Because she'd already decked him once, Eve stepped aside when he charged and left it to the uniforms to restrain him. "Lieutenant!" Sorensen came after her. "It's obvious my client is emotionally and mentally distressed and may be suffering from illegals abuse. I take it up with the PA. I've done my job." She kept walking, and as she passed observation, Rourke came out, fell into step with her. "Nice work, Lieutenant, for a temporary whore. That's saying something from a conniving, social-climbing nobody. What a good fit we are." He took her hand. "Ready for the weekend?" "Oh, boy, howdy. I need lemon meringue pie and strawberry shortcake. Aren't you the greedy one? Hey, sometimes you just gotta go for a little indulgence." She turned toward the conference room. "I need about 30 to deal with the paperwork, and I'm going to need a couple hours tomorrow morning on Moriarty." He only nodded and kept her hand in his as they looked at the board. "No more faces," he said. "Not tonight. No, not tonight." He understood, she thought, that she'd needed to ensure that. And understood, as she did, there would be other faces on other nights. But not tonight. She turned to him, slid her arms around him, laid her head on his shoulder, and breathed clear. He was right. What a good fit they were. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Indulgence in Death by J.D. Robb. Copyright 2010 by Nora Roberts. Performed by Susan Erickson. Directed by David Kalachi. Performance copyright 2010 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number: 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.